Justice Gavay, there is a precautionary principle in law. The precautionary principle applies in this case, doesn't it? The precautionary principle in environmental cases means taking preventive action to protect the environment from serious or irreversible harm, even when there is no scientific evidence which is not fully conclusive. This means, as per precedent of the law, the onus is on precaution and safety. Why didn't you apply? I would like to ask you, you have been the Chief Justice of India. The nation wants to know from you, you've been Chief Justice of India in this case, why did you not apply the precautionary principle in this case? There have been innumerable precedents of precautionary principles being applied by the honorable courts on matters of environment. I don't find those quoted in your judgment. May I ask you why?
If you read the operative part, it is very much clear that unless the MSCP is finalized by the IFTRI and finalized by the MOEF, no further mining licenses would be granted.
Justice Gavay, Vellore Citizens Welfare Forum versus Union of India, 1996. The Supreme Court declared the precautionary principle a legally enforceable principle crucial for sustainable development and shifted the onus of proof onto polluters. MC Mehta versus Union of India, Taj Trapezium case, 1986. The Supreme Court used the precautionary principle to stop industries from burning coal near the Taj Mahal, recognizing harm from pollution. I am not an advocate, but I'm asking the former Chief Justice of India, matter of principle, why did Justice Gavay not apply? Why did the three-judge bench not apply the precautionary principle in this case?
If you kindly go through the operative part, clause 4 and 5 make it very much clear that unless the MSCP is finalized by IFTRI and MOEF, no further mining leases would be granted in all 4 states in the Aravalli Hills.
Sir, the precautionary principle means that in matters that are likely to affect the environment, it is not required to prove that the activity will cause harm, but that the activity is prohibited unless it can be established that it is benign. No one is suggesting here that deforesting the Aravallis will... Sir?
What does the prohibition on the new mining licenses amount to?
Okay, sir, then let me ask you the AP Pollution Control Board versus MV Naidu case 1990 to 2000. Landmark Indian Supreme Court judgment that reinforced the precautionary principle, established the right to clean water as a part of the right to life, Article 21, and placed the burden of proof on polluters. All these cases were there for you to look at, sir.
We have looked at the cases, and this is T.N. Godavaram and N.C. Mehta are the continuing mandamus proceedings. They are not as if we have closed the matters.
What do you mean?
The
it's not as
continuing.
Sir, I'm asking. So you're saying the matter is not closed?
The matter is not closed. We have directed the MSCP to get the report. The MSCP report will come to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court will find out wherein the mining activities are to be permitted and where they are to be prohibited. It is not as if that the matter is closed.
Right, time for a very, very short break. But on the other side, we continue to get you what's happening in Kolkata as it's protesters versus Mamata Banerjee police as Hindu mobilization is witnessed across the nation. We'll be right back with more.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
We are
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
We just now felt this entire mountain shiver because there are blasts going on. As we were telling you, usually for the limestone mining, the acceptable range of the blast is around 1 meter. And that won't be so harsh that we could feel this entire mountain, feel shake. This.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
राजा प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
Very much.
Protest outside Bangladesh High Commission over Deepu Das's lynching, barricades toppled. In West Bengal, police crack down on protesters. People seen bleeding. Republic Bangla tracks the complete story as movement for nationwide Hindu mobilization grows. Aravalli campaign raises a massive storm, becomes the nation's #1 subject. Republic exposes illegal mining in Haryana and Rajasthan. Despite geopolitical tensions following Operation Sindoor, Indigo continues to rely on wet-leased aircraft from Turkish carriers. Odisha Forest Department under fire after buying 12 crore rupees modified Thars for forest rangers.
Ladies and gentlemen, despite geopolitical tensions following Operation Sindoor, Indigo has continued to rely on wet-leased aircraft from Turkish carriers, including an extension granted in August for its arrangement with Turkish Airlines, valid until February next year. In recent operations on domestic Indian routes, these leased Boeing 737 aircraft from Corendon Airlines have been crewed by Turkish personnel. Now, data suggests that in the last 48 hours alone, there were 10 flights that were operated by various Boeing aircrafts. And what this essentially means that a total of 58 flights have now taken off, highlighting the ongoing dependence on these Turkish-sourced resources amid capacity constraints in the Indian aviation sector. Now, this is a story that Republic TV has exclusively picked up, where we have questioned the DGCA's need to green signal the use of Turkish aircraft operated by Turkish personnel on Indian soil, because the post-Operation Sindoor doctrine essentially indicated that India will not engage with any country in any sort of business that essentially helped Pakistan export cross-border terrorism into India. And what we see here now is the DGCA, that is India's aviation watchdog, wet leasing 2 Boeing 777-300ER aircrafts along with the crew from Turkish Airlines after previously facing a directive to end this partnership. And we'll go across to our Deputy Executive Editor, Shravan, who joins us from the newsroom with more details. Shravan, give us the latest details that you're picking up as this case progresses.
Well, in fact, the details that we have picked up of the wet lease agreement that was signed between Indigo and Turkish Airlines. In fact, this was a one-time extension that was granted in the month of August, and it would remain in effect till about February. Now, what we have also picked up is that it is unlikely that the airline is going to cancel that agreement, but in all possibility the airline may not have the option of renewing it once again. Now, that makes it very clear that the wet lease agreement will remain in effect till about February. Now, that is another big question that the regulator will have to answer, that can they really continue despite the kind of mentions that they've had in the past, where they've categorically pointed out that this cannot perhaps go on for a long period. In fact, as far as the CAR rules are concerned, it is a 6+6 month lease agreement that can be signed, and beyond which none of the airlines can actually continue with this kind of an agreement. But it seems that one such extension has already been given to Indigo. Whether at all there is a violation in place, that is for the DGCA to answer at this point in time. We have got no response from the DGCA, and they've essentially been harping on the fact that there is no new agreement that has been signed. But sources essentially indicating that as far as the wet lease agreement is concerned, another wet lease agreement with another aircraft airline has already been signed by Indigo. Now, what the airline hasn't really spoken about is whether at all they are going to continue with yet another agreement with another airline carrier who happens to be once again from Turkey.
All right. We have Air Commodore Ashminder Singh Bahel joining us on this broadcast, and Shravan continues to be with us from the newsroom. Air Commodore Bahel, I'd like to come to you, essentially extending to what Shravan has been speaking about. The argument that has now been put forth by the DGCA is that globally there has been a shortage of aircrafts, which is why they have decided to continue with the lease on Turkish aircraft and personnel and the usage of it on Indian soil. What do you have to say on that, sir?
A very nice question. In fact, this is the key problem. We have to balance both the commercial interests as well as the national security aspects when we take a decision whether to allow wet lease of aircraft from foreign airlines, especially those airlines, the countries from which we have always perceived a security threat. So just going over this aspect, like if we take an example of Indigo, actually there are two airlines, Indigo and SpiceJet, with Indigo getting 7 aircraft from airlines that relate to Turkey. One is the Corendon Airlines, where you mentioned 2 aircraft, and then it was also mentioned by your editor that 5 aircraft are coming from Freebird Airlines, and that there is no news whether they'll be taken or not taken. The sunset clause states that they will be used till 31st March 2026, which means after March 2026, there will be no permission given for any further extensions. So this is where DGCA has already clarified. That is one aspect. The second aspect is Indigo flies close to 2,000 sorties a day and carries 3 lakh passengers, which implies that it is using roughly 300 plus aircraft. You saw the problems that took place with Indigo's scheduling of pilots when the FDTL, that is flight duty time limitations, came in during early part of this month. But what is problem for Indigo is that there are close to 480 aircraft that they have already ordered, and 500 more are in pipeline till 2035. But most of these deliveries, especially from Airbus, are getting delayed. Even from Boeing, for the other carriers, the deliveries are getting delayed and the aircraft are not coming in time because of the supply chain disruptions. With the result, what is happening, the airlines cannot remain competitive when they fly international routes in case there are no aircraft taken on wet lease. Now, what is wet lease? Wet lease means that you not only take the aircraft, but you also take their maintenance crew, you also take their pilots, you also take their air crew and other support services, and the aircraft is given on lease to the company that has taken on wet lease, that is Indigo in this case. So wet lease, basically even the pilots who fly the aircraft are from the airlines, which is the Turkish airline, the 2 airlines we have already mentioned before. So this is the situation where you're matching commercial interest with national interest. Now, the problem is like it happened in Op Sindoor. We found that Turkey had not only positioned their corvette in Karachi harbor, but they had also given drones, and they have got about 200 Pakistani engineers and technicians working in Turkey on a 5th generation fighter project. And all this is coming with the main and key threat for Pakistan as they perceive being India. Means for us, the trouble creators are only Pakistan, and Turkey is the other part which is supporting them. And it was not a war of Sindoor between India and Pakistan alone. It was India fighting against Pakistan, Turkey and China with the support that was coming in. In fact, they had their own engineers working for drones in Pakistan when this Op Sindoor was going on. Now, there are reports that some of these Turkish personnel were also killed in Indian strikes. But what I want to highlight here is that there is a problem. There is a problem that the aircraft are getting delayed when they are being purchased by these airlines. But there is also an issue of national security. So when you have to balance, the DGC has decided this time, I don't like them much, being very frank with you. I am not very impressed with the way DGCA works. With the high accident that is prevalent, and especially when you saw the Air India aircraft make an emergency landing yesterday, and the way the aviation environment is, I'm not very impressed with DGCA. But here I would like to say this in support of DGCA for this particular issue, that yes, there is a delay in the aircraft procurement. And if our airlines, which are Indian airlines, which work abroad and go on to international routes, if they have to remain competitive, then perhaps the sunset clause till March 2026, we can let them take it, but no further extensions after that.
Commander Behal, if I can just also bring you in, because the larger concern has been with regards to the airport operations. The very fact that as part of the wet lease agreement, you would essentially have crew members with foreign nationalities operating in India, not really understanding Indian sensibilities to begin with. Could this have been altered? Could the DGCA have been a little bit more careful by not allowing them to carry on with the operations here?
Very nice question. In fact, this is a very, very pertinent question. See, first thing is when Celebi, they pronounce it Shalebi. And that company was operating in India. They were providing all the ground services in 9 major airports that range from Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Kochi, and many others airports. And those were the key big airports in India. So you can imagine how big a security challenge it was. Means when these guys operate, it's just not the cultural problem that can come in because they don't understand our language or the way we carry out our procedures. That itself is a problem, a challenge. But more important is when Turkey is supporting Pakistan, when they always raise out the issue of Kashmir, and when they know very clearly the terror elements that are siphoned from Pakistan to India at various places, and the number of terrorist incidents that have taken place in India, like the Mumbai attack or the Pathankot attack or the Pahalgam attack. So it becomes very, very important for us and a key national security challenge when we allow foreign ground support handlers to be working in close concert. When the aircraft which got hijacked, IC-814 from Kathmandu, which was taken to Kandahar, there was a complicity in the people who were managing the ground support operations. Otherwise, how could the guns have come inside the cockpit of the aircraft? So yes, I totally agree with you that DGCA could think of, like when they removed the Celebi operations from India, for a short time there was a problem, but we are managing now. Have you heard even one problem in these nine airports on ground support or ground operations? It's only due to flight duty time limitations that those problems have come up. And that is also because the airlines think that they can arm twist DGCA, and they can arm twist our aviation ministry, primarily thinking that if it causes disservice to the passengers, then there will be a hue and cry and we'll be forced to give them extensions again and again. But now I think after the last issue that took place with the disruptions in Indigo flights, I think they'll be very wary to do this anytime again. And I am not so sure if DGCA can really bring in, because see, these people have to be professionals. The ground support which give out for a particular aircraft, you require a particular type of specialization. So for a short period of time, I'm not sure you can hire in large quantities in different places where these aircraft are operating. So I may tend to agree with DGCA. Like I told you, I'm not happy with them, and I don't like a bureaucrat working in a highly technical place. The DG of DGCA is a bureaucrat. I doubt if he understands really, my impression, because the way Indian aviation is, and I take lectures on safety management systems and threat error management for flying training organizations. Let me assure you, I'm not very impressed with the way DGCA is conducting its entire operations, and I personally feel the government should take a very strict view of DGCA's functioning, and there should be a DG who actually knows the job. Person who's from aviation background. It's highly technical in nature. And when you make any particular clause, I'll give you one example to this. When they increased the Indigo's flights by 6% in a few weeks back, and you had flight duty time limitations kicking in, how could you do that when you know that the number of aircrew that they have, that cannot match the requirements, and there will be problems. So if a DG cannot understand that, he has no right to sit in that chair. And you will never see action taken against a bureaucrat in our country. They'll be very rarely, they may get suspended for short time, they may get posted out to one another place, but very rarely you will find a minister getting changed. But you will never find a bureaucrat in our country being acted upon for a job not being done well.
All right, Air Commodore Bell, thank you for joining us and giving us your perspective on this matter. So we'll keep a close watch on that story. Viewers, for the moment, we have some breaking news coming in. This is in connection with the long-standing Unao rape case, where we're now learning that the Delhi High Court has suspended the life imprisonment sentence of expelled BJP leader Kuldeep Singh Sengar, who was convicted in 2019 for the rape of a minor in 2017 and the subsequent custodial death of her father. That is the big breaking news that we are getting in at the moment. Big development in the Unao rape case. In fact, as per the initial information that we have as of now, viewers, the court's decision to grant him bail has come with conditions, including a restriction against approaching within 5 kilometers of the victim and a requirement to remain in Delhi during this period amid ongoing appeals and prior interim bails extended on medical grounds such as eye surgery. This ruling comes after multiple extensions of temporary relief. highlighting the protracted legal battle that has drawn widespread attention for its implications on justice for sexual assault survivors in India. And the case, which involves allegations of coercion, framing and violence against the victim's family, remains a symbol of power dynamics and accountability, with Sengar's political influence as a former MLA adding layers to public discourse on the case. In fact, viewers, this has been a Republic TV campaign case. The Unao rape case relates to the gang rape of a 17-year-old girl on the 4th of June in 2017 in Unao district in Uttar Pradesh. The accused was Kuldeep Singh Sengar, who was then a sitting BJP MLA. The victim's father was arrested on false charges and he died in judicial custody shortly thereafter, for which Sengar was later held guilty. In April 2018, the case drew nationwide attention, with the victim attempted self-immolation outside the office of Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, alleging inaction by authorities. We'll go across to our executive editor, Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj, joining us on the phone line with more details. Rhythm, tell us what happened in court.
Well, let's tell our viewers first. Today, the Delhi High Court has done two things. The bench of Justice Subramaniam Prasad and Harish Vaidyanathan Shankar has granted bail to Kuldeep Sengar in the 2017 gang rape of the Unao rape. Secondly, what they have done, which is more shocking, is they have suspended Kuldeep Sengar's sentence during the pendency of his appeal against the conviction. I want to explain this to our viewers so that this is understood properly. The bench has said that since his appeal is there against his conviction, for the time being, we are suspending his sentence. This is a very high-profile case that we are talking about, in which Kuldeep, and not only high profile, what I mean by high profile is it's a case in which we are dealing with the gang rape of a 17-year-old minor girl. She was going to self-immolate herself outside Yogi Adityanath's office, and that's when this case had picked up national attention. This had now achieved a campaign on Republic TV also. The trial court had sentenced him for life in 2019, imposed a fine of 25 lakh rupees. The Unao rape survivor had also at that time stated that she had been raped by Sengar in 2017. She was then sold allegedly, when she had said at that time that she had been recovered at the police station. She had after that spoken about harassment by police officials or about speaking out against Sengar. Her father had died in judicial custody later. In 2019 August, the Supreme Court transferred the trial in this case relating to Unao rape case to Delhi. They ordered this case to be completed within 45 days. December 2019, Sengar was convicted, sentenced to life imprisonment. Now comes the shocking part by the trial court. The trial court had directed adequate steps should be taken by the CBI to ensure that there should be sentencing done. This appeal that Sengar had said is pending, and the High Court had, in this controversial turn, said that his sentence, the life sentence awarded to him, has been suspended till the pendency of this appeal. We had spoken against Kuldeep Singh Sengar. We had run this campaign for the victim, and today it seems it was almost for nothing, as the High Court has, of course, given out details, but they have suspended his life sentence pending appeal.
Right. Rhythm, in fact, I'd like you to stay on with us and take our viewers through what might be the next course of action to sort of take this case to its logical conclusion, because the conviction remains, the guilt remains, but here we have a rape accused who has been allowed to walk free by the court.
Yes. So the details that I'm giving to our viewers also includes what had happened in 2019. There was an appeal that had been filed by him when he challenged the trial court's decision convicting him for the rape of the 17-year-old girl. The trial court sentenced him for life. They imposed a fine on him. But I want to tell our viewers about this very shocking state of affairs when this girl had taken to self-immolation outside Yogi Adityanath's office. That's when this case had been, charge sheets had been filed, the CBI had got involved, after which her father had been indicted in false charges in another case. In judicial custody, he lost his life. The trial court gives a judgment. He is convicted to life sentence And today that life sentence is suspended pending because his appeal is pending. It's completely bizarre when you see in December 29, everyone was thinking there is some solace for the victim because she had said she had also been instructed after harassment by the police not to speak against this very VIP person who was an MLA at that time. Sengar was convicted, sentenced to life imprisonment. The trial court directed steps to be taken by CBI to ensure that the survivor and her family are protected. What protection will this victim today get, even though the High Court has today very clearly stated that he will not be in a 5-kilometer radius of the victim. He will remain in Delhi during his bail. He will report to the police station. However, the big question is, when someone this powerful to be a legislature is getting this kind of an order from the High Court, what do we make out of the victim, the protection that has to be given to her? Because she, even at that time, had spoken about how she had been threatened. She had been warned by the police against speaking out as instructed by Sengar. This appeal has to come. But even as this appeal has to come, we are shocked that at this time, this is how she has to be possible. She has to go through this when his sentence is suspended. That trauma, again, she has to go through.
Right. Rhythm, one more question before I let you go. I want to understand what are the legal options that now lie with the prosecution counsel to ensure that the case reaches its logical conclusion?
Well, they can, of course, appeal against this, and they should appeal against this order in the Supreme Court. They can appeal against this order. They can ask for an immediate and urgent stay on the suspension of the sentence of former MLA Kuldeep Singh Sengar. This direction by the High Court that has said that bail is okay, they've given him the bail, but his conviction still stands. His guilt still remains. He's been held to be guilty for the gang rape of the 17-year-old girl. The sentence cannot be paused.
Absolutely, Rhythm. In fact, as you rightly mentioned, this has been Republic TV's campaign story. I'd like you to stay on with us and take us through a timeline of the case and how it has been a tough fight for the victim, especially when we were dealing with a man as powerful and, somebody who has flexed his muscle strength as this BJP MLA, the then BJP MLA.
I remember when this case had even come up earlier, the CBI had opposed Kuldeep Singh Sengar's plea for the sentence to be reduced. At every stage, there had been arguments that had been filed by Sengar in the Delhi High Court also, which were very different, and I would say something that we had not heard earlier. Appearing for the CBI at that time, I remember the special public prosecutor then had even submitted that the bail applications on suspension of the application is maintainable only when there is a material change in circumstances. So what I'm trying to tell our viewers, without going into details, is that there is no change in circumstance. But Kuldeep Singh Sengar has been trying for the longest time to try and get his sentence suspended. Why should the sentence of a person who is facing trial, who has been convicted by the trial court, be suspended till his appeal is heard? I don't think this kind of a relief would have been given to another who would not have had powerful lawyers fighting for him in the Delhi High Court. And Kuldeep Singh Sengar has been held to have gang raped a 17-year-old girl. Her bona fides were also very clear. Of course, allegedly is a word we'll continue using, but she tried to self-immolate herself outside the UP Chief Minister's office. It is only then that the CBI and others had filed charge sheets in this case. Once that public attention and national attention had been got, this trial had shifted to Delhi. He had then tried to threaten her. Her father died in judicial custody.
Right. Rhythm, I'm being told that we...
Let me also try and go across to our women activist, Brinda Arige, joining us on the phone line. Brinda Arige, the Delhi High Court today has shockingly said that the suspension of sentence will be there pending appeal. What do we make out of this when it comes to a very powerful Kuldeep
absolutely unacceptable that this man who's actually been convicted, and it is not just one case, he has also been abetting so many others in the same particular case. Father is gone, the whole family is literally wiped out, and he and all those people who are supposed to be part of the protection mechanism have done away with a lot of evidence. How can the High Court even consider something like that? Forget giving any verdict and order. How can the High Court consider that, yes, we will now, suspend it pending whatever? He is a criminal. He is powerful. He has influential lawyers, very rich lawyers for that matter, fighting that case. And this is not the same that will happen for any other rapist. This man cannot be let out. He is a danger to the society. He's a danger to the constituency. He's a danger to women in India. Let's not even talk about just where he might have won his elections. He's a danger to women across India. And if the High Court even considers it and says, yes, let's give it a try, yes, we have new evidence, you have no new evidence. You have no new circumstantial evidence. You have nothing new. You still are unwilling to prosecute and put this fellow out into jail for the rest of his life with available evidence. What is the High Court trying to tell? Because if it ever considers and gives him that kind of a verdict, the High Court is sending a very strong message, not only a negative message, but another dangerous message that we, the High Court, are not here for the victim and the survivor of rape or sexual violence. Because we only support the strong, influential, and politically strong people who have this kind of patronage. And is that what the High Court wants to say?
Okay.
No. So we want to ask the High Court to say, you are there on our behalf. You are our last resort. We cannot go anywhere else after this. There's no way we can go to a court that might be sitting in Geneva. You are our last resort. You stand up for us. You stand up for this girl who came and pleaded before you. She was not even allowed to come and attend hearings in court. I hope the court looks at all of this. No judge can be ignorant of these things.
And I think one needs to understand that this person, Kuldeep Singh Sengar Brinda, has tried his best to get relief. Whether it's getting the best lawyers, not only has the BJP expelled him at that time, but even when he had tried to come to the court, every time he had his lawyers give out a new excuse before the Delhi High Court. Sometimes they said this girl is lying. Sometimes they went forward and said that this jail term is not correct. I remember one of the lawyers, in fact, had argued for him and said that at the time when this victim was allegedly getting raped, she was on a phone call. The most shocking words were stated against this victim.
Again and again, we are looking at the court that is blaming the victim and listening to the defense when it comes up with these kind of absolutely flimsy arguments. If she was on the phone, she cannot be raped. Maybe she was trying to call somebody. What is it? I wonder what the lawyer is trying to say. But irrespective, he's a defense lawyer or she's a defense lawyer, and they will go ahead with what they have to argue. But why is the court not being that so-called neutral judge? That is what he has been trained for. To be neutral, to listen both sides, weigh the pros and cons, look at circumstantial evidence, look at hear the arguments that have been presented by the prosecutor, and then say, yes, this woman was not only raped and harassed and her family literally wiped out, but she's also somebody who needs my support now, because there's nowhere else he can go. There's nowhere else. Her family cannot do anything. They're not powerful like this Singer fellow. They don't have the political clout. And if this judge ever talks about saying, I'm going to reconsider and see that, this fellow goes out and does not stay in jail for the rest of his life, what the court is telling, women of India, don't come to courts.
I completely agree with you. But I also want to show you what the senior advocate, Mr. Hariharan, had said on earlier occasions before the court. when they had tried to say that she was, in fact, not giving out the correct words. Senior advocate had argued trial court misread call data records. He claimed prosecution alleged Sengar had 3 mobile numbers. That is wrong. He then said that the place of the incident that had been stated was wrongly committed. He highlighted discrepancies between 2 locations. He indicated that the investigation officer's deposition showed that the prosecutrix had been using a mobile phone during the relevant period. So at one point, in fact, Brinda, the senior advocate Hariharan said she had eloped allegedly with one of those individuals and remained in contact with him via the phone at the time of the alleged rape.
These are loopholes that are being created by the defense lawyer. And I think we must be ashamed of ourselves as a nation that we find these loopholes to be the only leg that they can stand on to talk about someone who all of us know has done this, has raped, has intimidated, has pushed and forced the family to die. Not only that, they have manually stopped this person from attending court. Well, what else does the judge want? We're looking at India. We're looking at India where coming and reporting a case itself is such a huge challenge. And then staying in that village with that family, finding a job, going through till a next hearing itself is a huge challenge. We are not like in the West, where they get all the victim support. And judges, I still hope that the judge will reconsider and say, no, you stay back in life for the rest of your life. Whatever was done is a crime, and we are the only ones who are there between you and that victim.
All right, Brinda, this is Shivam Dutt Mehta joining from the studio. What other options does the victim family have post this verdict by the court, the statement? What do you think the other options they have in hand?
I feel very sad that such a question is being asked, that now there is an option that she must start looking for, because the powerful are using, abusing every system that is in their power. Well, she will have to only go to the Supreme Court. Is that right? After going through all of this. And the judge says, chalo, we have found one loophole with the letter of the law. Go to Supreme Court. I ask this question. If it was me or my daughter over there, how would I look at such a case? What would I think of this judge? Is that judge fit enough to be there? If this judge finds just that loophole in the letter of the law or the protocol that has been followed or not followed to be the only reason to allow a rapist, murderer who abused the system for his benefit to be out, I want to ask this question to the judges. If this is what you want to play at, we really cannot talk about women, safety, and their dignity in India. Everything else will be a farce, irrespective of what politicians say, because a judge finds that a loophole in the law is enough to bring this rapist, murderer out, and for that person to continue. Because we know recidivism is very high across the world, not simply India. So this man is not someone who is not a rapist. You see, that is not what the court is proving. The court is only saying she was on the phone, she was talking to somebody, the prosecutor was doing that. Has he said, can that fellow stand there and say, my client is not a rapist? No, he can't say that. So it is a shame on all of us, especially on the judiciary.
All right, thanks a lot, Brinda, for joining us at this moment. And the sentence suspended for ex-BJP MLA Sanger. This is a very big story. The sentence to rapist and ex-MLA Sanger has been suspended. The convictions stands, but sentence has been paused. A division bench comprising of Justice Subramaniam Prasad and Justice Harish Vaidyanath Shankar, while pronouncing the order, has also said, we are suspending the sentence based on a personal bond and with 3 sureties of like amount, not to come within 5 kilometer radius of the residence of the victim, and he has been directed to stay in Delhi during the pendency of the appeal. Now we are being joined by Mr. Swapnil Kothari to speak on this issue. Swapnil, what's your take on this statement by the court and the judgment, the verdict?
Well, I don't really agree with this because, if there was a sentence earlier, then either you commute the sentence or either you keep the sentence the same or you quash. But I believe that it's pending the outcome of the appeal. So then I believe these 4-5 conditions are legitimate in the circumstances of, telling a person that you will not go out the limits, you suspend, you give up your passport, etc. But to, suspend the sentence is a little odd. I mean, if he's continuing to serve, or is it that the court is finding some sort of a legitimate ground that this man is going to succeed in the appeal and get his sentence quashed? That can be the only case where, the court feels that this sentence is harsh enough that he should not be following it. You see? So it's a little surprising, I mean, a bail has been given to him, but, to use the word suspending the sentence is a little odd in my opinion. So, be that as it may, if the court has thought it deemed it fit, then so be it. And hopefully this man will remain within the precincts of, the limits that have been prescribed, and he will continue to observe the conditions that have been laid down by the court. Because, as whilst I'm speaking to you, I'm also looking at it. And it seems to me that the court has had some sort of a, rethink on this and, must be thinking about it that let's do this in a fair manner, because personal liberty is one of the most, it's a fundamental right. So I think keeping in mind the personal liberty issues, etc., I think the court is taking this into account. I'm not saying that the court is going to release him or quash the sentence. So don't get me wrong. Let's not, the viewers get me wrong. It's just that the words that has been used, it's okay. I mean, it's okay, because the court has got the power to do so, but I wouldn't use these phrases. I would sort of term it in a different way. That's my first take on it. Because suspending the sentence is a little, it's sort of some sort of a, relaxation in my opinion. Because it's a rape case at the end of the day. It's not something which is like a theft or a robbery.
Definitely. And my colleague Rhythm is also with me, sir. She will be asking the next question to you.
Sure,
Rhythm.
no problem.
Swapnil, very, very clearly what has happened today has shocked. Swapnil, I was also going through May 2025 when this case had earlier come up. Senior advocate Mr. Hariharan, who appeared for Kuldeep Sengar, had also said that when this case was going on, it was alleged, the arguments that were made in this case, and I'm reading out, claimed that the victim was linked with another incident in which she had alleged she was gang raped by 2-3 individuals for the same village. She had according to the senior advocate, eloped with one of those individuals and remained in contact with him via the phone at the time of the alleged rape in the Kuldeep Sengar case. Now, such arguments were made in the Delhi High Court, Swapnil. First, we remember this. Second, we remember this case came to the attention in 2018 when she tried to self-immolate herself. It was the national attention that had the trial court give out an order in 2019 when, on day-to-day basis, the Delhi court had said that he's been convicted for life imprisonment. That life imprisonment order has been suspended. It has been suspended pending appeal, yes, but we don't know. Just like the High Court does not know and the Honorable Supreme Court does not know when that appeal is going to be heard, let alone decided, Swapnil. So is this not shocking and bizarre? When this gang-raped victim had tried to immolate herself, her father had died in judicial custody on alleged false charges, And now she had also stated at that time that she had been harassed by the police officials, threatened not to name Kuldeep Sengar. That very same Sengar is going to be walking out in a case in which he had earlier been given a life sentence. Swapnil? Let me quickly tell you the facts of this case today and why we at Republic TV that had run the campaign for the Unnao gang rape victim are shocked. There was the self-immolation attempt that was made by this victim. She had alleged that in 2017, when she was a minor, she had been gang raped by Kuldeep Singh Sengar, who was a legislator at that time. He was later suspended. This very VIP person had then allegedly had the police officials threaten her not to take his name. She, however, tried to self-immolate herself. This got into national attention. There were charge sheets filed by the CBI. Once that had happened, there was yet another attempt that was made to harass her. There were attempts that were made to try and tell her to not speak up. Her father, on false charges, was killed, was first arrested and was in custody. In judicial custody, he was murdered. He died in judicial custody. Let that sink in. In 2019, the trial court in the gang rape case convicted Kuldeep Singh Sengar. He was serving the sentence. He has been out on bail earlier. In 2025, that is today, after hearing arguments, the Honorable Delhi High Court bench has not only granted him bail, they have also said that during the pendency of this, he shall also be able to be suspending his sentence. And while they do that, Swapnil, they're saying that we've suspended his sentence only till the pendency of his appeal. But Swapnil, you and I know in India, we don't know when the case is going to come up before a court, and we don't know when it's certainly going to be decided. So do we then say that in this case where Republic TV had fought so hard and campaigned for relief for this victim who tried to self-immolate herself, she's lost her father, she was threatened, she was harassed, are we simply going to just try and say that the sentence can be suspended for a VIP legislature who is, of course, no longer in power, Swapnil, but how does he get to enjoy such arguments and such moments in the Delhi High Court?
This is a very big case, and there's a big question why such kind of statement, why such kind of verdict, why such kind of sentence comes from the Honorable Court. When Unao rape case convicts walks out of jail, he has been given a bail, and it comes with terms and conditions. Rhythm is also with me. Rhythm, if you can run us through the terms and conditions that have been given by the court, otherwise it will be suspended again. Any details about that too?
We have all the details of that. Let's tell our viewers today what has happened. But first, I'll tell our viewers about what had been stated earlier. Let me tell our viewers today what has happened. The Delhi High Court has suspended the life sentence of Kuldeep Singh Sengar in the Unao rape case. It was awarded to him. He was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment by the trial court in the Unao rape case. This is a division bench comprising of Justice Subramaniam Prasad and Justice Harish Vedanath and Shankar. They pronounced this order. They said, we are suspending the sentence. A personal bond of 15 lakh rupees with 3 shorties shall be given. He is not allowed to come within 5 kilometers radius of the residence of the victim. He is directed to stay in Delhi during the pendency of his appeal. Ensure that he is available for completing the remaining part of the sentence in case he is found guilty. He is directed not to threaten the victim survivor or the mother. Deposit his passport and has to be before the police station once a week every Monday at 10 a.m. Now, we're awaiting a copy of this. But earlier, remember this year, he was, of course, given bail earlier. He was convicted in December last year for raping the victim and for allegedly, he was, we have to see, for murdering her father in connivance with police officials of Makhi. This is a village in the Unao district. He had been sentenced to life imprisonment. The trial in the matter had been transferred to Tisazari by the Supreme Court in 2019. The transfer petition had been moved by the survivor. The Supreme Court had taken note of this rape survivor's letter written to the then Chief Justice of India, Justice Gogoi, who had transferred all the 5 cases that were registered in connection with the incident from a Lucknow court in UP to this court in Delhi with these directions that it should be completed within 45 days. Kuldeep Singh Sengar had then been convicted. All this has happened, but now the Delhi High Court has suspended the jail term of Kuldeep Singh Sengar and granted him bail. As they've done this, they've given certain directions, which I just read out. But we really have to see what's going to happen. I'm also getting a bit of news that even as he was sentenced to 10 years in judicial custody, in the other case, we have to see, I want to get in and check what happens with the victim when she had sought cancellation of his interim bail earlier in 2023. But he has been in prison all this time. He had got bail several times in the last few years. But if today's order stands and he is allowed to walk out on bail, which it seems he shall be because he shall continue to Delhi and he will be having to meet and be at the police station every Monday, then this seems to be a shocking turn of events. It's bizarre, because he had been sentenced in this case.
All right, Rhythm, the other question, what...
In fact, I also want to tell our viewers that the victim earlier had said that there was a threat perception to her and her family. She had received information that Sengar was trying to harm her after being released. This is something that was said for her by her advocate. And they had said that this is something that they wanted to bring forward before the court in 2022-2023. At that time, the High Court had also been told about this. Sengar had appealed the trial court's verdict in the Unao rape case. It's pending in the High Court, it was said. He wants the quashing of the 2019 trial court order that has sentenced him to imprisonment for the remainder of his life. Remember, viewers, the girl was kidnapped and raped by Sengar in 2017 when she was a minor. In 2020, he was also sentenced to 10 years rigorous imprisonment in the case of death of the rape victim's father in custody. And the court had also awarded a 10-year sentence to his brother Atul Singh Sengar and 5 others. The father, we remember, of the rape victim was arrested at the behest allegedly of Sengar in a case under Arms Act. He died in custody, judicial custody, I remember, in April 2018. This was a sustained Republic TV campaign. We had spoken against Kuldeep Singh Sengar, after which campaign he had been awarded these sentences. The case had been transferred to Delhi from the trial court, and then these directions had been given.
All right, Rhythm, the other question, does this order set a precedent for other cases as well, if a comparison is done for other cases?
Of growth, jobs and progress that Tamil Nadu has suffered under the corrupt regime of DMK. It is important for the people of Tamil Nadu to get a good government, a government which is development focused, a government which provides for better future for the women of Tamil Nadu, for the youth of Tamil Nadu, for the farmers of Tamil Nadu, for the fishermen of Tamil Nadu, for the MSME, small industries and industrialists of Tamil Nadu, for the traders of Tamil Nadu, a government that provides a better future for our Tamil brothers and sisters is the commitment of the NDA, is the commitment of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is the commitment of our leader in Tamil Nadu, Edappadi Palaniswamy, and together all the members and partners of AIADMK and BJP and other friendly parties of NDA will work for a bright future for Tamil Nadu.
நீண்ட இடைவெளிக்கு பிறகு மத்திய அமைச்சர் மாண்புமிகு பியூஷ் கோயல் அவர்களை இன்றைய தினம் நாங்கள் சந்தித்து பேசினோம். கிட்டத்தட்ட தமிழகத்தில் இருக்கின்ற நிலவரங்கள் குறித்து அவர் கேட்டறிந்தார். 2026 சட்டமன்ற பொதுத் தேர்தலில் அதிமுக, பாரதிய ஜனதா மற்றும் என்டிஏ கூட்டணியில் அங்கம் வைக்கின்ற கட்சிகள் ஒருங்கிணைந்து எப்படியெல்லாம் செயல்பட வேண்டும் என்ற கருத்தை பரிமாறிக்கொண்டோம். அடுத்த ஆண்டு நடைபெறுகின்ற தமிழகத்தில் நடைபெறுகின்ற சட்டமன்ற பொதுத் தேர்தலில் அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகம், பாரதிய ஜனதா மற்றும் தேசிய ஜனநாயக கூட்டணியில் அங்கம் வைக்கின்ற கட்சிகள் ஒருங்கிணைந்து மக்கள் விரோத திமுக ஆட்சி அகற்றப்பட வேண்டும். அதற்கான திட்டங்களை நாங்கள் இப்பொழுது ஆரம்ப கட்ட பேச்சுவார்த்தை நடத்திக்கின்றோம். இன்றைக்கு தமிழகம் முழுவதும் மக்கள் ஒரு கொந்தளிப்போடு இருக்கின்றார்கள். இந்த ஆட்சியை, திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சி அகற்றப்பட வேண்டும். அதற்கு உண்டான நடவடிக்கையை அதிமுக, பாரதிய ஜனதா, தேசிய ஜனநாயக கூட்டணியில் அங்கம் வைக்கின்ற கட்சிகளும் ஒருங்கிணைந்து செயல்படும். அடுத்த ஆண்டு நடைபெறுகின்ற சட்டமன்ற தேர்தலிலே அதிமுக, பாரதிய ஜனதா தலைமையில் அமைக்கப்பட்ட கூட்டணி மிகப்பெரிய வெற்றி பெற்று ஆட்சி அமைக்க என்பதை தெரிவித்துள்ளது.
All right, we have Sharda with us on the phone line. Sharda, what are the latest details? The Bharatiya Janata Party has begun seat-sharing negotiations with the AIADMK, which is heading the National Democratic Alliance in Tamil Nadu for 2026 assembly elections.
The conversations between the ADMK and BJP has started today, has begun today. It is expected that in the seat-sharing process, the BJP and the AIADMK would be talking about getting at least 30 seats for the elections. And it's also the main conversation between the AIADMK and BJP today, because Piyush has taken as charge as the election in charge of the state. And this is not the first time. Back in 2019, Piyush Goyal was the person who brought BJP and the AIADMK seat sharing process. And it's expected that the process is going on smooth this time as well, as Piyush Goyal has a good relationship with Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, and the AIADMK leader and Piyush Goyal together has been constantly discussing from 2019 about what would be the future of Tamil Nadu, and now officially the talks for the seat sharing is begin. Earlier it was said that the BJP was asking for 50 seats, but back in 2019 they got 20. Now sources from both the parties say that the number would land at 30, and expecting that out of the 234 seats, BJP will be contesting in 30 strong seats, which the core committee has discussed today as well.
All right, moving to our next big breaking news that is coming right now at this moment, ladies and gentlemen. Another big breaking news on your television screens. As you can see, a BJP district vice president, Anju Bhargav, has assaulted and abused a visually impaired girl in MP's Jabalpur. As you can very well see the visuals, the video on your television screen, a visually impaired girl in MP's Jabalpur was assaulted and abused by a BJP district vice president, Anju Bhargav. By the visuals, you can very well understand. And the MP was claiming that she was enabling religious conversion, and that too with a cop just standing by, as you can very well see. So this is the video. This is on camera. You can see a BJP district vice president, Anju Bhargav, assaulted and abused a visually impaired girl in MP's Jabalpur. In MP's Jabalpur, she is a visually impaired girl whom you can see sitting on the chair. All right, viewers, time for a short commercial break. But coming up next, Delhi High Court suspends life sentence of ex-BJP MLA Kuldeep Singh Sengar in Unao rape case.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
In a significant development in the long-standing Unao rape case, the Delhi High Court suspended the life imprisonment sentence of expelled BJP leader Kuldeep Singh Sengar, who was convicted in 2019 for the rape of a minor in 2017 and the subsequent custodial death of her father. Some conditions have been put in place, but serious questions being raised about the order that has been passed. Joining me on this broadcast is Asha Devi, Nirbhaya's mother. आशा जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रिपब्लिक टीवी से बात करने के लिए। आज जिस तरह के ऑर्डर पास किया गया कुलदीप सिंह सेंगर को लेकर सवाल ये उठाया जा रहा है कि आखिरकार लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट हटाने की किस बात पर है, किस बात पर लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट हटाया जा रहा है और किस तरह के मैसेज ये हम देश को भेज रहे हैं।
देखिए, ये तो बिल्कुल उस परिवार के लिए बिल्कुल सही नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि अगर किसी को उम्र कैद की सजा दी गई है और हाई कोर्ट में आके उसको बिल्कुल बेल पे भेज दिया जाए तो ये तो एक गलत संदेश गया। और उसमें भी इतने पावरफुल आदमी।
बेल की बात नहीं हो रही है, इस पर यह कहा जा रहा है कि लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट जो पहले दिया गया था उसे सस्पेंड किया जाता जब तक कुलदीप सिंह सेंगर की जो एप्लीकेशन है, जो अपील है, जब तक उसकी सुनवाई हो रही तब तक लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट को हटाया जा रहा है। ये इसीलिए कई लोग सवाल उठा रहे हैं, ये बेल की बात हो ही नहीं रही, ये बेल से कई गुना ज्यादा है।
ये ऐसा तो बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए। फिर तो और केसों में भी जब तक सुनवाई चलेगी तो सब मुजरिम कहेंगे कि हमारे सजा को हटा दिया जाए। ये तो बिल्कुल गलत संदेश जा रहा है, ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए। क्योंकि आप थोड़े दिन पहले हम उस परिवार से हमारी दिल्ली में ही मुलाकात हुई थी। वो जो लड़का है वो कह रहा था उसकी खुद की 3 बेटियां हैं, वो सिक्योरिटी में रहते हैं, उनको जो बेटियां हैं छोटी छोटी उनको स्कूल नहीं भेज सकते, वो डर के साए में जीते हैं। और अगर ऐसा फैसला आ रहा है कि नहीं तब तक उस सजा को हटाया जाए फिर सुनवाई किया जाए तो ये तो बिल्कुल समझ से बाहर है सर। ऐसा होना नहीं चाहिए, खासकर जब महिलाओं और बच्चियों की सुरक्षा की बात है तो मैं तो इस फैसले से बिल्कुल
आशा जी, मैं ये सवाल इसलिए कर रहा हूं क्योंकि आपने कई लोगों के लिए आपने एक जस्टिस की लड़ाई की और एक तरह से आप देखा जाए तो आप एक तरह के सिंबल है, जस्टिस की सिंबल माना जाती है। अब जब ये सवाल उठाया जाता है कि जो पावरफुल है,
सजा हटा के हमारी सुनवाई की जाए, हमारी फांसी की सजा हटा के हमारी सुनवाई किया जाए, तो ये कोई सुनवाई थोड़ी है, ये तो केसों के और विक्टिमों के साथ मजाक है। ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए।
सवाल वापस यही उठाया जाएगा जिनके पास पावर है। आखिरकार बीजेपी के लेजिस्लेटर रह चुके हैं ये, और साथ ही साथ एक स्ट्रॉन्ग मैन माना जाता है उत्तर प्रदेश में। जब उनकी स्टेट में उनके सेंटेंस को सस्पेंड किया जाता है तो सवाल यही उठाया जाएगा कि हमारे देश में जिसके पास पैसा है, जिसके पास पावर है, उसी को न्याय मिल सकता है।
बिल्कुल हमारी बच्चियां वैसे ही कुचली जाएंगी, ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए। क्योंकि आप ये सोचिए ना कि एक ही नहीं है, हजारों सैकड़ों लाखों में लोग जेल में भरे हैं, तब तो सब लोग कहेंगे कि हमारी फांसी की सजा हुई है उसको हटा के, हमारी उम्र कैद की सजा हुई है उसको हटा के आप सुनवाई करिए। तो ये तो बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए। हमारा पुलिस से, कोर्ट से, सरकार से सबसे अपील है कि जो भी अपील उनकी है, जो भी विक्टिम का केस है उसको देखते हुए जिस तरह से उनकी सजा है उसको बरकरार रखते हुए ही सुनवाई कीजिए। और जो भी आपका फैसला है बच्चियों के हित में होना चाहिए, विक्टिमों के हित में होना चाहिए, समाज के हित में होना चाहिए।
आशा जी, आपने कई बार समाज के लिए कई सारे ऐसे इश्यूज हैं जिसके लेकर आपने मुहिम छेड़ा है। आज आप ऐसे उन्नाव के रेप विक्टिम के बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे? क्योंकि उनके पास कोई उपाय नहीं है, क्योंकि उनके पास ना ही ये पैसा है कि वो वापस कोर्ट में जाए, अर्जी लगाए, और उन लोगों के लिए कोई सुनवाई नहीं होने वाली है। उनके लिए कौन खड़ा रहने वाला है? कुलदीप सेंगर के लिए कई सारे लॉयर्स हैं, कई लोग हैं उनके लिए, पर उन्नाव के रेप विक्टिम उनके लिए कौन खड़ा रहेगा?
देखिए, हम ऐसा नहीं सोच सकते कि हम उनके लिए कोई नहीं है। उनके लिए कोर्ट है, सरकार है, वहां की पुलिस है। उस परिवार को सहायता मिलनी चाहिए, सिक्योरिटी मिलनी चाहिए। और जो भी ये उस बच्ची के साथ घटना हुई है उसको इंसाफ मिलना चाहिए। जो भी ये सुनने में आ रहा है कि नहीं ये फैसला को अलग रख के सुनवाई चलेगी, तो ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि एक नया नियम बच जाएगा। जो भी मुजरिम है कहेंगे कि हमको जो सजा मिली है उससे हमको हटा के हम अपील करते हैं, हमारी सुनवाई हो। तो एक तो हमारे देश में बच्चियां ऐसे ही असुरक्षित हैं। ऐसे फैसले हमारे समाज के लिए, हमारे बच्चों के लिए बिल्कुल सही नहीं है। तो ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। हमारे कोर्ट से, हमारी सरकार से, चाहे यूपी सरकार है, चाहे हमारी केंद्र सरकार है, हम सबसे अपील करते हैं कि उस बच्ची को इंसाफ मिले, निष्पक्ष जांच हो। जो भी ये सुनने को आ रहा है कि रूल की उनका फैसले को अलग रख के इसकी सुनवाई होगी या वो दिल्ली में रहेंगे, उसके पास नहीं जाएंगे, तो ऐसा कुछ ये बवंडर नहीं होना चाहिए। साफ सुथरा, चाहे उनकी अपील हो चाहे उनकी अपील हो, जिस तरह की सजा मिली है वो सजा को बरकरार रखते हुए इस पे सुनवाई होनी चाहिए। मैं तो यही चाहूंगी।
आशा जी, एक आखिरी सवाल करना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि ऐसे वक्त में कई लोग अपने आप को बेबस समझते हैं और उन्नाव के रेप विक्टिम, उनके परिवार वालों के पास भी, जैसे कि मैंने आपको कहा है कि उनके पास इतना साधन नहीं है कि वो अपने लड़ाई को आगे बढ़ाए। इसीलिए सवाल यही उठता है कि ये वक्त आता है कि सबको एक मुहिम चलाना चाहिए कि आखिरकार अपने आवाज़ को सुनाना चाहिए, ताकि कोर्ट को ये सुनाई दे कि देश में लोग क्या सोचते हैं, कि क्या जिनके पास पैसा है, जिनके पास पावर है, क्या वही उनको ही न्याय मिलेगा? उनका क्या, जिनके पास ना पैसा है ना पावर है?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। बिल्कुल हम लोग जैसे लोग इस चीज के लिए आवाज उठाएंगे। सरकार से, कोर्ट से हमारी रिक्वेस्ट है कि ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। अगर ऐसा होने लगे तो देश में 50% से ज्यादा अमीर लोग हैं, 50% ऐसे लोग हैं जिनके पास खाने के नहीं है, केस के लड़ने के लिए नहीं है। तो वैसे लोगों के लिए भी सरकार को और कोर्ट को इस बारे में सोचना चाहिए, और उस परिवार को हम सब लोगों का सपोर्ट मिलेगा। हम लोग उसके लिए आवाज उठाएं और उस बच्ची को, उस परिवार को इंसाफ मिलेगा।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आशा जी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, और यही चाहेंगे कि हर कोई इसको लेकर सवाल उठाए, क्योंकि आखिरकार हमारी आवाज़ कोर्ट तक पहुंचनी चाहिए कि कई लोग के पास कोई साधन नहीं है इस पूरे मुहिम को छेड़ने के लिए। इसीलिए आशा जी, आप और आप जैसे कई लोग अगर अपनी आवाज़ उठाएं तो ही ये कोर्ट तक पहुंच सकती है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आशा जी हमसे बात करने के लिए। Well, in fact, questions are essentially now being raised about the judgment that has been passed. What does that effectively mean? While some conditions have been put in place, for instance, Kuldeep Sengar cannot go within the perimeter of 5 kilometers of the victim's house here. But is that really enough? While an appeal has already been filed in the court, and till the time, the pendency of this appeal, this sentence remains suspended. Effectively, bail has been granted, which would mean that he walks out of the jail. But right now, because of another case that has been registered against Kuldeep Sengar, it seems that the legislator will not be stepping out of the jail. The sentence to the rapist has been suspended. Let me also bring in Swapnil Kothari, who is joining us on this broadcast. Swapnil, help us understand how exactly is this possible. So on the one hand, you have an appeal that has already been filed in the court by Kuldeep Sengar, challenging this conviction. Keeping that aside, you have a bail that has already been granted.
Shravan, I cannot hear anything.
Swapnil, we'll try and just fix that audio.
Okay, now I can hear you. I can hear you now.
The question that I was asking you is that it is quite surprising because you already have an appeal that has been filed by Kuldeep Singh Sengar in the court challenging the conviction that was given in the year 2019. It seems that this has been taken on certain arguments that have been made by Kuldeep Singh Sengar's lawyer in the court. It completely comes across as bizarre. Help us understand, what does this order essentially mean?
Well, I'm at a loss to understand. I'll have to read the order in detail, but whatever I've read it, about it on bar and the bench, and, that is usually the platform that we go to a live law. And, whatever I'm hearing on television, I think it sounds a little absurd to me. 15 lakh bond is way too high a bond. So that means basically what you're trying to do is that pay me the money and, pay the court the money and then try to, barter your way out or get your way out eventually in the future, that you will be possibly acquitted or anything of that sort. Alternatively, it could also mean that, look, your case is so gruesome and the fact that your offense is so gruesome that you need to pay this kind of a bond if you need to get out. But my question is basically on the principle itself. You have a bail principle. The principle of bail is very simple, that you will comply with the conditions of the bail. You will not get a bail unless and until you have circumstances that mitigate the fact that you need to be personally liberated from the confines of the jail, and that you have a chance possibly of a very remote possibility once again of an acquittal. So now in this kind of a case, you have what sections are there? POXO section is there, criminal intimidation is there, rape is there. Now and kidnapping. I mean, I don't see any reason how this person can even be acquitted in the future, assuming that you have the best lawyers and trying to fight out an appeal. There are several precedents to the effect that, in fact, which go against him, Shravan. So I'm a little astonished that you can grant him bail if you feel so, that he served certain amount of sentence, but don't use the word suspended. I think that sends a very, very wrong message, saying that the trial court has erred in a way in granting a sentence to him.
But is there a precedence?
That's the reason why on appeal
is there a precedence in this case? Because what I see, there isn't one.
I'm sorry?
Is there a precedence?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Swapnil, the question that I'm asking you, have we seen this in the past? Is there a precedence to this particular case?
Not to my knowledge, not to the best of my knowledge. I mean, I've been practicing since 30 years. This sounds a very, very absurd thing. It could be one or two of stray cases, but there could be an absolute reasoning behind it, which may have legitimized the fact that the trial court erred in passing a judgment of that sort. But then nothing stops the Delhi High Court, or any High Court for that matter, to come to a conclusion, to arrive at that observation and say that there is a possibility that the trial court has erred. And then when you say that there is a possibility, and then when you use the word suspended the sentence, then it makes a lot of sense to me, or to any practical person who's reading or to looking at it, and more importantly so to lawyers. But to not use that phrase and to just say that the sentence is suspended, it somehow sends shivers down my spine to say that possibly this man is going to succeed in an appeal and trying to get his judgment overturned, and to whatever extent of the sentence that he served, so be it. Like any other under trials who've languished in jail for ad nauseum for crimes that they did not commit. So are you equating him on par with them, saying that, oh, fine, he's sort of served a sentence for, say, 3-4 years, and nevertheless the trial court erred in passing this judgment. There was not enough evidence to that effect, and there are mitigating circumstances, and this case has not been proved beyond reasonable doubt. I mean, what is this? Is there some sort of a political influence? I don't want to use that phrase. I don't want to use that, but a 15 lakh bond, and to say that that the suspense is sentence is suspended, and then to put down these 4-5 conditions, which are very reasonable, which are not something which are draconian, which anybody will follow. If I'm allowed to get out of the 4 confines of a cage, I'll be very happy to follow them, Shravan. But I don't understand, why am I out in the first place? What is this? I don't understand. I absolutely do not understand. And with the highest of respect to the High Courts and to the Delhi High Court in particular, I would want to read this reasoning in extenso, in detail. There has to be a reasoning that has to be given, because otherwise it opens up a can of worms and a Pandora's box for other gruesome cases, for people who are serving sentences halfway and somewhere they're with the appeal pending, that, we can get out. Parole and furlough are out in this case. This is a clear-cut sort of a semi-judgment acquitting me in some sort.
Swapnil, in terms of the options available, in fact, I was asking this question to Nirbhaya's mother, because as far as the Unao rape victim is concerned, the tragedy that the family has seen from losing their loved ones, the father also undergoing through a traumatic time, it seems that they would not be left with much of an option right now. If at all there is, what are the options available right now before the Unao rape victims'
Well,
family?
I think the options that are available for the rape victims' kith and kin is to go back to the High Court and try to file some sort of a review application or anything of that sort and say that this is a very, very, very judgment which suffers from non-application of mine to the best of my knowledge, to use the legal language. And please explain to us as to why this word or this phrase suspension of sentence has been used. Other than that, I don't think this person has got any chance otherwise, because I see in the coming appeal, this conviction is bound to be commuted to possibly the sentence that he's served already, and he gets out free, or maybe 6 months or a year more, or alternatively, an entire conviction overturned and the sentence squashed. So
Right.
that is what I see. So you have to go in appeal. I mean, you have to file a review for this. I don't see any reason, because otherwise you don't stand a very, very solid legal ground, especially when you're arguing the merits of in the appeal.
Thank you very much, Swapnil, for joining us on this broadcast. Just before I let you go, Swapnil, just a quick question, because you're saying that there isn't a precedence, not to your knowledge. But having said that, does it sound a little surprising, because you have the appeal already pending in the court? Not that he has spent enough number of years behind bars. Had that been the case, then that argument could have also been taken into consideration. That logic could have been taken into consideration. The conviction comes in the year 2019. It's barely few years.
Well, you've laid it out yourself. I mean, it's bizarre. It doesn't make any logic to me, make any sense to me whatsoever why this phraseology has been used. Suddenly a 15 lakh bond is there coming into the picture with these 4-5 conditions that Rhythm spelled out earlier. I absolutely, Shravan, I would want to read this, and I would strongly recommend to the lawyers of the rape victim and the kith and kin who are fighting on her behalf, to go back to the High Court and try to get and make some sense out of it and try to get that phraseology out. Yes, you want to grant bail. You've got all the powers to grant bail. Nothing stops you in the world. You are the High Court within your jurisdiction of, you are allowed to give that bail. So be it. But at the end of the day, remove this phraseology of and clarify that this is no way going to affect the merits of the case. This is what courts do normally, that by no stretch of imagination should this 15 lakh bond or should these conditions of bail tantamount to the fact that there is some sort of a mitigating circumstance as far as the offense is concerned, and, leave it at that. Just leave it at that. Otherwise, it sends a very, 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 very wrong signal. I mean, at the first blush, even a third-year law student would be appalled. Trust me. Much less somebody with practicing since 3 decades. I mean, this is very astonishing to me, especially when this case has made so much headlines. When it's there, POCSO is there. A POCSO section is there. I mean, come on, POCSO sections don't just come into the picture just like that.
Very much, Swapnil, for helping us at least put this into perspective, because no one can really wrap their head around this entire order that has been passed and what is the logic behind this. Thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. Well, shifting focus now to the other top story that we are getting to you. This is from Orissa, where the Orissa government has ordered a special audit into the purchase and customization of 51 Mahindra Thar vehicles for the Forest Department. Now, there are allegations of irregularities. Now, the vehicles were bought for about 7 crore rupees, but they spent an additional 5 crore rupees, and that too for modifications. These modifications, they say, was certain requirements that they had, sparking a massive controversy there with regards to the customization. The Forest Minister, Ganesh Ram Singh Kuntia, has now directed an audit citing concerns over the procurement process and whether due procedure was actually followed. Now, the customized vehicles have been equipped with 21 add-ons for enhanced patrolling and surveillance and have been deployed across 22 wildlife divisions, including a tiger reserve in the area. Now, interestingly, this happens at a time when the government isn't really spending enough money to at least send their own sportsmen for a wrestling championship, where they're essentially seen in a video that has also been accessed. We're going to put that out in a short while from now, where you could actually see those going for a wrestling championship representing the state of Orissa are sitting next to a lavatory in the train, and there isn't much money that they have to spend on their sports person. But take a look at what's really happening here, where you have roughly about additional 5 crore rupees just to make these specifications. On your screen right now, these were the Mahindra Thar vehicles that were used by the Forest Department of the Odisha government, and they say that this was on the basis of certain requirements, specifications that actually came in. In fact, the Forest Minister has also spoken on this entire issue, saying that an audit has been carried out. Let me also take you through what else is making news at this hour. This is Bharat in 1 minute. An incident was reported in Naveen Madni in Hapur, Uttar Pradesh. As per the reports, 3 fire tenders were taken to the spot. The fire was also prevented from spreading to other shops. 3 shops, however, were completely damaged. BJP parliamentarian Jagdish Shettar from Belgavi highlighted rampant corruption and infighting between Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar. He said that the entire administration of the Karnataka government has completely collapsed and no officers are hearing anybody's words. Infighting is going on to damage the development of Karnataka. Delhi NCR continues to be blanketed by thick smog. Flight operations have been severely affected at the Delhi airport due to heavy fog. Thick fog continues to reduce the visibility across the northern plains and the national capital, disrupting trains and flights for an 8th straight day. Security forces have launched a major overnight search operation amid Pakistan-backed infiltration threats on the international border. Search operation is underway in border areas of Samba district since 3 o'clock this morning. Jammu and Kashmir police personnel have also been deployed on the ground for the searches. Houses located along the traditional infiltration routes have been thoroughly searched. Police teams are also scanning riverbeds and nearby streams for any suspicious activity. A chilling honor killing in Karnataka's Hubballi has now been reported. A 7-month-old pregnant woman was allegedly beaten to death by her own father over her intercaste marriage. Police say the crime was premeditated, with close relatives also involved. Here is a full report.
A chilling and brutal murder of a 7-month pregnant woman, and that too by her own father. The incident happened in Inam Veerapura village of Hubballi in Karnataka. The woman allegedly killed for marrying outside her caste. The victim, identified as Manya Patil, was attacked on Sunday evening by her family, who opposed her intercaste love marriage. Police say the father assaulted his daughter with an iron rod. CCTV footage shows him holding the weapon moments before the attack.
One incident has happened where 3 people have assaulted one family members. In that incident, one lady, Manya Patil, has succumbed to her injuries. She was attacked by her father only and relatives. One victim, Manya Patil, she has succumbed to her injuries. She has been declared dead now by the hospitals.
Manya's in-laws were also attacked when they attempted to save her. Her mother-in-law sustained serious injuries and is currently undergoing treatment. Manya was rushed to hospital in critical condition and succumbed to her injuries later that night. Investigations revealed the couple met through social media and had earlier sought police protection after receiving threats from the woman's family. They returned to the village only a few days ago after a compromise was facilitated by the local administration. Hubballi Rural Police have arrested 3 accused so far, including the victim's father. A special investigation team has been formed, with police categorically treating the case as a clear instance of honor killing.
Amid infiltration threats from Pakistan, security forces have launched an overnight search operation along the India Pakistan border. Search operations were carried out across multiple locations of Samba district. Here's a quick report coming in from Samba.
Jammu and Kashmir police is carrying out intensified operations all along the international border amid the threats from across the border. It's the early morning and the search operations are continuing in the area of the Samba. This is very close to the Indo-Pakistan international border. You will see that the officials as well as the Jawans of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are carrying out the intensified searches. Step by step they are moving inside these houses because there lies a threat that the areas that lies, the population that is close to the international border, that might be used for some anti-national activities by the elements that are detrimental to the security of the country. And there you will see that all these trunks, all the places where something can be kept, even the jars, the containers, everything is being checked with the torches. They have the weapons with them, everything they are tagging along with them. Reason being that the threat perception is imminent. There have been regular inputs that the security forces are getting from the intelligences that there is a larger plot that is being hashed by the adversary, that is Pakistan. It is trying to disrupt the peace by carrying out the attacks on the eve of New Year.
Well, protest outside Bangladesh mission over Deepu Das's lynching. There's been a massive Hindu mobilization that has taken place across the country. Getting you the report on the other side.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
We are
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, friends. A shocker coming in. The High Court has let go or suspended the life sentence of ex-BJP MLA Kuldeep Singh Sengar, accused in the Unao rape case of 2017. We'll try to understand what's up with that case. How come High Court come to a conclusion that the life sentence can be suspended of Kuldeep Sengar, and on what conditions he gets bail if he comes out. All that and more. Let's begin with the headlines. Delhi High Court suspends life sentence of ex-BJP MLA Kuldeep Singh Sengar in Unao rape case. Protest outside Bangladesh High Commission over Deepu Das's lynching, barricades toppled. In Bengal, police cracks down on the protesters. People seen bleeding. Republic Bangla tracks the complete story as movement for nationwide Hindu mobilization grows. Aravalli campaign raises a massive storm, becomes the nation's #1 subject. Republic exposes illegal mining in Haryana and Rajasthan. Despite geopolitical tensions following Operation Sindoor, Indigo continues to rely on wet leased aircraft from Turkish carriers. All right, friends, the Delhi High Court has granted bail to former Bharatiya Janata Party legislator Kuldeep Singh Sengar in the 2017 Unao rape case. The High Court ordered earlier in the day that Sengar should not come within 5 kilometers radius of the victim and remain in Delhi during the duration of his bail. He has been asked to report to the nearest police station every month during the bail period. Let's try to understand what these bail conditions mean. Does he really does not remain a threat to the victim and the victim family? Given the fact that he's out, he would be having access to all communication. Unao rape case, remember it happened in 2017. The Delhi High Court has granted bail to Sengar. We'll try to understand what happens on the ground. We have understood the legal aspect of this development, and there are certain grounds on which the Delhi High Court has granted this bail. And even though the order is suspended pending appeal, and he's going to be, Sengar continues to be in jail as the sentence in another case is there, in which he's serving a 10-year sentence. But in the rape case, he was slapped a life sentence. And for some reasons, the High Court has gone ahead and said that maybe he can be granted bail. Raghavendra joins us live from Lucknow, and Unao is close by. राघवेंद्र, क्या आपको कोई प्रतिक्रिया मिली है इस हाईकोर्ट के फैसले के बारे में? कुलदीप सिंह सेंगर को बेल मिली है, अभी वो तुरंत तो बाहर नहीं आएंगे, पर क्या ये जो विक्टिम परिवार है, विक्टिम है, उनको कोई डर है? आपको कोई जानकारी मिली है?
बिल्कुल, देखिए ये डर का ही मामला था, जबकि ये केस पूरा उत्तर प्रदेश का था, लेकिन जो ये पूरा मामला कोर्ट का था वो दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट ट्रांसफ़र हुआ था, क्योंकि पीड़िता ने ये कहा था कि हमको यहाँ पर जस्टिस नहीं मिलेगा, न्याय नहीं मिलेगा, हमको यहाँ पर खतरा है, इसलिए इस मामले को दिल्ली ट्रांसफ़र किया जाए। तो दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट में मामला चल रहा था। उम्र कैद की सज़ा हुई थी कुलदीप सिंह सेंगर पर। वर्तमान में वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के विधायक थे। हालांकि वो कई और दलों में रह चुके हैं। कुलदीप सिंह सेंगर 3 से 4 बार वो विधायक रहे हैं और लगातार अलग अलग दलों से रहे हैं। तो लास्ट टाइम में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को विधायक थे और उनके ऊपर इस तरह का जो आरोप लगा था, उसमें एक लंबी लड़ाई हुई थी। पूरे देश ने इस मामले को देखा था। उन्नाव रेप पीड़िता का जो मामला था, लगातार वो सुर्खियों में रहा है। भारी पुलिस बल वहां तैनात थी, स्पेशल यहां पर जांच हुई थी और उम्र कैद की सजा भी हुई थी। लेकिन जिस तरह से ये मामला चलता रहा और दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट ने इस पूरे मामले को डिसमिस कर दिया है, उम्र कैद की सजा इस मामले में कहीं न कहीं कुलदीप सिंह सेंगर के परिवार को राहत मिली है। लेकिन कहीं न कहीं जो पीड़िता का मामला है, पीड़िता जरूर इस पूरे फैसले से आहत होगी, क्योंकि वो एक लंबी लड़ाई लड़ रही थी। मामला उत्तर प्रदेश से बाहर चला गया था, इलाहाबाद लखनऊ हाईकोर्ट से बाहर चला गया था। लेकिन अब देखने वाली बात है कि
हाईकोर्ट ने कंडीशन रखी है कि आप दिल्ली नहीं छोड़ेंगे और जो विक्टिम है उसका परिवार है उसके 5 किलोमीटर के रेडियस में नहीं जाएंगे। पर आजकल के ज़माने में जब अगर कुलदीप सेंगर बाहर है और राजनेता रहा है और दबदबे का व्यक्ति है, तो क्या उन्नाव के उसके लोग वहां नहीं जाके मिलेंगे? क्या वो धमकी नहीं देंगे? ये सब संभावनाएं तो हो जाती हैं।
बिल्कुल, देखिए ये संभावनाएं तो बची ही हैं और आप अक्सर देखे हैं कि केस जब इस तरह का होता है, कोई रसूखदार रहता है, कोई आम आदमी रहता है, तो कहीं न कहीं ये दबाव रहता है कि हम जो लोग गवाह हैं, गवाह को प्रभावित किया जाता है, पीड़िता के ऊपर भी कहीं न कहीं प्रभाव बनाया जाता है, दबाव बनाया जाता है। तो ये सब सारी संभावनाएं रहती हैं। लेकिन कहीं न कहीं कानून पर सब विश्वास करते हैं, कानून पर न्याय करते हैं। कानून के ही द्वारा कुलदीप सिंह सेंगर को उम्र कैद की सज़ा मिली थी और कई और मामलों में भी कुलदीप सिंह सेंगर पर मामला चल रहा है। रहा है। तो ऐसे में इस वाले मामले में जिसमें उम्र कैद था उनको राहत मिली है, लेकिन वो भी जेल से बाहर नहीं निकलने वाले हैं, चूंकि और भी कई मामले लंबित हैं जिसका मामला चल रहा है। लेकिन ये जो मामला था दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट जो स्पेशल गया था, जहां पर दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट में सुनवाई चल रही थी, उसमें कहीं ना कहीं इनको राहत जरूर मिली है।
ये राहत की बात नहीं है, ये क्या ये मिसकैरेज ऑफ जस्टिस है, हमें वो समझना पड़ेगा कि पूरा जब ये ऑर्डर आएगा हाईकोर्ट का तो हमें समझना होगा कि किस बिना पे इन्होंने इस तरह से कुलदीप सेंगर को जाने दिया। क्योंकि जो कुलदीप सेंगर के वकील हैं राघवेंद्र, उन्होंने जो बात कही है वो हम विश्वास करें ऐसी नहीं है। उन्होंने तो सीधा सीधा लांछन लगाया है जो प्रोसिक्यूट्रिक्स जो विक्टिम है उसके बारे में। तो ऐसे में इस तरह से बाहर आना और सेंटेंस को सस्पेंड कर देना, are there going to be consequences in terms of safety of the victim is something we have to think, and that's why it's going to be our prime time focus at 8 p.m. The bail granted by the Delhi High Court to former BJP MLA Kuldeep Sengar.
তাদের লিখিত বিবৃতি এবং বিভিন্ন সংবাদ মাধ্যম ইলেকট্রনিক্স মিডিয়া পোর্টালকে দিয়ে তাদের স্পিচগুলো শুনছিলাম, তাতে মনে হয়েছে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় হিন্দুদের এই তীব্র প্রতিবাদ এবং ক্ষোভে তিনি আতঙ্কিত এবং তিনি
because she is worried and she is scared of Hindu consolidation. That is why she is trying to crack down on the Hindu protesters.
দেখাতে বলতে বাধ্য হয়েছেন, তাতে তারা বলেছে যে এই ঘটনার সঙ্গে অরবিন্দ দাস চন্দন দাসের মৃত্যুকে লিঙ্ক করা হচ্ছে।
So the West Bengal police also gave out a statement that how Dipu Dash murder in Bangladesh has been connected with Horogobindo Dash's murder in West Bengal. So the police was also compelled to say the same.
ব্যক্তি ভিন্ন, আক্রমণকারীরা একই, জায়গা দুটো আলাদা।
The place is different but the attackers are the same.
কার্যত এক।
The process is also same. The process of murder is also same, whether in West Bengal or in Bangladesh.
একদম সেম, শুধু দিনটা আলাদা, সালটা আলাদা।
The whole process in which the murder was committed in Bangladesh, Dipu Dash, and in West Bengal, Horogobindo Dash and Chandan Dash, it is similar. Only the place is different, date is different, and the circumstance is different.
আর ওখানে মিথ্যা অপবাদ দিয়ে প্রমাণ ছাড়া দোষী সাব্যস্ত করে প্রথমে
without any proof, just based on allegations, Dipu Dash was killed, beaten, slit his throat, and then he was burned.
একদম সেম।
And Facebook Live was also.
পুলিশ আরো বলেছে আমরা তো ধুলিয়ান শামসেরগঞ্জের ঘটনায় ব্যবস্থা নিয়েছি, চার্জশিট দিয়েছি।
The police is saying that we have given charge sheet, we have prepared charge sheet in this case.
বাঙালি হিন্দু পুড়িয়ে মারার ঘটনা সম্পৃক্ত করবেন, তাদের বিরুদ্ধে ব্যবস্থা নেব।
The police is saying they will take action if someone tries to connect the murder of Horogobindo Dash in West Bengal and the murder of Dipu Dash in Bangladesh. West Bengal police is saying so.
বর্ধমান রাস্তায় বেরিয়ে এসে প্রতিবাদে ভয় পাচ্ছিলেন, তাই আজকে বর্বরচিতভাবে মারা হয়েছে আমরা ভিডিও দেখে।
Today, the Hindu protesters were brutally beaten by Mamata Banerjee's police, and we will identify these police officials.
OBC সার্টিফিকেট দিয়ে OBC কোটায়,
and we doubt that a large section of these police officers and police personnel are actually TMC workers.
they got job by producing fake certificates, but they're actually TMC workers. The way in which Hindus were targeted and beaten up. The way how Lal Baba Maharaj was beaten and other saffron-clad sannyasi saints were beaten up. Some had Rudraksh, some had Jata, some had shaven head. They were beaten up brutally. It's very clear after this that this stick was not only used for upkeeping law and order, but there was some other objective in this incident. There were other objectives, hidden agendas. That is why they had beaten the Hindus so brutally today. The Hindus and Sanatani organizations will march towards the Bangladesh borders in West Bengal, and they will create a blockade in the border areas. On 26th, with huge number of Hindus,
as a leader of opposition,
we have sent a third letter to Deputy High Commissioner of Bangladesh to meet, but he is not meeting. If we don't get response, I will go there to meet him. On 26th, I call upon all the Hindus to come with me, and I will try to move alone if I am allowed, and I'll go inside and meet the Deputy High Commissioner of Bangladesh. And I will meet the Deputy High Commissioner and tell him about the incident. This land is of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Swami Vivekananda, Swami Pranavananda, Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee's land, this West Bengal. This West Bengal is Bengali Hindus' homeland. We won't let the jihadis function here. We will ensure that in a democratic way we will increase the intensity of this protest. 25th we have Tulsi Pujan Divas. 25th we won't do any activity. Tomorrow we will do protests in local areas, and on 26th we will march towards the borders. The way Mamata Banerjee said she will shake up the whole country, we will shake up Bangladesh. Humayun Kabir or Mamata Banerjee won't protest about these incidents. They have the same agendas, Humayun Kabir and Mamata Banerjee. Muslims have now turned against TMC. And Humayun Kabir is just ensuring that the Muslims who are moving away from Mamata Banerjee are voting for Humayun Kabir. So the Muslims who have turned against Mamata Banerjee will now vote for Humayun Kabir, but Humayun Kabir is working for Mamata Banerjee.
মুসলিমদের একটা বড় অংশ ওয়াকফ অ্যামেন্ডমেন্ট বিল নিয়ে মমতা ব্যানার্জি যেদিন বলেছেন দিল্লিতে গিয়ে আন্দোলন করুন সেই দিন থেকে বিরোধী এবং মুসলিমরা
a big section of the Muslims have turned against Mamata Banerjee because of waqf.
লোকসভাপতি দেখি তারা হয়তো ব্যাপক সংখ্যায় ভারতীয় জনতা পার্টিকে সমর্থন করেন না।
Maybe the Muslims won't support BJP in a huge number, but they are turning against Mamata Banerjee.
যে তারা কংগ্রেস সিপিএম কে ভোট দিলে তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস হারবে, বিজেপিকেও আটকে দেওয়া যাবে। একইভাবে দক্ষিণ মালদায় তারা সুচিন্তিতভাবে ভোট দিয়েছেন কংগ্রেসকে, ঈশা খান চৌধুরীকে, তৃণমূলকে রুখে দিবেন বিজেপি।
The Muslims used to vote for Congress and then they started voting for TMC, but they were voting against BJP.
দেখছেন আমাদের কোনো কর্মসূচি করতে গেলে, কোথাও পুজো করতে গেলে, এই মন্দির বাজারে কয়েকদিন আগে
program that we are trying to do, whether it is a puja, we have to take permission from the High Court.
বাবরের নামে তিনি আরবি সংস্কৃতির,
But in the same time, at the same time, a mosque is being constructed in the name of Babar, who was a murderer who destroyed the Hindus of that time. But the state government is actually helping in that process of establishing Babri Mosque.
সভা করতে দেওয়া হলো না, মিছিল করার অনুমতি হাইকোর্টে। কালকে আমার সাগরে কার্যক্রম করেছে।
They are not allowing the opposition leader to have a rally. The High Court is also saying that if every day BJP has to approach the High Court and they have to allow us, it becomes a tedious process. It is very clear that yesterday a new political party was created. I call them Jamaat, JUP. They call themselves Janata Unnayan Party. I call them Jamaat Unnayan Party. In that particular meeting, did they at all take permission from the authorities to make such a big gathering? It's very clear they are working on the same agenda. And Humayun Kabir would also not speak for Dipu Das, and also Mamata Banerjee won't speak for Dipu Das because Dipu Das is Bengali Hindu.
ভ্রমণের টিকিট চাইছে অনেকদিন ধরে বুঝছি। এ সব বন্ধ হয়ে যাবে। পশ্চিমবাংলার লোক যদি জঙ্গি মুক্ত বাংলা চায়,
all of
বিজেপিকে আনুন।
If West Bengal wants a terrorist-free Bengal, BJP should be elected in the government.
বিজেপিকে আনুন।
Wearing
জঙ্গি মুক্ত করতে হবে।
white pajama and Punjabi, they are just doing politics and bringing terrorists. But if BJP is elected, all that will stop.
They are translating the press conference by Bengal BJP Shubhendu Adhikari there, and essentially taking on the Mamata government for not taking a clear position on the mob lynching of Dipu Das in Bangladesh, and in fact harboring elements which represent the ideology which has killed Dipu Das in Dhaka. Kishalai continues to be live with us over the phone actually on this. Kishalai, clearly, Kishalai is live in fact. Kishalai, essentially what I understood was from your translation that there is a Bengal fallout of the developments in Bangladesh, and the BJP believes that the same radical ideology that killed Dipu Das in Bangladesh is essentially being harbored by the Mamata government in Bengal.
Well, exactly. The BJP is saying that it is a proven fact today. Why? Because while the Hindus were protesting against the brutal killing of Dipu Das in Bangladesh, the police openly lathi charged, cracked down on the Hindu Sanatanis, and they cracked down in a way that the Sanatanis, the sadhus, started bleeding from their face, from their head. It was such a brutal crackdown on Hindu Sanatanis who were in fact peacefully protesting in front of the Bangladesh Deputy High Commission demanding for answer, demanding for justice. Shubhendu Adhikari was saying a while back that this proves that the same jihadi mindset is harbored in West Bengal as well, as you rightly put.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what has triggered this BJP press conference is the fact that the Mamata government's police came down heavily on protesters who were out on the streets and wanting to send a message to Bangladesh that Hindus will not take this lying down, the manner in which Deepu Das was targeted for just representing his religion, and with details emerging that there is no evidence whatsoever of any blasphemous words or deeds committed by Deepu Das, and he was killed perhaps because of professional rivalry in the job and lynched by a mob in the name of blasphemy. All right, we keep close track of that. In fact, that's our 9 p.m. prime time debate. The Hindu mobilization and the anger spreading across the country at the manner in which the Yunus regime is harboring these radical elements and anti-India forces. Moving on, it's a rare and direct conversation which is at the heart of one of India's most consequential verdicts. Justice B.R. Gavay, the former Chief Justice of India, who authored the Aravalli judgment, joined Republic Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami on the debate last night, facing straight questions on a ruling that has triggered a nationwide debate. In this interview, Arnab questions the timing of the verdict, quotes directly from the judgment, and confronts the concerns raised on the debate, asking why long-standing safeguards appear to be set aside. It's a no-holds-barred interview. The judgment, the questions, the answers, straight from the judge who wrote it. Watch this.
Sir, I would request you, Justice Gavay, there is a precautionary principle in law. The precautionary principle applies in this case, doesn't it? The precautionary principle in environmental cases means taking preventive action to protect the environment from serious or irreversible harm, even when there is no scientific evidence which is not fully conclusive. This means, as per precedent of the law, the onus is on precaution and safety. Why didn't you apply? I would like to ask you, you have been the Chief Justice of India. The nation wants to know from you, you've been Chief Justice of India in this case, why did you not apply the precautionary principle in this case? There have been innumerable precedents of precautionary principles being applied by the honorable courts on matters of environment. I don't find those quoted in your judgment. May I ask you why?
If you read the operative part, it is very much clear that unless the MSCP is finalized by the IFTRI and finalized by the MOEF, no further mining licenses would be granted.
Justice Gavay, Vellore Citizens Welfare Forum versus Union of India, 1996. The Supreme Court declared the precautionary principle a legally enforceable principle crucial for sustainable development and shifted the onus of proof onto polluters. MC Mehta versus Union of India, Taj Trapezium case, 1986. The Supreme Court used the precautionary principle to stop industries from burning coal near the Taj Mahal, recognizing harm from pollution. I am not an advocate, but I'm asking the former Chief Justice of India, a matter of principle, why did Justice Gavay not apply? Why did the three-judge bench not apply the precautionary principle in this case?
If you kindly go through the operative part, clause 4 and 5 make it very much clear that unless the MSCP is finalized by IFTRI and MOEF, no further mining leases would be granted in all 4 states in the Aravalli Hills.
Sir, the precautionary principle means that in matters that are likely to affect the environment, it is not required to prove that the activity will cause harm, but that the activity is prohibited unless it can be established that it is benign. No one is suggesting here that deforesting the Aravallis will... Sir?
What does the prohibition on the new mining licenses amount to?
Okay, so then let me ask you the AP Pollution Control Board versus MV Naidu case 1990 to 2000. Landmark Indian Supreme Court judgment that reinforced the precautionary principle, established the right to clean water as a part of the right to life, Article 21, and placed the burden of proof on polluters. All these cases were there for you to look at, sir.
We have looked at the cases, and this is T.N. Godavaram and N.C. Mehta are the continuing mandamus proceedings. They are not as if we have closed the matters.
What do you mean? It's not as if...
continuing.
Sir, I'm asking... So you're saying the matter is not closed?
The matter is not closed. We have directed the MSAP to get the report. The MSAP report will come to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court will find out wherein the mining activities are to be permitted and where they are to be prohibited. It is not as if that the matter is closed.
Sir, but you've not looked at other cases which were in the public domain. There is a May report by the government. It's titled Detailed Action Plan Aravalli Landscape Restoration, in brackets Aravalli Green Wall. The irony is this report was published by the Ministry of Environment and Forests. It's not even an old report. It was published in May 25, just 8 months before the Supreme Court redefined the Aravallis. It involved the Forest Survey of India, state forest departments of Delhi, Gujarat, Haryana, Rajasthan, along with German Cooperation for International Cooperation. Now, this report was in the public domain and the nation wants to know from you, Justice Gavay, as the former Chief Justice of India, would you see it the other way, that this report had very much established the threat to the Aravallis? 8 months before your judgment, your new definition allows for leeway by the mining players to exploit an already depleting resource.
Mr. Arnab Goswami, it is firstly not the definition provided by the court. It is a report of the committee of the experts. The court found that the report was liable to be accepted subject to the further requirement regarding, I am again repeating we are again going to the...
So you don't completely agree with the government's version, which the government says we are only going by what the Supreme Court says. You are saying you're only going by what the government told.
We are going by what the report of the experts, of which the FS was also a party. We only accepted that, and in addition to acceptance, we imposed certain stringent conditions which would protect the mining activities. Unless the MSAP is finalized, no further mining will be permitted.
Sir, you've seen Sir, you've seen the report.
If you kindly go through paragraph 4 and paragraph 5 of the operative order, it is more than clear.
Sir, you have seen the affidavit out here, sir, of the government which was filed in this case, because I have gone through it in detail. It's 2000. You say I have not seen the reports, but I have read every word of the 2,334-page additional affidavit filed by the Ministry of Environment. Sir, I am very detailed in my work. Sir, the fact of the matter is the government is trying to institutionalize mining as a core objective, not as an exception, by formally designing a framework whose purpose is to enable exploitation, mining inside the Aravallis.
No, but then we have not accepted that. We have specifically stated that unless and until MSAP, the Management of Sustainable Development Plan, is finalized, no further mining leases.
Sir, may I ask you a question, sir? You also said, sir, now that there is considerable public outrage on this matter, and by informed people, not uninformed people, do you believe that if necessary, this matter should be looked at again, reviewed, discussed?
I have always stated that the law has to be static, law has to be developing, law has to be organic.
Yes.
We have, on various occasions, wherever we have found that earlier orders are not correct, the courts have always corrected them.
So
therefore, I was not inclined to speak to you because the matter may come in review, and normally the author of the judgment should not speak about the judgment. But since you insisted that this is an important issue pertaining to environment,
yes.
So if the subsequent benches find that something more is to be done, it is always permissible. So the TN of Godavarnam is a continuous mandamus process.
So it can come up for review. I mean, your view is given. I'm sure you've kept track of the public discussion on this matter, sir, over the last few days, and the amount of attention it has got.
If the court subsequently finds that something more needs to be done, something needs to be corrected, the courts can always do it.
And the government should be open to review as well, given all the expert opinion, others, it can be put through review again, this decision, this definition, in public interest?
So I can't comment on what the subsequent, because I am now I can't be a part of the bench now, I am out of the system. Wherever the matter is brought before the bench will always take into consideration all the aspects.
We focus on the 6 stories that have set the national agenda. The Aravalli campaign has resonated, and Republic cameras have now reached the illegal mining sites in Haryana and Rajasthan, and we'll get you what our cameras have captured. The other top story is from Unao, where an ex-BJP MLA has been given bail in a rape case. This is a very controversial order that has been given by the High Court, and we'll get you all the details on that, along with 4 more stories that have set the national agenda for today. Tonight at 6 p.m. with me, Tanisha Awasthi.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Please stop!
झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका।
No. मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा।
मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
We are willing.
It's 5 p.m. and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shavins. And our top focus, reports coming in from Haryana as well as Rajasthan, where there's been rampant mining that has taken place. The argument that was made by the Supreme Court was that this order would have prevented from further mining to take place. It seems on the ground, it's a complete different story. We'll get you all the latest, but first let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Hindu mobilization across India. Thousands come out in protest against attacks in Bangladesh on the Hindu community under Yunus regime. Protests in multiple cities include Delhi, Kolkata, Jammu over attacks and Hindus in Bangladesh. Hindu groups say sent all infiltrators back. Hindu protesters Lathi charged in Kolkata claim they are being targeted for speaking out against Bangladesh under Mamata's rule. Sentence suspended pending appeal for rape convict Kuldeep Singh. He was granted life sentence in 2019 but now granted bail on 15 lakh rupees bail bond. Controversial order on Singh question. Nirbhaya's mother says it could set a wrong precedent. It's the interview of the year on popular demand. Order versus former CGI. Gavay interview on Aravalli at 8:30 tonight. The Save Aravalli movement has now become nation's #1 talking point. Republic TV's campaign, wherein we question the Supreme Court order and the government's defense, has ignited a nationwide debate. We compelled the Environment Minister to respond yesterday, where he said that the government's new uniform definition for the range strengthens environmental safeguards rather than opening them up to the mining mafia. Not just that, a 2,334-page affidavit mentioning that the government battled for mining of critical, strategic and atomic minerals at the Aravalli Hills range has now been accessed by Republic TV. We've meanwhile been investigating on the ground, putting into perspective how this illegal mining at the Aravallis is eating into the natural ecosystem. Now take a look at these reports coming in from various parts of Haryana as well as Rajasthan. First, this report is from Sikar in Rajasthan.
Viewers, Republic is here at Sawalpura, Taranpur in Sikra, Rajasthan, and we are showing you yet another illegal mining which is going on here. We're going to show you, see, that is where you can see where mining is going on, and we'll also show you and we'll also tell you why what they're doing is illegal. Right there in the mining site, you can see there's water here. Water has come up. According to the rules, whenever water appears during mining, that site needs to be abandoned and no mining shall continue in that site. Right next to it, you can see the mining is still going on. And just, we'll also show you the locality, the minimum distance which is required between an active mining site and residences. It is also not fulfilled. You can see there's a home right there on my right side. There's also several homes just within a few meters of that house. You can see this is the mining site which is active. We'll also show you several other reasons. Now, as per the rules, there is this state highway which is going on. So, a minimum distance of 300 meters, and in certain critical areas 150 meters is required between the state highway or road and any mining site. But we'll show you, this is the state highway road which goes from Ajitpura to Asanpur, to Asanpur state highway road. On that end, that is where you can see the car. The car is on that state highway road, and it's not even 50 meters away. There's not one mine, there are two mines here. Not even 50 meters away from this. As you can see, that is the road where you can spot that white car. From here, we'll show you just on the other end, merely 50 meters, not even 50 meters away. That is the mine site where we just showed you mining was actively going on. And also, this is a dry state where we are standing here. This is a dry state. And there are two water pumps here which continuously pump out the water which comes up in this area. Let us show you that as well. So this is the mining site where even right now mining is continuing, and they have this water tank, and there are two water pumps which continuously pumps out the water which is not allowed to be pumped out in a dry state where already the water level is very low. We are also going to show you a little bit around. So you've seen that there are several things which is illegal about this entire illegal mining, and this predates the new accepted definition of Aravalli, and we are showing you live on Republic's camera how this mining, which you can see on the camera right now, this is illegal in not just one or two ways but in multiple ways. We're also showing you the location. We'll also show you the road that I was talking about, that state highway. On the far end, you can see, we'll show you, it's what, 60 meters, not even 60 meters, where you can see bikes going on, you can see the car going on. That is the state highway. And you can estimate the distance between this mining site and the road. You can still see there's constant coming and going of vehicles. We'll keep bringing you the ground updates of the Aravalli Hills, how the lungs of the Delhi NCR is being exploited, and after this recent decision, things are not looking better.
Let me go across to my colleague Shambhavi, who is joining us right now. Shambhavi, from the reports that you have filed so far, it seems that there are certain permissions that have been granted based on which the mining has begun, but it seems that they too have been flouted. Is there any follow-up that you have essentially done from those very places? And also perhaps you could tell us where you are coming to us live from and what's the situation like?
Well, yes, definitely in all the sites that we have been at, one thing has been common, that definitely they have a basic lease. They have one or the other lease which is of one particular material, and then under the garb of that one lease, there are several illegal activities going on. So the very basis of it is legal. The acquirement of that lease under some material is legal, but then this is a very common practice that we have seen all throughout the mining sites, all throughout the villages that we have been at. And since our follow-up, one thing that we know as an update is that this has stopped for now at least. There's been more than 24 hours, and that every place that we have been at, the mining is on a hold. There has been no activity in each and every location that we have been, whether it is Kotputli, whether it is Alwar, or even the Sikar in Rajasthan. There has been no activity since Republic has reported from that place. But we know that this is a very common practice that we have seen all throughout these sites. When these companies, they choose a cheaper material that is more cost-friendly for them in terms of mining, and then they begin to mine several other material along with that. So this is basically, they're paying for one product, but they're getting 4 in return or 5 in return. And also they make they're making huge amount of money in the form of taxes, because let's just say that on one material a company is making is paying around 1,500 at tax, but in the truck there are several other materials which would have costed them more money. So even as per our calculation, most of these companies are making more than 2.5 lakhs rupees per month and per day. Sorry, I beg your pardon, 2.5 lakhs per day. So that is the estimate that we have come to understand. So these are the things which we've seen very common, and we have also been to several other places. But apparently, after Republic's campaign of Save Aravalli, these companies have become a little alert, and we were not able to till now see any active mining sites after these sites, but we are still in the
Shambhavi, I'll just request you to stay on with us. We seem to be having another big breaking news coming in terms of the order that was essentially passed by the Supreme Court. But before that, before we go across to the breaking news now coming in, I just want to take you through another report coming in from Haryana. This is in Gudana. In fact, this was a protected area in which mining has been carried out, blasting that has been carried out through the day. Take a look at this report.
All this mining activity is illegal and has been stopped. However, the villagers have been trying to protect their agricultural land, and they have been trying to protect their grazing fields. To the left of me is a 200 feet deep mine with multiple excavators and drilling machines. Multiple excavators and drilling machines on standby. Villagers here have informed us that all the mining activity happens at night. They are using blastings, they are using dynamite, and no safety equipment is being used. The children here are falling ill due to the thick smog that covers the village. Wells have run dry because of the
massive Republic impact coming in. Sources indicating that a review petition is likely to be filed in Aravalli judgment in the Supreme Court of India. This is with regards to the definition of the landform itself. A lot of questions have essentially been raised about the judgment that was passed in the month of November. In fact, former Chief Justice of India, Justice Gavay, in a rare and direct conversation with Arnab Goswami, had said that it is open to interpretation, and the fact that it could also be reviewed, and the fact that this is not static, it's dynamic, and things could be reviewed if at all there is a need for it. In fact, it turns out that in all likelihood the review petition is going to be filed in the Supreme Court of India. That's the latest coming in. This is the big development on the Aravalli review matter that's going to take place. We are being told, sources are indicating that several groups are now basically coming together. They have already raised questions about the judgment that was passed, where they've raised concerns about the judgment of the Supreme Court of India. The author of it happens to be the former Chief Justice of India, stating that following the revision of the definition of Aravalli, large part of the landforms aren't really protected because of the definition that has been reviewed by the Supreme Court of India. In fact, the former Chief Justice of India, Justice Gavay, essentially defended his entire position on this matter, particularly with regards to the slope definition of the Aravalli, saying that this was done keeping in mind the recommendations that have essentially come in from a committee that was set up by the Environment Ministry, and this was done to prevent further mining to be carried out in the areas in the Aravalli ranges, saying that 90%. Now, the Environment Minister had said 90% of the Aravallis would be protected. Let me also go across to our legal editor, Rhythm, who's joining us on this broadcast. A massive Republic impact coming in, an indication that we've had through the day, Rhythm, about a review petition likely to be filed in the Supreme Court of India. What more do you have?
Well, that's right. We have been seeing that this entire case of the Aravalli needs to be protected, Shravan. And we have been looking at what this 100-meter ruling means. Yesterday, we were the only channel to have the former Chief Justice of India, Justice Gavay, who explained in great detail what his 29-page judgment was. A political and environmental storm has been created after the new definition to the Aravalli ranges and our Aravalli hills has come out. We're now being told, sources tell us, it's likely that once the Supreme Court reopens, there will be a review petition that's likely to be filed in the top court of the country on the 20th November judgment of the Supreme Court of India. This is a judgment that has, in a sense, changed the definition of what comprises the Aravalli. On the basis of this, there will be a review. The environmentalists on the channel speak about the 100-meter rule. The Supreme Court had said they want to establish a uniform definition for Aravalli hills and ranges. It was aimed, according to the former Chief Justice, to regulate mining activities. However, several people who've been looking at the Supreme Court ruling have stated that the Supreme Court ruling, in a sense, has backfired. It has triggered protests across the 4 states in which they will be coming across. And the main reason for this is because it is weakening the environment. It is not strengthening the environment. There have been protests and political criticism over the so-called 100-meter rule and the landforms that are covered under the new definition. The review petition to be likely to be filed in January in the top court.
Rhythm, there has been a major debate on the definition itself, but the former Chief Justice of India, Justice Gavay, defended by stating that this was also based on a committee that was formed by the Environment Ministry, and this was essentially done to protect the Aravalli ranges. 90% of it would have been protected is what they said, and also, more importantly, that mining activities would have essentially reduced. What is it that you're picking up from the groups that are likely to move the court for a review petition on this?
They are against the new definition that has been given. There are several reasons that are there and why the Aravalli needs to be protected. The one reason for this definition that is not being looked at is that the mining risks are there and the violations will continue. The second thing that has been said by the people who are flagging the environmental concerns is simple. They're saying that mining will not only continue, but even this new committee has not looked at, has overlooked the 2012 FSI definition that was to be followed. In fact, in paragraph 27, 28 and 30 of the 29-page judgment, the amicus curiae, who is a friend of the court, Mr. K. Parmeshwar, senior advocate, had said that the judgment should also have taken into view the FSI's view, otherwise there would be environmental concerns. But that view, according to these people going to be filing the review, has been overlooked by the top court.
You're saying that, this entire aspect of the amicus curiae particularly coming into this picture, weighing into what was essentially seen as perhaps redefining the Aravalli ranges itself. Now, some argument that has been made by the Environment Ministry with regards to mining, saying that mining actually was happening at a much larger scale in the past. With this new definition, they would have been able to protect large tracts, large landforms, part of the Aravalli ranges. What is it that you are getting to know from those who are arguing that that's not the case?
Niranjan, I beg your pardon. Shravan, in fact, I was earlier speaking to my colleague, so that's why the slip of tongue. But coming back to this case, there has been a complete protest because this definition, the new definition, it says only those over 100 meters above local terrain qualify as protected. Therefore, anything below that 100 meters is not protected. Therefore, there is an increased risk of mining, of desertification, groundwater loss in Rajasthan, Haryana and Delhi. Shravan, you have been getting our colleagues to go and do these reports in all these states, and it's very, very clear that the court did not apply what is called the precautionary principle. That is important to have sustained development, but at what cost? Today it's the Aravalli Hills. It's important to remember that these are Aravalli Hills that have been there for centuries. Tomorrow it will be opening up the Western Ghats of the Himalayas is the argument that is being given by the environmentalists. They're also very clearly saying that when it came earlier, illegal mining was there. Even today when the environmentalists are coming, even in the protected zones, there is continued mining that's there. So the Supreme Court's acceptance of the centre's definition, which states any hill in the range with an elevation of less than 100 meters are not subject to restrictions against mining, is going to be subject to review. The top court had accepted the recommendation for sustainable mining in the Aravalli Hills and steps to be taken for preventing illegal mining. But the fact that sustainable mining has been accepted and the fact that any hills in the range with an elevation of less than 100 meters is not subject to strictures against mining had been accepted is what has been the basic crux of the arguments of the environmentalists, and that's why this review is going to be filed, where they say the Aravalli range, which is under serious threat after the Supreme Court ruling that limits its definition to hills rising 100 meters above the local terrain, potentially stripping protection from nearly 90% of the Aravallis across Delhi, NCR, Rajasthan, Haryana, leaves them exposed to mining, deforestation, and also excavation.
Rhythm, just one final question before I let you go, because this is a massive development just taking place just a day after Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami had a rare direct conversation with the former Chief Justice of India, the author of this entire judgment. Now, following which, within the legal circles also, Rhythm, there has been a growing clamour, and that essentially being of the fact that whether at all this was done in a tearing hurry to begin with. What's the sense that you've got, because you've been speaking to a cross-section of people over the last few days, particularly those who have been part of multiple petitions that have been filed in the court. Former Chief Justice says that this has been done over a period of time, and the fact that multiple hearings have actually taken place.
Well, there have been protests, but the government needed to clarify if the judgment was really in the best interest of the people and was it against mining. This is a billion-years-old ancient Aravalli mountain range, Shravan. Nature could not swallow this in thousands of years. We should be preventing Delhi, Rajasthan, Western India from turning into a desert. In this rare and viral former Chief Justice of India's interview to Arnab, it was very clear when he stated that this Aravalli redefinition judgment could possibly be reviewed. In fact, he had also given a hint that there could be a possible review of this judgment, and the basic reason is because the Aravalli revival and groundwater recharge has to be prioritized. There needs to be a priority and precautionary principle followed when it comes to court-mandated safeguards, and scientific monitoring needs to be there. Aravallis need to be protected and strengthened and secured.
Well, thank you very much, Rhythm, for putting this into perspective. Now, it all happened after this rare and direct conversation, which is actually at the heart of one of India's most consequential verdicts. Justice B.R. Gavay, the former Chief Justice of India who authored the Aravalli judgment, joined Republic Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami in the debate last night, facing some straight questions on a ruling that has triggered a national debate. In this interview, Arnab questions the timing of the verdict, quotes directly from the judgment, and confronts the concerns raised in the debate, asking why long-standing safeguards appeared to be set aside. It's a no-holds-barred interview. The judgment, the questions and the answers straight from the judge who wrote it. And perhaps you would also get an idea as to why many are now raising concerns and perhaps pushing for a review petition.
Sir, is the Supreme Court adjudicating mineral potential or environmental protection?
It is considering environment protection, and if you go through the various orders which preceded this order is not passed in a day. It is passed for an exercise which was undertaken for last more than 1.5 years, insofar as Aravalli is concerned.
So the government is portraying this as a Supreme Court mandated environment protection, as an economic loss, building a grievance narrative to reopen mining on revenue. My point is, sir, you are the author of this report. I have read every word of the report. Of the judgment. I believe there needs to be some balance between the views of the government and the concerns of the citizens.
I have always been advocating the concept of protection of environment, protection of ecology, and the sustainable development. So wherever there is a conflict, a balance has to be given. The environment has to be protected. Ecology has to be protected. I must have authored around 18 to 20 judgments in last 3 years for the protection of environment. And the courts are always, it is always permissible for the court if there is something more to be done, something to be corrected. The courts are always open to it.
Sir, matters are taken suo motu by the courts.
Yes, sir. T.N. Godavarna is a suo motu. MC Mehta is a suo motu. MC Mehta is on a postcard of...
but this was a suo motu as well.
This was not a suo motu. If you go through it, the concerns were raised by the various states that there is no consistency insofar as the definition of Aravalli hills and ranges is concerned. And therefore, in order to bring a common, uniform definition, the court was required to go into all these issues.
So what stops anyone from redefining? Sir, tomorrow somebody will define the Ganges. Tomorrow somebody will redefine the Himalayas. I said the other day with respect that the Supreme Court of India did not create the Himalayas or the Aravallis.
I have already told you it was necessary in order to protect the illegal mining activities which were going on. The various states were saying that it is not in the area doesn't fall in Aravalli hills and therefore the mining can go on. In order to avoid all that, we were required to pass those directions.
So I think that, okay, so here's the point. Now, in this particular case, Justice Gavay, the nation is angry. 80% of the people feel there should be a revisiting of the judgment. What is your view on the need to, on revisiting the judgment? Because the government is taking a very stern, inflexible position. You're the author of the judgment.
I can't make any comment on that because any comment by me may be prejudging the issue because I am out of the system. I don't want to make any statement which may have a direct, indirect effect on the proceedings that may arise in the court. And that is why I was reluctant to speak because the judges before whom if the review is filed are always entitled to take a relook at the matter and take appropriate action. I can't make any comment.
Well, I appreciate your coming on air tonight because I got a chance to put some straight questions. I hope you will also say, sir, today that after this interview, you would not say that I have not read the judgment, and I hope you find the merit in the questions that I have phrased before you. Because I believe Justice Gavay that the judiciary is important, the media is also important. It's important for us to get the opportunity for this interaction.
I have due respect for the media, but I again say that you have not read the judgment completely. If you had read the judgment, the first 2 or 3 paragraphs, you would have come to know as to why this entire exercise was necessary.
Sir, I again tell you I have read every word of the judgment from the first to the last page.
I'm sorry.
And I have not just read this judgment, I have read previous judgments on the matter, and I politely disagree with your interpretation to it. I hope you feel that
anyway, we are not here to convince each other. We are not here to convince each other.
No, I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just taking your
I still hold that had you read the judgment, you would know as to why that requirement for having the definition was required.
Sir, I have read the judgment entirely. Otherwise, how could I quote para, chapter and verse to you right now on the judgment?
Then if you have read the judgment, it is the learned amicus who requested the court to take steps to define the judgment, define the definition of Aravalli hills and Aravalli ranges.
Well, I mean, everybody is shooting off the other shoulder, sir.
So anyway, thank you very much. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Justice Gavay, and thank you for coming on Republic. Thank you.
On This Is Exclusive, 7 p.m. this evening, we're getting you reports from Gujarat, Haryana and Rajasthan on the Aravalli mining. They tell you that everything is as per book, but we show you how Supreme Court guidelines are being violated. It's on camera tonight at 7 p.m.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
We just now felt this entire
Hindu mobilization across India. Thousands come out in protest against attacks in Bangladesh on the Hindu community under Unao regime. Protests in multiple cities including Delhi, Kolkata, Jammu over attacks on Hindus in Bangladesh. Hindu groups say send all infiltrators back. Hindu protesters Lathi charged in Kolkata claim they are being targeted for speaking out against Bangladesh under Mamata's rule. Life sentence suspended pending appeal for rape convict Kuldeep Singh Sengar was granted life sentence in 2019 but now granted bail on a 15 lakh bond. Controversial order on Sengar questioned. Nirbhaya's mother says it could set a wrong precedent. It's the interview of the year on popular demand. Arnav versus former CJI Justice Gavay interview on Aravalli at 8:30 p.m. tonight. Good evening. You're watching Republic and I'm Rakhtar Mishra with you. From New Delhi to Bhopal to Kolkata and Jammu, the anger is spilling on the streets against atrocities on Hindus in Bangladesh. Major protests have broken out outside the Bangladesh High Commission as thousands of Hindus and protest groups gathered against the mob lynching of Tipu Chandra Das by radicals in Bangladesh for less blasphemous comments. And the anger is palpable on the streets from Kolkata to New Delhi. In fact, the protesters were lathi charged by Mamata police in Kolkata, as you can see on the left side of your screens. It's nationwide Hindu mobilization, and we see that from seers to saints to the Hindu groups, youngsters, all are lathi charged for raising their voice against the persecution, against the killing of Hindus under Unao's regime in Bangladesh, viewers.
এই হচ্ছে পরিস্থিতি এই মুহূর্তে। আইপিএস অফিসাররা রয়েছেন, এই মুহূর্তে প্রচুর মানুষজন রয়েছে। আমি আরেকটু দেখানোর চেষ্টা করব। প্রথম লেয়ার ভেঙে ফেলা হয়েছে।
আজ সনাতনী সাধুর গায়ে হাত পড়েছে।
আজ সনাতনী সাধুর গায়ে হাত করেছে। আমরা রাস্তায় মেরেছে হিন্দুদের এভাবে আটকে রাখা যায় না। হিন্দুদের এভাবে আটকে রাখা যায় না।
আপনাদের গায়ে হাত তুলেছে,
আমাদের পুলিশ ধাক্কাধাক্কি করেছে, আমরা ব্যারিকেড ভেঙে এগোতে।
দেখো আরেকদিকে আমি দেখাবো, আরেকবার দেখাবো। আমি নবীকে বলবো এই মুহূর্তে লাঠি চার্জ করছে পুলিশ, মহিলাদের উপর লাঠি চার্জ করছে এই মুহূর্তে পুলিশ, এবং এই মুহূর্তে টিয়ার গ্যাস ছোড়ার জন্য উদ্যত হয়েছে পুলিশ। এই মুহূর্তে টিয়ার গ্যাস ছোড়ার জন্য উদ্যত হয়েছে পুলিশ। এই মুহূর্তে অবস্থা দেখুন, এই মুহূর্তে চারিদিকে লাঠিচার্জ হচ্ছে এবং এই চারপাশে যেভাবে হিন্দুদেরকে মারা হচ্ছে, এই মুহূর্তে পড়ে গেল। এই মুহূর্তে রক্তারক্তি অবস্থা হয়ে গেছে, রক্তে ভেজে যাচ্ছে হিন্দুদেরকে। এই মুহূর্তে একজন অসুস্থ হয়ে পড়েছে, পুলিশের লাঠির ঘায়ে এই মুহূর্তে মুখ ফেটে গেছে এই মুহূর্তে। আমাদের কাছে আমি শুধু এইটুকু বলবো, এই মুহূর্তে যে অবস্থা, বেধড়ক লাঠিচার্জ করলো মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের পুলিশ, এবং এই মুহূর্তে প্রচুর এভাবে লাঠির আঘাতে রক্তারক্তি হয়েছে, আমার সারা গা রক্তে ভেসে যাচ্ছে।
From Jammu to Hyderabad, Bhopal, New Delhi, Kolkata, across the length and breadth of the country, Hindus are rising against the targeted killings, merciless, brutal killings of Hindus in Bangladesh. And viewers, the case in point latest is Dipu Chandra Das. But this is not the first time that Hindus have been targeted under Yunus, the interim government led by Muhammad Yunus. We've seen what's happened with ISKCON monk. We've seen how temples have also been attacked in Bangladesh. And now we have Dipu Chandra Das, the merciless killing of Dipu Chandra Das. Kisholai Mukherjee joins us on the phone line from our Bangla. Kisholai, well, these are the scenes from India, where Hindus are rising across the length and breadth of the country. In Kolkata, the way clashes are happening, it seems that Mamata Banerjee has no space, doesn't want to give any space to the Hindus who are only raising voice against the injustices, the killings that are happening in neighboring Bangladesh. Instead, those protesters are also facing bloodied violence.
Well, exactly what happened, what transpired. The Hindus were protesting peacefully in front of the Bangladeshi Deputy High Commission in Kolkata's Begbagan area. Suddenly, there was a huge number of police personnel that was deployed, and they started removing these protesters. The protesters did not want to move. They wanted to continue with their peaceful protest, and then there was rampant lathi charge on them. There was a crackdown. In fact, the protesters started bleeding. They were beaten up so brutally by Mamata Banerjee's police officials. They were beaten up, they were dragged, they were put in prison vans, they were arrested. The question is, why does Mamata Banerjee not want the Hindus to protest against the incidents that are happening in Bangladesh? What is the problem of Mamata Banerjee if Hindus are staging peaceful protests in Kolkata? We saw peaceful protests of Hindus all over the country. Nowhere there was any lathi charge. But in Kolkata, in West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee's regime ensured that the Hindus are bleeding and they are being carried away in stretchers. Some of them were gravely injured, and some of them have been put in prison vans. The Hindus, Shubhendu Adhikari has called again for a bigger protest march on 26th of this month, 2 days later. He said he'll be visiting the Bangladeshi Deputy High Commission again, and there'll be a big rally that day as well against the incident of Dipu Chandra Das. We have to see what happens next.
Right. Many thanks, Kisholai, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. In fact, we will also move on to the Murshidabad communal violence case. This is also from West Bengal. Sentencing is due today in that communal violence case, and a Jangirpur court will decide the punishment for 13 men convicted in the lynching of a father and son during their riots linked to protests over the Waqf law earlier this year.
A district court in Jangipur is set to deliver its verdict today in the Murshidabad communal violence case involving the murder of Har Gobindo Das and his son Chandan Das. On Monday, the court convicted 13 people accused for the killings that took place in Dhulian's Jafrabad area during the communal unrest. The killings occurred on 12th of April when violent protests over the centre's new Waqf law escalated into mob attacks. Eyewitnesses say the father and son resisted the mob twice, but the attackers returned with weapons and killed them in the street. The conviction followed a detailed special investigation team probe and a 983-page charge sheet submitted before the court, describing how the mob broke into the Das residence and dragged the victims out before killing them. The SIT carried out coordinated raids at 9 locations across West Bengal, Odisha and Jharkhand to arrest all 13 assailants. The accused were neighbours of the victims and have been convicted under multiple sections of the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita, including murder, robbery, trespass, rioting with deadly weapons, causing hurt and wrongful restraint. All eyes are now on the Jangipur court, where the quantum of punishment will be announced later today.
Stories at 6. We focus on the 6 stories that have set the national agenda. The Aravalli campaign has resonated, and Republic cameras have now reached the illegal mining sites in Haryana and Rajasthan, and we'll get you what our cameras have captured. The other top story is from Unao, where an ex-BJP MLA has been given bail in a rape case. This is a very controversial order that has been given by the High Court, and we'll get you all the details on that, along with 4 more stories that have set the national agenda for today. Tonight at 6 p.m. with me, Tanisha Avasthi.
And another big case that we are tracking for you. The Delhi High Court has granted bail to former BJP legislator Kuldeep Singh Sengar in the 2017 Unao rape case. Now, High Court ordered Sengar not to come within 5-kilometer radius of the victim and remain in Delhi during the duration of his bail. He's been asked to report to the police every Monday. Case that has Republic TV campaign for stands at a crucial point today, as the man who was convicted, he's not just an accused, he was convicted and found guilty, is now essentially facing a reduced sentence. It was a life sentence that has been suspended. And early today, we spoke to Nirbhaya's mother, Asha Devi. Take a look at, listen into this conversation.
देखिए, ये तो बिल्कुल उस परिवार के लिए बिल्कुल सही नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि अगर किसी को उम्र कैद की सजा दी गई है और हाई कोर्ट में आके उसको बिल्कुल बेल पे भेज दिया जाए, तो ये तो एक गलत संदेश गया। उसमें भी इतने पावरफुल आदमी।
बेल की बात नहीं हो रही है, इस पर ये कहा जा रहा है कि लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट जो पहले दिया गया था उसे सस्पेंड किया जाता, जब तक कुलदीप सिंह सेंगार की जो एप्लीकेशन है, जो अपील है, जब तक उसकी सुनवाई हो रही तब तक लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट को हटाया जा रहा है। ये इसीलिए कई लोग सवाल उठा रहे हैं, ये बेल की बात हो ही नहीं रही, ये बेल से कई गुना ज्यादा है।
ये ऐसा तो बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए। फिर तो और केसों में भी जब तक सुनवाई चलेगी तो सब मुजरिम कहेंगे कि हमारे सजा को हटा दिया जाए। ये तो बिल्कुल गलत संदेश जा रहा है, ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए। क्योंकि आप थोड़े दिन पहले हम उस परिवार से हमारी दिल्ली में ही मुलाकात हुई थी। वो जो लड़का है वो कह रहा था उसकी खुद की 3 बेटियां हैं, वो सिक्योरिटी में रहते हैं, उनको जो बेटियां हैं छोटी छोटी उनको स्कूल नहीं भेज सकते, वो डर के साए में जीते हैं। और अगर ऐसा फैसला आ रहा है कि नहीं तब तक उस सजा को हटाया जाए, फिर सुनवाई किया जाए, तो ये तो बिल्कुल समझ से बाहर है सर। ऐसा होना नहीं चाहिए, खासकर को जब महिलाओं और बच्चियों की सुरक्षा की बात है। तो मैं तो इस फैसले से बिल्कुल
आशा जी, मैं ये सवाल इसलिए कर रहा हूं क्योंकि आपने कई लोगों के लिए आपने एक जस्टिस की लड़ाई की, और एक तरह से आप देखा जाए तो आप एक तरह की सिंबल है, जस्टिस की सिंबल माना जाती है।
फांसी की सजा सुनाई गई है।
अब जब
कोई ने
ये
अपील
सवाल उठाया
किया
जाता है कि जो
हमारी
पावरफुल
फांसी की
है,
सजा हटा के हमारी सुनवाई की जाए, हमारी फांसी की सजा हटा के हमारी सुनवाई किया जाए, तो ये कोई सुनवाई थोड़ी है, ये तो केसों के और विक्टिमों के साथ मजाक है। ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए।
सवाल वापस यही उठाया जाएगा जिनके पास पावर है। आखिरकार बीजेपी के लेजिस्लेटर रह चुके हैं ये, और साथ ही साथ एक स्ट्रॉन्ग मैन माना जाता है उत्तर प्रदेश में। जब उनकी स्टेट में उनके सेंटेंस को सस्पेंड किया जाता है तो सवाल यही उठाया जाएगा कि हमारे देश में जिसके पास पैसा है, जिसके पास पावर है, उसी को न्याय मिल सकता है।
बिल्कुल हमारी बच्चियां वैसे ही कुचली जाएंगी, ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए। क्योंकि आप ये सोचिए ना कि एक ही नहीं है, हजारों सैकड़ों लाखों में लोग जेल में भरे हैं, तब तो सब लोग कहेंगे कि हमारी फांसी की सजा हुई है उसको हटा के, हमारी उम्र कैद की सजा हुई है उसको हटा के आप सुनवाई करिए। तो ये तो बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए। हमारा पुलिस से, कोर्ट से, सरकार से सबसे अपील है कि जो भी अपील उनकी है, जो भी विक्टिम का केस है, उसको देखते हुए जिस तरह से उनकी सजा है उसको बरकरार रखते हुए ही सुनवाई कीजिए। और जो भी आपका फैसला है बच्चियों के हित में होना चाहिए, विक्टिमों के हित में होना चाहिए, समाज के हित में होना चाहिए।
आशा जी, आपने कई बार समाज के लिए कई सारे ऐसे इश्यूज हैं जिसके लेकर आपने मुहिम छेड़ा है। आज आप ऐसे उन्नाव की रेप विक्टिम के बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे? क्योंकि उनके पास कोई उपाय नहीं है, क्योंकि उनके पास ना ही ये पैसा है कि वो वापस कोर्ट में जाए, अर्जी लगाए, और उन लोगों के लिए कोई सुनवाई नहीं होने वाली है। उनके लिए कौन खड़ा रहने वाला है? कुलदीप सेंगर के लिए कई सारे लॉयर्स हैं, कई लोग हैं उनके लिए, पर उन्नाव के रेप विक्टिम, उनके लिए कौन खड़ा रहेगा?
देखिए, हम ऐसा नहीं सोच सकते कि हम उनके लिए कोई नहीं है। उनके लिए कोर्ट है, सरकार है, वहां की पुलिस है। उस परिवार को सहायता मिलनी चाहिए, सिक्योरिटी मिलनी चाहिए, और जो भी ये उस बच्ची के साथ घटना हुई है उसको इंसाफ मिलना चाहिए। जो भी ये सुनने में आ रहा है कि नहीं ये फैसला को अलग रख के सुनवाई चलेगी, तो ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए। क्योंकि एक नया नियम बन जाएगा, जो भी मुजरिम है कहेंगे कि हमको जो सजा मिली है उससे हमको हटा के हम अपील करते हैं हमारी सुनवाई हो। तो एक तो हमारे देश में बच्चियां ऐसे ही असुरक्षित हैं। ऐसे फैसले हमारे समाज के लिए, हमारे बच्चों के लिए बिल्कुल सही नहीं है। तो ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। हमारे कोर्ट से, हमारी सरकार से, चाहे यूपी सरकार है, चाहे हमारी केंद्र सरकार है, हम सबसे अपील करते हैं कि उस बच्ची को इंसाफ मिले, निष्पक्ष जांच हो। जो भी ये सुनने को आ रहा है कि रूल की उनका फैसले को अलग रख के इसकी सुनवाई होगी, या वो दिल्ली में रहेंगे उसके पास नहीं जाएंगे, तो ऐसा कुछ ये बवंडर नहीं होना चाहिए। साफ सुथरा, चाहे उनकी अपील हो चाहे उनकी अपील हो, जिस तरह की सजा मिली है वो सजा को बरकरार रखते हुए इस पे सुनवाई होनी चाहिए। मैं तो यही चाहूंगी।
आशा जी, एक आखिरी सवाल करना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि ऐसे वक्त में कई लोग अपने आप को बेबस समझते हैं, और उन्नाव के रेप विक्टिम, उनके परिवार वालों के पास भी, जैसे कि मैंने आपको कहा है कि उनके पास इतना साधन नहीं है कि वो अपने लड़ाई को आगे बढ़ाए। इसीलिए सवाल यही उठता है कि ये वक्त आता है कि सबको एक मुहिम चलाना चाहिए कि आखिरकार अपने आवाज़ को सुनाना चाहिए, ताकि कोर्ट को ये सुनाई दे कि देश में लोग क्या सोचते हैं, कि क्या जिनके पास पैसा है, जिनके पास पावर है, क्या वही उनको ही न्याय मिलेगा? उनका क्या, जिनके पास ना पैसा है ना पावर है?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। बिल्कुल हम लोग जैसे लोग इस चीज के लिए आवाज उठाएंगे। सरकार से, कोर्ट से हमारी रिक्वेस्ट है कि ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। अगर ऐसा होने लगे तो देश में 50% से ज्यादा अमीर लोग हैं, 50% ऐसे लोग हैं जिनके पास खाने के नहीं है, केस के लड़ने के लिए नहीं है। तो वैसे लोगों के लिए भी सरकार को और कोर्ट को इस बारे में सोचना चाहिए, और उस परिवार को हम सब लोगों का सपोर्ट मिलेगा। हम लोग उसके लिए आवाज उठाएं और उस बच्ची को, उस परिवार को इंसाफ मिलेगा।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आशा जी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। और यही चाहेंगे कि हर कोई इसको लेकर सवाल उठाए, क्योंकि आखिरकार हमारी आवाज़ कोर्ट तक पहुंचनी चाहिए कि कई लोग के पास कोई साधन नहीं है इस पूरे मुहिम को छेड़ने के लिए। इसीलिए आशा जी, आप और आप जैसे कई लोग अगर अपनी आवाज़ उठाएं तो ही ये कोर्ट तक पहुंच सकती है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आशा जी।
Horrific scenes from a train that was carrying our athletes. They were going for national championships, 18 of them, and mostly underage, forced to sleep near lavatories because they were without tickets. And all that was happening in freezing conditions. Humiliation for the next-gen athletes, for the upcoming athletes of the country, has raised many, many questions. There's outrage on social media. We'll get you that big story on Trending with me, Rakshita, at 7:30 p.m.
लिविंग रूम को एक बार फिर ओजी हैंगआउट बनाया है। विजी टीवी टाइम वापस लाया है। Meet the TV that has it all. Vizi TV. TV time is back.
भारत की तरक्की की असली ताकत उसके श्रमिक, जिनकी मेहनत को मिल रही है पहचान, जिसके वो हमेशा से थे हकदार, क्योंकि मोदी सरकार की गारंटी है हर श्रमिक का सम्मान।
श्रमेव जयते आज देश का मंत्र बन रहा।
सभी कामगारों को समय से न्यूनतम वेतन और युवाओं को नियुक्ति पत्र यानी नौकरी का भरोसा। महिलाओं को समान अवसर और समान वेतन, क्योंकि काम का मोल काबिलियत से होता है। फिक्स टर्म एम्प्लॉइज को सिर्फ 1 साल पर ग्रेच्युटी यानी मेहनत का हक बिना इंतजार। 40 वर्ष से अधिक की आयु के श्रमिकों को सालाना मुफ्त हेल्थ चेकअप और 40 करोड़ श्रमिकों को सामाजिक सुरक्षा की गारंटी। अब हर परिवार आश्वस्त। ये है लेबर रिफॉर्म्स। तो आइए मिलकर बनाएं श्रमिक सम्मान से आत्मनिर्भर भारत।
Protests have erupted across the country for saving the Aravallis. Republic investigation today takes you to yet another illegal mining site. While the government provided an unconvincing defence of the Supreme Court order, Aravallis continued to be blasted and mined in Haryana's Charkhi Dadri. The residents of Gudana village face serious threats due to the incessant blasting and mining. Here's another investigation of Republic TV. This time it's from Haryana's Gudana.
चले जाओ ना तो गोली मार देंगे, ये धमकियां देते हैं ये।
ब्लास्टिंग कण जाते हैं तो उसे कैंसर हो रहा है।
While the government attempts an unconvincing defense of the Supreme Court order, Republic moved to Haryana's Charkhi Dadri, to yet another location of Aravallis being illegally mined in broad daylight.
We are here in Charkhi Dadri district in the Gudana village. Now this is an illegal mining site that I am standing on. Behind me are clear live visuals of mining activities going on broad daylight. All this mining activity is illegal and has been stopped. However, the villagers have been trying to protect their agricultural land and they have been trying to protect their grazing fields. To the left of me is a 200 feet deep mine. Villagers here have informed us that all the mining activity happens at night. They are using blastings, they are using dynamite, and no safety equipment is being used.
In an explicit violation of the SC guidelines, Aravallis continue to be blasted and mined at night. From wells running dry to diseases spreading due to dust, villagers face the actual brunt.
मेरी यह है कि हमारे गांव में कैंसर पीड़ित 7-8 हो गए हैं, उसमें ब्लास्टिंग के कण जाते हैं पानी में। दोड़ा माइनिंग है, उसमें पानी लग रहा है, उससे पानी में ब्लास्टिंग कण जाते हैं तो उसे कैंसर हो रहा है और कईयों का सांस की बीमारी होगी। कोई नहीं, 60 साल से ऊपर आदमी है ना, वो सभी खाट पकड़ रहे हैं।
Caught on Republic camera were mounds and mounds of dust as North India struggles to breathe. This despite the court order. A trail of mined dust that never ends.
अवध अभी ब्लास्टिंग होता कि धरती में कंपन होता, पाइपलाइन पूरी डैमेज हो जाती है।
यहाँ पे रात में भी ये ब्लास्टिंग करते हैं?
हाँ जी।
यहाँ पे रात में भी ये खनन करते हैं?
24 घंटा चलता खनन तो।
Unable to defend their natural heritage, villagers confess of having been threatened by illegal miners.
हमने पैर मास करी, लाखों रुपये लगाए, यहाँ पर गांव ने धरना दिया। बड़ी भारी भयंकर मी और आंधी तूफान में हमारा एक आदमी मर भी गया था यहाँ। और बार बार बिजली को हमने दे दी, लोकायुक्त में हमने लगा ली, डीसी का हमने लगा ली, खनन विभाग का हमने लगा ली, खनन मंत्री का हमने लगा ली, लेकिन हमारी कोई सुनाई को नहीं हो। तो काला काला का बड़ा 5-7 आउंस हाथ में बंदूक ले रहा है, चले जाओ ना तो गोली मार देंगे, ये धमकियाँ देते हैं ये।
The villagers have filed multiple applications to local authorities, but they allegedly kept mum.
मैंने डीसी के कम से कम 10 दरखास्त दे रखी हैं, हर महीने दरखास्त देता हूँ, ग्रीवेंस की भी देता हूँ। डीसी ने कोई कार्रवाई नहीं की। वो पता नहीं वो एप्लीकेशन कहाँ जमा होती। और जो एमओ संचित तलवार है उसको भी एप्लीकेशन कहीं दे दी, और संचित तलवार को बार बार कहे कि मौका देख लो कि हमारा अवध पड़ रहा है, इसके अवध पड़ रहा है, ये देख लो पॉपुलेंट भी खड़ी हैं और ये 6 स्टॉक कर रखे हैं अवध, आज भी ये देख लो चले हुए हैं सभी गाड़ी, और प्रदूषण कांड बंद है, हमारी कोई सुनाई नहीं हो रही।
Authorities remain in bliss of ignorance while residents of Kodana sleep every night under the fear of their roofs collapsing.
ये मेरा सारा मकान का दरार आ रही है जी। यहाँ मेरा ट्यूबवेल था, ट्यूबवेल भी फेल हो गया जी, इसलिए मैंने एक डिग्गी बनाई है, डिग्गी में उतरी आएगी, और डिग्गी इसलिए बनाई मेरे बाग में पौधा में पानी गल जाए। और यह दोपहर में इतनी हैवी ब्लास्टिंग होती है, इस कारण ये देख लो जी सारी दरार आ गई, ये पड़ गया। मैं तो रात में सोता हूँ, मेरे को रात में पड़ गया तो मेरे तो मुश्किल हो गई जी।
Day and night, blasting continues and houses develop cracks, visible cracks.
ये जो अपने पहाड़ के अंदर जितना भी ब्लास्ट हो रहा है ना, बहुत ज़्यादा, हद से ज़्यादा ब्लास्ट हो रहा है। इसमें बबलिंग इतनी होती है कि कंपन बहुत ज़्यादा हो, और उस कंपन की वजह से पहले तो दरार आई, और अभी दरार आने के बाद में फिर इसी में रहते थे, इसके लिए हम बाहर रह रहे हैं। कुछ दिन के बाद में हमको ऐसा महसूस हुआ कि ये गिरेगा, तो इसको छोड़ के हम बाहर चले गए फिर, और क्या करें, बाहर रह रहे हैं अभी तंबू वगैरह तान के।
Not one, not two, but many houses in Kodana have visible cracks due to incessant mining. People have been forced to vacate their houses for fear of them collapsing. Republic investigation on ground continues relentlessly. Meanwhile, villagers, their homes and the Aravallis continue to be at the mercy of authorities.
On This Is Exclusive, 7 p.m. this evening, we're getting you reports from Gujarat, Haryana and Rajasthan on the Aravalli mining. They tell you that everything is as per book, but we show you how Supreme Court guidelines are being violated. It's on camera tonight at 7 p.m.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Please stop! झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका। Not there, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा। तेरा झुमका। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल और जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल और जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
We are willing to put an end to this conflict.
Hello and welcome. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get you started with the 6 stories that have set the agenda for today. Ladies and gentlemen, it was 8 years ago when a teenage girl from Unao dared to speak against the unthinkable. Just 8 years ago, she was demanding justice. Her father was beaten to death. She was gang raped. Her voice was silenced. And her father was beaten to death in custody for demanding justice. Today, the Delhi High Court has suspended the life sentence of Kuldeep Singh Sengar, the man convicted of destroying her childhood, her family. With a personal bond, weekly reporting and a promise to stay away, that too 5 kilometers. He walks closer to freedom while she remains trapped in the shadows of trauma. The restrictions feel like hollow words when the very system that was meant to protect her has now hands her perpetrator for a lifeline, pending appeal. For the survivor, for her lost father, for every other woman who's watching this, who has ever feared that power will always triumph over pain, this order is not justice delayed. It is justice denied. The scars of Unao have been ripped open, and the nation is left asking, how many more times must a victim bleed before the powerful finally pay?
8 years after a crime that exposed power, fear and silence, the Unao rape case is back in focus. The Delhi High Court today suspended the sentence of former BJP MLA Kuldeep Singh Sengar, convicted for the rape of a minor. Kuldeep Sengar rape sentence suspended pending appeal by the Delhi High Court has come across as a controversial order. The former BJP MLA has challenged the December 2019 trial court verdict in the rape case.
Delhi High Court has suspended the life sentence of Kuldeep Singh Sengar in the Unao rape case. It was awarded to him. He was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment by the trial court in the Unao rape case. This is a division bench comprising of Justice Subramanian Prasad and Justice Harish Vedanath and Shankar, they pronounced this order. They said, we are suspending the sentence. A personal bond of 15 lakh rupees with 3 shorties shall be given. He is not allowed to come within 5 kilometers radius of the residence of the victim. He is directed to stay in Delhi during the pendency of his appeal. Ensure that he is available for completing the remaining part of the sentence in case he is found guilty. He is directed not to threaten the victim survivor or the mother, deposit his passport, and has to be before the police station once a week every Monday at 10 a.m.
But the court has imposed strict conditions. A 15 lakh rupee personal bond, weekly police reporting, surrendering passport to prevent foreign travel. The High Court also directed Sengar not to come within a 5-kilometer radius of the victim's house and not threaten her or her mother. Sengar has also been ordered to stay in Delhi. The court has warned that any violation of these conditions will lead to immediate cancellation of bail and his return to jail. Yet, despite these restrictions, one question echoes loudly. How does a man convicted of rape get a suspension of sentence at all? The case dates back to June 2017, when a 17-year-old girl was gang raped in Unao of Uttar Pradesh. The accused was Kuldeep Singh Sengar, who was then a powerful sitting MLA. After the survivor spoke out, her father was arrested on false charges and later died in judicial custody. Sengar was eventually convicted in that case as well, establishing a chilling abuse of power. In December 2019, a Delhi court convicted Sengar of rape and sentenced him to life imprisonment. Sengar remains in custody for now, as bail has not been granted in the custodial death case. But the suspension of his life sentence has raised many questions.
And moving on to our other top story, the Aravalli Hills are under threat after the Supreme Court's November 20 verdict that limited the legal protection to areas above 100 meters, sparking protests across Haryana and Rajasthan. Republic's investigation reveals illegal mining on pasture lands, homes cracking from blasting and high-tension electricity lines dangerously close to active pits. Experts have now warned that weakening protection could accelerate desertification, deplete the underground water, and even harm the agriculture. The dangers are real. In the year 2022, unregulated mining in Dadam village had led to a collapse that killed 5 people. Activists say that the verdict gives a green signal to mining lobbies. Republic now brings you the ground report exposing what already is happening on the ground.
There is uproar across North India after the Supreme Court's 20th November verdict, controversially redefining the Aravalli Hills, limiting legal protection only to areas above 100 meters in elevation, a move that activists say could legitimize mining across large parts of the fragile mountain range. Anger has spilled onto the streets in Haryana, where environmental groups are staging protests warning that the verdict gives a green signal to mining lobbies.
अभी आपने एक उदाहरण दिया था कि यहाँ से आप यहाँ से देख रहे थे, ये पहाड़ आप बता रहे हैं खनक पहाड़ है, यहाँ पे काफ़ी बड़े स्तर पर है वो हो रही है, अपनी माइनिंग होती है, और आप उस गांव में है ना जाके देखिए सारा गांव बीमारियों से पीड़ित है, सांस की बीमारियाँ कुछ भी है। एक ये पहाड़ है जिसने इस पूरे तोशाम शहर को प्रोटेक्ट किया हुआ है, 35,000 की आबादी को प्रोटेक्ट कर रहा है ये पहाड़। तो जो अरावली की डेफिनेशन अब माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट द्वारा दी गई 100 मीटर से नीचे की पहाड़ियों को फोड़ा जाए, यदि इस तरह के पहाड़ हटा दिए गए तो फिर तो सारा एरिया ही प्रदूषित होगा, सब जनमानस का जीना दुभर हो जाएगा।
Experts say that the Aravallis act as a natural barrier against desertification, stopping the Thar Desert from advancing towards Delhi NCR. Diluting protection could have irreversible consequences for climate, groundwater, and agriculture. Even as protests grow, Republic continues its investigation into what is already happening on the ground. Our teams travel to Rajasthan and Haryana, uncovering multiple violations at active mining sites. These are the visuals from Sawalpura village in Sikar in Rajasthan, where mining operations are being carried out in the Aravalli belt amid allegations of blatant violations of safety and environmental norms.
So this is the mining site where even right now mining is continuing, and they have this water tank, and there are two water pumps which continuously pumps out the water, which is not allowed to be pumped out in a dry state where already the water level is very low. We are also going to show you a little bit around. So you've seen that there are several things which is illegal about this entire illegal mining, and this predates the new accepted definition of Aravalli, and we are showing you live on Republic's camera how this mining, which you can see on the camera right now, this is illegal in not just one or two ways but in multiple ways.
Republic's visuals expose a high-tension electricity line running directly above an active mining site. Safety norms require a minimum 32-meter distance, a rule that appears to be violated here, posing a serious risk to lives. In Haryana's Kanak village in Tosham, villagers allege blasting from nearby mines has caused cracks in homes. Residents complain of breathing problems, children falling sick, a direct fallout of unregulated mining.
Towards my right, you can see the hills, which is just around a kilometer away. And in this village, due to the mining and due to the blasting, there has been cracks all across the village. You can see that the condition of the house is not livable. Apart from that, if we talk about people of this village are having breathing problems, they are asthmatic, and they have been protesting all across.
The dangers became tragically real in Dadam village in 2022, where illegal and excessive mining led to a collapse that killed at least 5 people. Investigations blamed overexploitation and unscientific mining.
In the year 2022, in Dadam area of Tosham in Bhiwani district, a tragedy struck in which around 5 people lost their life. But what was the reason of the people who died due to this tragedy? Behind me, let me show you the visuals here. This is the Aravalli range in Tosham area, and this is the Dadam area, where due to over-exploitation and unscientific way of mining, a tragedy took place in the year 2022. After that, the NGT and the Punjab and Haryana High Court took suo motu regarding this. You can see clearly there has been a huge ravage behind me where there has been done over-exploitation of mining.
As protests intensify and violations continue, activists warn the Supreme Court verdict could accelerate destruction of the Aravallis. The Republic will continue to expose illegal mining and demand accountability.
And this is not just about one state. There are many states for the past couple of days where protests have erupted across the states for saving the Aravallis. The Republic investigation today takes you to yet another illegal mining site. While the government provided an unconvincing defense of the Supreme Court order, the Aravallis have continued to blast and mine in Haryana's Charkhi Dadri area. The residents of that village face serious threat due to incessant blasting and mining. Here is an investigation that exposes how the illegal mining is being carried out, and this is a grave violation.
चले जाओ ना तो गोली मार देंगे, ये धमकियां देते हैं ये।
ब्लास्टिंग कण जाते तो उसे कैंसर हो रहा है।
While the government attempts an unconvincing defense of the Supreme Court order, Republic moved to Haryana's Charkhi Dadri, to yet another location of Aravallis being illegally mined in broad daylight.
We are here in Chakki Dadri district in the Gudana village. Now this is an illegal mining site that I am standing on. Behind me are clear live visuals of mining activities going on broad daylight. All this mining activity is illegal and has been stopped. However, the villagers have been trying to protect their agricultural land and they have been trying to protect their grazing fields. To the left of me is a 200 feet deep mine. Villagers here have informed us that all the mining activity happens at night. They are using blastings, they are using dynamite, and no safety equipment is being used.
In an explicit violation of the SC guidelines, Aravallis continue to be blasted and mined at night. From wells running dry to diseases spreading due to dust, villagers face the actual brunt.
मेरी यह है कि हमारे गांव में कैंसर पीड़ित 7-8 हो गए हैं, उसमें ब्लास्टिंग के कण जाते हैं पानी में। दोड़ा माइनिंग है, उसमें पानी लग रहा है, उससे पानी में ब्लास्टिंग कण जाते हैं तो उससे कैंसर हो रहा है और कई यहाँ का सांस की बीमारी होगी। कोई नहीं, 60 साल से ऊपर आदमी है ना, वो सभी खाट पकड़ रहे हैं।
Caught on Republic camera were mounds and mounds of dust as North India struggles to breathe. This despite the court order. A trail of mined dust that never ends.
अवध अभी ब्लास्टिंग होता कि धरती में जना कंपन होता, पाइपलाइन पूरी डैमेज हो जाती है।
यहाँ पे रात में भी ये ब्लास्टिंग करते हैं?
हाँ जी।
यहाँ पे रात में भी ये खनन करते हैं?
24 घंटा चलता खनन तो।
Unable to defend their natural heritage, villagers confess of having been threatened by illegal miners.
हमने पैर मास करी, लाखों रुपये लगाए, यहाँ पर गांव ने धरना दिया। बड़ी भारी भयंकर मी और आंधी तूफान में हमारा एक आदमी मर भी गया था यहाँ और बार बार बिजली को हमने दे दी, लोकायुक्त में हमने लगा ली, डीसी का हमने लगा ली, खनन विभाग का हमने लगा ली, खनन मंत्री का हमने लगा ली, लेकिन हमारी कोई सुनाई को नहीं हो। तो काला काला का बड़ा 5-7 हाथ में बंदूक ले जाए, चले जाओ ना तो गोली मार जाएंगे, ये धमकियाँ देते हैं ये।
The villagers have filed multiple applications to local authorities, but they allegedly kept mum.
मैंने डीसी के कम से कम 10 दरखास्त दे रखी हैं, हर महीने दरखास्त देता हूँ, ग्रीवेंस की भी देता हूँ। डीसी ने कोई कार्रवाई नहीं की, वो पता नहीं वो एप्लीकेशन कहाँ जमा होती है। और जो एमओ संची तलवार है उसको भी एप्लीकेशन कहीं दे दी और संची तलवार को बार बार कहे कि मौका देख लो कि हमारा अवध पड़ रहा है, इसके अवध पड़ रहा है, ये देख लो पॉपुलेंट भी खड़ी हैं और ये 6 स्टॉक रखे हैं अवध, आज भी ये देख लो चले हुए हैं सभी गाड़ी और प्रदूषण कांड बंद है, हमारी कोई सुनाई नहीं हो रही।
Authorities remain in bliss of ignorance while residents of Gudana sleep every night under the fear of their roofs collapsing.
ये मेरा सारा मकान का दरार आ रही है जी, यहाँ मेरा ट्यूबवेल था, ट्यूबवेल भी फेल हो गया जी, इसलिए मैंने एक डिग्गी बनाई है, डिग्गी में उतरी आएगी और डिग्गी इसलिए बनाई मेरे बाग में पौधा में पानी गल जाए और यह दोपहर में इतनी हैवी ब्लास्टिंग होती है, इस कारण ये देख लो जी सारी दरार आ गई, ये पड़ गया। मैं तो रात में सोता, मेरे को रात में पड़ गया तो मेरे तो मुश्किल हो गई जी।
Day and night, blasting continues and houses develop cracks, visible cracks.
ये जो अपने पहाड़ के अंदर जितना भी ब्लास्ट हो रहा है ना, बहुत ज़्यादा, हद से ज़्यादा ब्लास्ट हो रहा है। इसमें बबलिंग इतनी होती है कि कंपन बहुत ज़्यादा हो और उस कंपन की वजह से पहले तो दरार आई और अभी दरार आने के बाद में फिर इसी में रहते थे, इसके लिए हम बाहर रह रहे हैं। कुछ दिन के बाद में हमको ऐसा महसूस हुआ कि ये गिरेगा तो इसको छोड़ के हम बाहर चले गए फिर, और क्या करें, बाहर रह रहे हैं अभी तंबू वगैरह तान के।
Not one, not two, but many houses in Gudana have visible cracks due to incessant mining. People have been forced to vacate their houses for fear of them collapsing. Republic investigation on ground continues relentlessly. Meanwhile, villagers, their homes and the Aravallis continue to be at the mercy of authorities.
And across India, a wave of anguish and unyielding resolve has swept through the streets and cities under the banner of #Hindu mobilization as thousands unite in fury over the barbaric lynching of Dipu Chandra Das, a young Hindu worker falsely accused. He was brutally beaten and his body was hanged and set ablaze in Bangladesh. From Delhi's barricade-breaking marches outside the Bangladesh High Commission to Kolkata's bloodied protest met with police lathi charge, effigies of Mohammed Yunus burned while voices thunder under justice demanding an end to the relentless prosecution of minorities in a nation that is spiraling into extremism. Here's what's happened in Bangladesh and the fallout of which was seen in many states across the country today.
Be it of the national capital, be it Jammu, be it Bhopal, or be it Kolkata. Hindu groups have taken to the streets and the anger is unmistakable. The protesters are not mincing their words.
देखिए बांग्लादेश में सरकार नाम की कोई चीज नहीं है, वहाँ पर एक आतंकवादियों की सरकार हो गई है।
बांग्लादेश में हो क्या रहा है? सब अत्याचार तो हो रहा है और हुआ क्या बताइए? पाकिस्तान में हुआ, वहाँ से आ गए, अब बांग्लादेश में होने लगा। ये कट्टरपंथी कब तक हम चुप रहेंगे? उनके सुनते रहेंगे क्या हम लोग? डरते रहेंगे क्या? हिंदू जाग चुका है।
The anger is palpable.
হিন্দুরা বাংলাদেশে না থাকতে পারলে, হিন্দুরা বাংলাদেশে না থাকতে পারলে এখানে কাউকে থাকতে পারে না। বাংলাদেশের কোনো অস্তিত্ব থাকবে না। ভারতবর্ষের মধ্যে, পশ্চিমবঙ্গের মধ্যে বাংলাদেশের কোনো অস্তিত্ব আমরা থাকতে দেব না। এবং এই মুহূর্তে টিয়ার গ্যাস ছোড়ার জন্য লাঠিচার্জ করছে পুলিশ।
Even as the authorities pushed back, the protesters' clarion call echoed far and wide. This is in the backdrop of a 25-year-old Hindu man, Dipu Chandra Das, being lynched in Bangladesh. His only mistake was falling victim to the mob justice. Cruelty such as the youth's body was hung from a tree and set on fire. Thousands of voices, one single question to the Yunus-led Bangladesh government. Why the free run to radicals?
Moving on to Sambhal now. In Uttar Pradesh, a shocking case has emerged in Sambhal where a 32-year-old trader Rahul Kumar was allegedly murdered by his own wife Ruby and her lover Gaurav Kumar. The crime scene was so horrific that Rahul's head was severed, his hands and legs were cut off and body parts were dumped at various locations. What makes this case very similar to the Blue Drum murder in Meerut when Muskan and her lover also had killed their husband, stuffed his remains in the cement filled with a drum. Both the cases, same story. Here is the report that you'll have to see, which points out towards a grisly murder that happened in Uttar Pradesh.
Striking similarities with Meerut's Blue Drum murder. A man was murdered after he found his wife in a compromising position with her lover. Police in Sambhal have cracked a case in Chandosi where a 32-year-old shoe trader was allegedly murdered by his wife and her lover. The victim, Rahul Kumar's head was severed from the body. His hands and legs were cut off and body parts were dumped at various locations. Rahul paid the price of catching his wife with her alleged lover Gaurav Kumar, a neighbor inside his own home. The spine-chilling murder draws similarities with the Blue Drum murder where Muskan and her lover Sahil stabbed an ex-merchant navy officer Saurabh Rajput to death in Meerut on March 4, 2025. While it was on March 2025 that the Blue Drum murder case sent shockwaves across the nation, in Meerut, it was Saurav who met his fatal end at the hands of his partner. Cut to 3 months later, Rahul met a similar fate. 2 different cities, 2 different murder cases, yet the same spine-chilling similarities. The accused, Ruby, had filed a missing person report for her husband Rahul. What initially seemed an ordinary case turned out to be a thoroughly planned gruesome murder that sent shockwaves in the entire location.
जनपद संभल के थाना चंदौसी क्षेत्र में आज से करीबन 1 महीना पहले 18-11 तारीख को 18 नवंबर को रूबी नाम की एक महिला ने गुमशुदगी दर्ज कराई थी और उस महिला के द्वारा बताया गया कि उसके पति है वो कहीं गायब हो गए हैं। उसके कुछ दिन बाद में यहाँ नाले में एक डेड बॉडी मिली जिसमें उसके पाँव नहीं थे, हाथ नहीं थे, सिर नहीं था। इस तरह की अटकटी जो डेड बॉडी है उसको पुलिस ने शव को कब्जे में लिया, उसका पोस्टमार्टम कराया, उसका डीएनए भी प्रिजर्व कराया उसका और फॉरेंसिकली उस बॉडी को पूरा एग्जामिन किया गया था। उस बॉडी पे राहुल नाम लिखा था और गहनता से जांच करने पे पता चला कि राहुल की पत्नी जो रूबी है उसी ने ही राहुल की हत्या की थी। इस प्रकार इन दोनों व्यक्तियों को जिनके नाम गौरव और रूबी, इन दोनों को गिरफ्तार करके आज जेल भेजा जा रहा है। इनके पास से जिस ग्राइंडर का यूज़ करके इन्होंने कटर से काटा था वो भी बरामद हुआ है और जिन हथौड़ों और इन चीज़ों से उन्होंने उसके सिर पे वार किए थे वो भी पुलिस को बरामद हुए हैं।
On the night of November 18, 2025, enraged Rahul started beating his wife and her lover. He threatened to humiliate her in the entire neighborhood and told her he would throw her out of the house naked. That's when Ruby told Gaurav to hit Rahul. Gaurav then struck Rahul on the head with an iron rod and an iron pestle used for shoe repair, killing him instantly. What sends shivers to the spine is the fact that Rahul's body was dismembered with a grinder. This adds up as yet another case of betrayal that led to murder. But the question remains, could this have been avoided?
Horrific scenes from a train that was carrying our athletes. They were going for national championships, 18 of them, and mostly underage, forced to sleep near lavatories because they were without tickets. And all that was happening in freezing conditions. Humiliation for the next-gen athletes, for the upcoming athletes of the country has raised many, many questions. There's outrage on social media. We'll get you that big story on trending with me, Rakshita, at 7:30 p.m.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Please stop!
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा
We just now felt this entire mountain shiver because there are blasts going on, as we were telling you. Usually for the limestone.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year.
Day after Ornab questioned former CJI on Aravalli judgment, sources indicate review petition likely to be filed in the Supreme Court. Hindu mobilization across India. Thousands come out in protest against attacks in Bangladesh on the Hindu community under Unao regime. Hindu protesters Lathi charged in Kolkata claim they are being targeted for speaking out against Bangladesh under Mamata's rule. Sentence suspended pending appeal for rape convict Kuldeep Sengar. He was granted life sentence in 2019 but now granted bail on 15 lakh bail bond. It's a rare and exclusive conversation with the former Chief Justice of India, Justice Gavay. Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami takes in the big questions. From New Delhi to Bhopal to Kolkata and Jammu, the anger is spilling on the streets against the atrocities on Hindus in Bangladesh. Major protests broke out outside the Bangladesh High Commission as thousands of Hindus gathered to protest against the mob lynching of Deepu Chandra Das by radicals in Bangladesh for alleged blasphemous comments. Something that has now been rejected by the family members. In fact, what we're essentially seeing across all cities, a massive mobilization of Hindus. But surprisingly, what has essentially happened in Kolkata, when Hindu groups were out in the streets protesting against the Unao regime, Mamata's police carried out a Lathi charge. Allegations that have been levelled by the Hindu groups in Kolkata is that under Mamata's rule, they are not being even allowed to protest against the Unao regime. Take a look at what happened in Kolkata earlier today.
এই হচ্ছে পরিস্থিতি এই মুহূর্তে আইপিএস অফিসাররা রয়েছেন এই মুহূর্তে প্রচুর মানুষজন রয়েছে আমি আরেকটু দেখানোর চেষ্টা করব প্রথম লেয়ার ভেঙে ফেলা হয়েছে
আজ সনাতনী সাধুর গায়ে হাত পড়েছে আমরা রাস্তায় মেরেছে হিন্দুদের এভাবে আটকে রাখা যায় না
আপনাদের গায়ে হাত তুলেছে
আমাদের পুলিশ ধাক্কাধাক্কি করেছে আমরাও ব্যারিকেড ভেঙে এগোতে
দেখো আরেকদিকে আমি দেখাবো আরেকবার দেখাবো আমি নবীকে বলবো এই মুহূর্তে লাঠি চার্জ করছে পুলিশ মহিলাদের উপর লাঠি চার্জ করছে এই মুহূর্তে পুলিশ এবং এই মুহূর্তে টিয়ার গ্যাস ছোড়ার জন্য উদ্যত হয়েছে পুলিশ এই মুহূর্তে টিয়ার গ্যাস ছোড়ার জন্য উদ্যত হয়েছে পুলিশ এই মুহূর্তে অবস্থা দেখুন এই মুহূর্তে চারিদিকে লাঠি চার্জ হচ্ছে এবং এই চারপাশে যেভাবে হিন্দুদেরকে মারা হচ্ছে এই মুহূর্তে পড়ে গেল এই মুহূর্তে রক্তারক্তি অবস্থা হয়ে গেছে রক্তে ভেজে যাচ্ছে হিন্দুদেরকে এই মুহূর্তে একজন অসুস্থ হয়ে পড়েছে পুলিশের লাঠির ঘায়ে এই মুহূর্তে মুখ ফেটে গেছে এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের কাছে গেরুয়া আমি শুধু এইটুকু বলবো এই মুহূর্তে যে অবস্থা বেধড়ক লাঠিচার্জ করলো মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের পুলিশ এবং এই মুহূর্তে প্রচুর এভাবে লাঠির আঘাতে রক্তারক্তি হয়েছে আমার সারা গা রক্তে ভেসে যাচ্ছে
The Save Aravalli movement is becoming the nation's #1 talking point. Republic TV's campaign wherein we question the Supreme Court order and the government's defense has ignited a nationwide debate. We compelled the Environment Minister to respond yesterday where he said that the government's new uniform definition for the range strengthens environmental safeguards rather than opening them up to the mafia. Not just that, a 2,334-page affidavit mentioning that the government batted for mining of critical, strategic and atomic minerals at the Aravalli Hills ranges, which has now been accessed by Republic TV. We have meanwhile been investigating on ground, putting into perspective how this illegal mining at the Aravallis is eating into the natural ecosystem. Now, this report coming in from Haryana indicates what's the reality on the ground. A protected land where there's been rampant mining that has been carried out. A caveat here is that while partially mining has been allowed, what we are given to understand that this protected land in Haryana where the mining is being carried out. Our reporters got this on camera when blasting was actually taking place and no specified time when the blasting is taking place, and the villagers alleging that attempts are now being made by the mining mafia to encroach areas which are not even permitted for mining. Take a look at this report.
चले जाओ ना तो गोली मार देंगे ये धमकियां देते हैं ये ब्लास्टिंग कण जाते हैं तो उसे कैंसर हो रहा है
While the government attempts an unconvincing defense of the Supreme Court order, Republic moved to Haryana's Charkhi Dadri, to yet another location of Aravallis being illegally mined in broad daylight.
We are here in Charkhi Dadri district in the Unao village. Now this is an illegal mining site that I am standing on. Behind me are clear live visuals of mining activities going on broad daylight. All this mining activity is illegal and has been stopped. However, the villagers have been trying to protect their agricultural land and they have been trying to protect their grazing fields. To the left of me is a 200 feet deep mine. Villagers here have informed us that all the mining activity happens at night. They are using blastings, they are using dynamite, and no safety equipment is being used.
In an explicit violation of the SC guidelines, Aravallis continue to be blasted and mined at night. From wells running dry to diseases spreading due to dust, villagers face the actual brunt.
मेरी यह है कि हमारे गांव में कैंसर पीड़ित 7-8 हो गए हैं, उसमें ब्लास्टिंग के कण जाते हैं पानी में। दोड़ा माइनिंग है, उसमें पानी लग रहा है, उससे पानी में ब्लास्टिंग कण जाते हैं तो उससे कैंसर हो रहा है और कई यहाँ का सांस की बीमारी होगी। कोई नहीं, 60 साल से ऊपर आदमी है ना, वो सभी खाट पकड़ रहे हैं।
Caught on Republic camera were mounds and mounds of dust as North India struggles to breathe. This despite the court order. A trail of mined dust that never ends.
अभी ब्लास्टिंग होता है कि धरती में कंपन होता, पाइपलाइन पूरी डैमेज हो जाती है।
यहाँ पे रात में भी ये ब्लास्टिंग करते हैं?
हाँ जी।
यहाँ पे रात में भी ये खनन करते हैं?
24 घंटा चलता खनन तो।
Unable to defend their natural heritage, villagers confess of having been threatened by illegal miners.
हमने पैर मास करी, लाखों रुपये लगाए, यहाँ पर गांव ने धरना दिया। बड़ी भारी भयंकर मी और आंधी तूफान में हमारा एक आदमी मर भी गया था यहाँ, और बार बार बिजली को हमने दे दी, लोकायुक्त में हमने लगा ली, डीसी का हमने लगा ली, खनन विभाग का हमने लगा ली, खनन मंत्री का हमने लगा ली, लेकिन हमारी कोई सुनाई को नहीं हो। तो काला काला का बड़ा 5-7 हाथ में बंदूक ले रहा है, चले जाओ ना तो गोली मार देंगे, ये धमकियाँ देते हैं ये।
The villagers have filed multiple applications to local authorities, but they allegedly kept mum.
मैंने डीसी के कम से कम 10 दरखास्त दे रखी हैं, हर महीने दरखास्त देता हूँ, ग्रीवेंस की भी देता हूँ। डीसी ने कोई कार्रवाई नहीं की, वो पता नहीं वो एप्लीकेशन कहाँ जमा होती है। और जो एमओ संचित तलवार है उसको भी एप्लीकेशन कहीं दे दी, और संचित तलवार को बार बार कहे कि मौका देख लो कि हमारा अवध पड़ रहा है, इसके अवध पड़ रहा है, ये देख लो पॉपुलेंट भी खड़ी हैं और ये 6 स्टॉक रखे हैं अवध, आज भी ये देख लो चले हुए हैं सभी गाड़ी, और प्रदूषण कांड बंद है, हमारी कोई सुनाई नहीं हो रही।
Authorities remain in bliss of ignorance while residents of Godana sleep every night under the fear of their roofs collapsing.
ये मेरा सारा मकान का दरार आ रही है जी, यहाँ मेरा ट्यूबवेल था, ट्यूबवेल भी फेल हो गया जी, इसलिए मैंने एक डिग्गी बनाई है, डिग्गी में उतरेड़ आ गई, और डिग्गी इसलिए बनाई मेरे बाग में पौधा में पानी गल जाए, और यह दोपहर में इतनी अभी ब्लास्टिंग होती है, इस कारण ये देख लो जी सारी दरार आ गई, ये पड़ गया, मैं तो रात में सोता, मेरे को रात में पड़ गया तो मेरे तो मुश्किल हो गई जी।
Day and night, blasting continues and houses develop cracks, visible cracks.
ये जो अपने पहाड़ के अंदर जितना भी ब्लास्ट हो रहा है ना, बहुत ज़्यादा, हद से ज़्यादा ब्लास्ट हो रहा है, इसमें बबलिंग इतनी होती है कि कंपन बहुत ज़्यादा हो, और उस कंपन की वजह से पहले तो दरार आई, और अभी दरार आने के बाद में फिर इसी में रहते थे, इसके लिए हम बाहर रह रहे हैं। कुछ दिन के बाद में हमको ऐसा महसूस हुआ कि ये गिरेगा, तो इसको छोड़ के हम बाहर चले गए फिर, और क्या करें, बाहर रह रहे हैं अभी तंबू वगैरह तान के।
Not one, not two, but many houses in Godana have visible cracks due to incessant mining. People have been forced to vacate their houses for fear of them collapsing. Republic investigation on ground continues relentlessly. Meanwhile, villagers, their homes and the Aravallis continue to be at the mercy of authorities.
Horrific scenes from a train that was carrying our athletes. They were going for national championships, 18 of them, and mostly underage, forced to sleep near lavatories because they were without tickets. And all that was happening in freezing conditions. Humiliation for the next-gen athletes, for the upcoming athletes of the country, has raised many, many questions. There's outrage on social media. We'll get you that big story on trending with me, Rakshita, at 7:30 p.m.
Well, the police in Sambal have cracked a case in Uttar Pradesh's Chandasi area where a 32-year-old shoe trader was allegedly murdered by his wife and her lover after he found them in a compromising position. Now, his body was later chopped into several pieces and dumped at multiple locations. Here's a detailed report on this chilling murder story.
Striking similarities with Meerut's Blue Drum murder. A man was murdered after he found his wife in a compromising position with her lover. Police in Sambal have cracked a case in Chandausi where a 32-year-old shoe trader was allegedly murdered by his wife and her lover. The victim, Rahul Kumar's head was severed from the body. His hands and legs were cut off and body parts were dumped at various locations. Rahul paid the price of catching his wife with her alleged lover Gaurav Kumar, a neighbor inside his own home. The spine-chilling murder draws similarities with the Blue Drum murder where Muskan and her lover Sahil stabbed an ex-merchant navy officer Saurabh Rajput to death in Meerut on March 4, 2025. While it was on March 2025 that the Blue Drum murder case sent shockwaves across the nation, in Meerut it was Saurabh who met his fatal end at the hands of his partner. Cut to 3 months later, Rahul met a similar fate. 2 different cities, 2 different murder cases, yet the same spine-chilling similarities. The accused, Ruby, had filed a missing person report for her husband Rahul. What initially seemed an ordinary case turned out to be a thoroughly planned gruesome murder that sent shockwaves in the entire location.
जनपद संबल के थाना चंदौसी क्षेत्र में आज से करीबन 1 महीना पहले 18-11 तारीख को 18 नवंबर को रूबी नाम की एक महिला ने गुमशुदगी दर्ज कराई थी और उस महिला के द्वारा बताया गया कि उसके पति है वो कहीं गायब हो गए हैं। उसके कुछ दिन बाद में यहाँ एक नाले में एक डेड बॉडी मिली जिसमें उसके पाँव नहीं थे, हाथ नहीं थे, सिर नहीं था। इस तरह की अटकटी जो डेड बॉडी है उसको पुलिस ने शव को कब्जे में लिया, उसका पोस्टमार्टम कराया, उसका डीएनए भी प्रिजर्व कराया उसका और फॉरेंसिकली उस बॉडी को पूरा एग्जामिन किया गया था। उस बॉडी पे राहुल नाम लिखा था और गहनता से जांच करने पे पता चला कि राहुल की पत्नी जो रूबी है उसी ने ही राहुल की हत्या की थी। इस प्रकार इन दोनों व्यक्तियों को जिनके नाम गौरव और रूबी, इन दोनों को गिरफ्तार करके आज जेल भेजा जा रहा है। इनके पास से जिस ग्राइंडर का यूज़ करके इन्होंने कटर से काटा था वो भी बरामद हुआ है और जिन हथौड़ों और इन चीज़ों से उन्होंने उसके सिर पे वार किए थे वो भी पुलिस को बरामद हुए हैं।
On the night of November 18, 2025, enraged Rahul started beating his wife and her lover. He threatened to humiliate her in the entire neighborhood and told her he would throw her out of the house naked. That's when Ruby told Gaurav to hit Rahul. Gaurav then struck Rahul on the head with an iron rod and an iron pestle used for shoe repair, killing him instantly. What sends shivers to the spine is the fact that Rahul's body was dismembered with a grinder. This adds up as yet another case of betrayal that led to murder. But the question remains, could this have been avoided?
The Delhi High Court has granted bail to former Bharatiya Janata Party legislator Kuldeep Singh Sengar in the 2017 Unao rape case. The High Court today ordered Sengar not to come within 5-kilometer radius of the victim and remain in Delhi during the duration of the bail. He has been asked to report to the police every Monday. A case that has Republic TV campaigned for stands at a crucial point today, as the man who was convicted, found guilty, is now essentially facing a reduced sentence. Earlier today, we spoke to Nirbhaya's mother, Asha Devi.
देखिए ये तो बिल्कुल उस परिवार के लिए बिल्कुल सही नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि अगर किसी को उम्र कैद की सजा दी गई है और हाई कोर्ट में आके उसको बिल्कुल बेल पे भेज दिया जाए, तो ये तो एक गलत संदेश गया। उसमें भी इतने
आशा जी, सिर्फ
पावरफुल
ये बेल
आदमी।
की बात नहीं हो रही है, इस पर ये कहा जा रहा है कि लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट जो पहले दिया गया था उसे सस्पेंड किया जाता, जब तक कुलदीप सिंह सेंगार की जो एप्लीकेशन है, जो अपील है, जब तक उसकी सुनवाई हो रही तब तक लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट को हटाया जा रहा है। ये इसीलिए कई लोग सवाल उठा रहे हैं, ये बेल की बात हो ही नहीं रही, ये बेल से कई गुना ज्यादा है।
ये ऐसा तो बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए। फिर तो और केसों में भी जब तक सुनवाई चलेगी तो सब मुजरिम कहेंगे कि हमारे सजा को हटा दिया जाए। ये तो बिल्कुल गलत संदेश जा रहा है। ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि आप थोड़े दिन पहले हम उस परिवार से हमारी दिल्ली में ही मुलाकात हुई थी। वो जो लड़का है वो कह रहा था उसकी खुद की 3 बेटियां हैं, वो सिक्योरिटी में रहते हैं। उनको जो बेटियां हैं छोटी-छोटी, उनको स्कूल नहीं भेज सकते, वो डर के साए में जीते हैं। और अगर ऐसा फैसला आ रहा है कि नहीं तब तक उस सजा को हटाया जाए, फिर सुनवाई किया जाए, तो ये तो बिल्कुल समझ से बाहर है सर। ऐसा होना नहीं चाहिए, खास कर जब महिलाओं और बच्चियों की सुरक्षा की बात है। तो मैं तो इस फैसले से बिल्कुल
आशा जी, क्योंकि
असंतुष्ट
मैं
हूँ
ये
कि
सवाल इसलिए कर रहा हूं क्योंकि आपने कई लोगों के लिए आपने एक जस्टिस की लड़ाई की, और एक तरह से आप देखा जाए तो आप एक तरह के सिंबल है, जस्टिस की सिंबल माना जाती हैं।
फांसी की सजा सुनाई गई है।
अब जब
कोई ने
ये
अपील
सवाल उठाया
किया
जाता है कि जो
हमारी
पावरफुल
फांसी की
है,
सजा हटा के हमारी सुनवाई की जाए, हमारी फांसी की सजा हटा के हमारी सुनवाई किया जाए, तो ये कोई सुनवाई थोड़ी है। ये तो केसों के और विक्टिमों के साथ मजाक है। ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए।
सवाल वापस यही उठाया जाएगा जिनके पास पावर है। आखिरकार बीजेपी के लेजिस्लेटर रह चुके हैं ये, और साथ ही साथ एक स्ट्रॉन्ग मैन माना जाता है उत्तर प्रदेश में। जब उनकी स्टेट में उनके सेंटेंस को सस्पेंड किया जाता है तो सवाल यही उठाया जाएगा कि हमारे देश में जिसके पास पैसा है, जिसके पास पावर है, उसी को न्याय मिल सकता है।
बिल्कुल हमारी बच्चियां वैसे ही कुचली जाएंगी। ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि आप ये सोचिए ना कि एक ही नहीं है, हजारों सैकड़ों लाखों में लोग जेल में भरे हैं। तब तो सब लोग कहेंगे कि हमारी फांसी की सजा हुई है उसको हटा के, हमारी उम्र कैद की सजा हुई है उसको हटा के आप सुनवाई करिए। तो ये तो बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए। हमारा पुलिस से, कोर्ट से, सरकार से सबसे अपील है कि जो भी अपील उनकी है, जो भी विक्टिम का केस है, उसको देखते हुए जिस तरह से उनकी सजा है उसको बरकरार रखते हुए ही सुनवाई कीजिए। और जो भी आपका फैसला है बच्चियों के हित में होना चाहिए, विक्टिमों के हित में होना चाहिए, समाज के हित में होना चाहिए।
आशा जी, आपने कई बार समाज के लिए कई सारे ऐसे इश्यूज हैं जिसके लेकर आपने मुहिम छेड़ा है। आज आप ऐसे उन्नाव की रेप विक्टिम के बारे में क्या कहना चाहेंगे? क्योंकि उनके पास कोई उपाय नहीं है, क्योंकि उनके पास ना ही ये पैसा है कि वो वापस कोर्ट में जाए, अर्जी लगाए, और उन लोगों के लिए कोई सुनवाई नहीं होने वाली है। उनके लिए कौन खड़ा रहने वाला है? कुलदीप सेंगार के लिए कई सारे लॉयर्स हैं, कई लोग हैं उनके लिए, पर उन्नाव के रेप विक्टिम, उनके लिए कौन खड़ा रहेगा?
देखिए, हम ऐसा नहीं सोच सकते कि हम उनके लिए कोई नहीं है। उनके लिए कोर्ट है, सरकार है, वहां की पुलिस है। उस परिवार को सहायता मिलनी चाहिए, सिक्योरिटी मिलनी चाहिए, और जो भी ये उस बच्ची के साथ घटना हुई है उसको इंसाफ मिलना चाहिए। जो भी ये सुनने में आ रहा है कि नहीं ये फैसला को अलग रख के सुनवाई चलेगी, तो ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि एक नया नियम बच जाएगा। जो भी मुजरिम है कहेंगे कि हमको जो सजा मिली है उससे हमको हटा के हम अपील करते हैं हमारी सुनवाई हो। तो एक तो हमारे देश में बच्चियां वैसे ही असुरक्षित हैं। ऐसे फैसले हमारे समाज के लिए, हमारे बच्चों के लिए बिल्कुल सही नहीं है। तो ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। हमारे कोर्ट से, हमारी सरकार से, चाहे यूपी सरकार है, चाहे हमारी केंद्र सरकार है, हम सबसे अपील करते हैं कि उस बच्ची को इंसाफ मिले, निष्पक्ष जांच हो, जो भी ये सुनने को आ रहा है कि रूल की उनका फैसले को अलग रख के इसकी सुनवाई होगी या वो दिल्ली में रहेंगे उसके पास नहीं जाएंगे, तो ऐसा कुछ ये बवंडर नहीं होना चाहिए। साफ चाहे उनकी अपील हो चाहे उनकी अपील हो, जिस तरह की सजा मिली है वो सजा को बरकरार रखते हुए इस पे सुनवाई होनी चाहिए। मैं तो यही चाहूंगी।
आशा जी, एक आखिरी सवाल करना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि ऐसे वक्त में कई लोग अपने आप को बेबस समझते हैं और उन्नाव के रेप विक्टिम उनके परिवार वालों के पास भी, जैसे कि मैंने आपको कहा है कि उनके पास इतना साधन नहीं है कि वो अपने लड़ाई को आगे बढ़ाए। इसीलिए सवाल यही उठता है कि ये वक्त आता है कि सबको एक मुहिम चलाना चाहिए कि आखिरकार अपने आवाज़ को सुनाना चाहिए, ताकि कोर्ट को ये सुनाई दे कि देश में लोग क्या सोचते हैं, कि क्या जिनके पास पैसा है, जिनके पास पावर है, क्या वही उनको ही न्याय मिलेगा? उनका क्या, जिनके पास ना पैसा है ना पावर है?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। बिल्कुल हम लोग जैसे लोग इस चीज के लिए आवाज उठाएंगे। सरकार से, कोर्ट से हमारी रिक्वेस्ट है कि ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। अगर ऐसा होने लगे तो देश में 50% से ज्यादा अमीर लोग हैं, 50% ऐसे लोग हैं जिनके पास खाने के नहीं है, केस के लड़ने के लिए नहीं है। तो वैसे लोगों के लिए भी सरकार को और कोर्ट को इस बारे में सोचना चाहिए, और उस परिवार को हम सब लोगों का सपोर्ट मिलेगा। हम लोग उसके लिए आवाज उठाएं और उस बच्ची को, उस परिवार को इंसाफ मिलेगा।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आशा जी हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, और यही चाहेंगे कि हर कोई इसको लेकर सवाल उठाए, क्योंकि आखिरकार हमारी आवाज़ कोर्ट तक पहुंचनी चाहिए कि कई लोग के पास कोई साधन नहीं है इस पूरे मुहिम को छेड़ने के लिए। इसीलिए आशा जी, आप और आप जैसे कई लोग अगर अपनी आवाज़ उठाएं तो ही ये कोर्ट तक पहुँच सकती है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आशा जी।
We're getting you reports from Gujarat, Haryana and Rajasthan on the Aravalli mining. They tell you that everything is as per book, but we show you how Supreme Court guidelines are being violated. It's on camera tonight at 7 p.m.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा सिप, जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Please stop!
झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
There is a May report by the government. It's titled Detailed Action Plan Aravalli Landscape Restoration, in brackets Aravalli Green Wall. The irony is this report was published by the Ministry of Environment and Forests. It's not even an old report. It was published in May 25, just 8 months before the Supreme Court redefined the Aravallis. It involved the Forest Survey of India, state forest departments of Delhi, Gujarat, Haryana, Rajasthan, along with German Cooperation for International Cooperation. Now, this report was in the public domain and the nation wants to know from you, Justice Gavay, as the former Chief Justice of India, would you see it the other way, that this report had very much established the threat to the Aravallis? 8 months before your judgment, your new definition allows for leeway by the mining players to exploit an already depleting resource.
Mr. Arnab Goswami, it is firstly not the definition provided by the court. It is the report of the committee of the experts. The court found that the report was liable to be accepted subject to the further requirement regarding, I am again repeating it, we are again going to the same
So you don't completely agree with the government's version, which the government says we are only going by what the Supreme Court says. You are saying you are only going by what the government told.
We are going by what the report of the experts, of which the FSO was also a party. We only accepted that.
Republic TV has been reporting for the last few weeks. And we have the truth on camera. Rampant illegal mining, flouting Supreme Court guidelines. And it's all on tape. Darren, more coming up. We have a victory of the campaign. The Aravalli campaign is gaining momentum, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, the fight is only just beginning. Here are the headlines. A day after Arnab questioned former CJI on the Aravalli judgment, sources indicate review petition likely to be filed in the Supreme Court. There's a Hindu mobilization across India. Thousands come out in protest against attacks in Bangladesh on the Hindu community under Yunus regime. Hindu protesters Lathi charged in Kolkata under Mamata Banerjee claim they are being targeted for speaking out against Bangladesh. Sentence suspended pending appeal for rape convict Kuldeep Sengar, granted life sentence in 2019 but now granted bail on a 15 lakh bail bond. Controversial order on Sengar questioned. Even Nirbhaya's mother says it could set a wrong precedent for India. And the interview of the year, ladies and gentlemen, on popular demand, the Arnab versus former CJI Gavay interview on Aravalli, 8:30 p.m. tonight. A controversial order on the Aravalli range, ladies and gentlemen, that defined the range. The government wanted the definition of Aravalli changed. Supreme Court okayed it. And there's been a lot of anger for the last few weeks that Republic TV has been talking about the Aravalli range definition, and we've been campaigning for it. There is an impact. The story is gaining momentum. It's moving ahead. Sources saying that a review petition is likely to be filed in the Supreme Court. And that review petition will likely seek a change in the definition. Will seek a change in the definition order. And this is something that most people who are fighting for the Aravalli have been asking for, that there was a grave mistake and that the court should have gone by the advice of the amicus curiae. Now, the amicus curiae had also asked for the definition not to be changed. So that battle, the legal battle continues. It's a big victory for the Republic campaign. Review petition likely in the Supreme Court on Aravalli in the next few days. Sources saying that the review petition could be filed. A legal battle could be beginning soon. Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj tracking every detail on that. I'm going to cross straight to her. Rhythm, if you can tell us more. What does a review petition mean and what happens next and what can we look forward to, Rhythm?
It's very rarely that a Supreme Court judgment is appealed against. It can only be appealed against, Niranjan, in a review judgment. And that's what's happening in this case. We're seeing that there will be a review, possibly we are being told by our sources, in the Aravalli judgment that had been given on the 20th of November. This judgment has been there. There's been a Republic campaign. There's been sustained protest across India on the Aravalli, which has been there for centuries. And now, with this entire judgment, we are seeing that people are asking for the Aravallis to not be touched, for mining to not be given this importance. After Justice Gavay came in this rare interview that went viral with our editor-in-chief, we're now being told that the big news is that there could be a review.
Thank you for that, Rhythm. Thank you for that. We'll keep a close watch on that, Rhythm, keeping an eye on what happens in the Supreme Court, ladies and gentlemen. But the story is gaining steam because Republic TV, since it was debated, picked up by Republic TV, debated by Arnab, and following that interview of the Chief Justice of India, former Chief Justice of India, Justice Gavay, that interview aired last night. I'm playing out an excerpt of that interview that has gone viral across India. It's very rare that a former Chief Justice sits down in an interview on a judgment that he delivered. It was a rare television moment, so I'm starting this edition of the 7 p.m. with an excerpt of this interview. That's changing everything this evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my attempt always to go to the nub of the issue. Joining us is Justice B.R. Gavay, former Chief Justice of India and the author of this judgment on the Aravallis, which is being debated all over the country. Justice Gavay, I hope you will go through my questions and give me appropriate replies, because fundamentally, and I would like to begin by saying this, Justice Gavay, that I have a fundamental disagreement with your judgment, which as a citizen of India, I'm entitled to have. The Aravallis stood for 2 billion years. The judgment that has redefined them was delivered 3 days before your retirement. What was the hurry, Justice Gavay? The judgment was delivered on 20th November and you retired on 23rd November. What was the tearing hurry?
See, I have been monitoring this issue for more than 3 years. If you go through the judgment, we had raised, firstly, see, judges are not supposed to justify their judgment, but since this is an important issue and there's a misconception about the judgment, I agreed to speak to you. If you go through the judgment entirely, the difficulty is that the persons speak about the judgment without even reading them in the entirety. So if you go through the entire judgment, I had given the entire narration as to how the matter arose. There was some issue with regard to the difference adopted by the various states with regard to definition of Aravalli hills and Aravalli ranges. So in order to settle those matters, we heard the matter on number of occasions. Various issues were framed, and after hearing the matter, once you hear the matter at length, if you don't decide the judgment, it's like
Justice Gavay, may I ask you, how can you pass that comment on me on my program that I have made my judgments on the issue without having gone through the judgment, I would politely, completely disagree with this presumption of yours and remind you that I have seen your judgment in entirety. In fact, no, I don't think you can pass a judgment like that, pass a comment like that on my observations, sir. I take offense to that. Having said that.
No. What I've seen on your program is that it is being projected as if we have given a complete license for mining in the Aravalli Hill, but that's not correct. If you go through the judgment, we have in fact imposed certain more restrictions on mining in the Aravalli Hills and ranges.
No, sir, your own judgment makes it clear on paragraph 30 that your final word went against the amicus curiae, who is a friend of the court. Very explicitly, Justice Gavay, in paragraph 30 of your judgment, it notes that the amicus curiae had stated in his submission, quote, if the definition as recommended by the committee is accepted, all the hills below the height of 100 meters would be opened up for mining, and as a result, the Aravalli Hills and the ranges would lose their continuity and integrity. It would totally endanger the environment and ecology of the mountains.
So therefore, if you read the further parts of the judgment, we have considered the rival submissions of both the parties. We have accepted the report of the committee, which was consisting of various experts, various representatives of the state governments, and then we, on a surrender pattern, we have specifically directed that no further mining activities would be conducted.
Justice Gavay, in fact, in para 31, the arguments of the Additional Solicitor General have been documented. I've read that as contradicting what the amicus curiae had said on the premise that, and I quote, it would exclude large areas from the Aravalli Hills and ranges. She, however, submitted that if the definition as suggested by the committee is adopted, unquote. If the amicus curiae, who is a friend of the court, has explicitly taken the view contrarian to the committee view, which has ministry at its helm, which has government at its helm, shouldn't the court have taken the view of the amicus and not that of the government pioneered by the ASG?
Mr. Arnab, the court is required to take into consideration the submissions of both the sides. The court cannot accept. It's not necessary that always the court has to accept the submissions are made by one behalf. Maybe the learned amicus is a friend of a court. The court has to consider all the aspects, and after considering the aspect, the court comes to an opinion. So it is not as if that we have to accept the arguments.
No, but the amicus curiae, respected Mr. Justice Gavay, was going by the FSI criteria, but it said that the FSI criteria better preserve the ecological integrity of the Aravallis. Mike, with due respect to you, Justice Gavay, the FSI is comprised of India's topmost and most respected experts on matters of ecology and environment. Does that not matter to you? Are the experts less aware than the government? Or for that matter, less aware than the judiciary?
Mr. Arnab, the FSI was also a part of the larger committee which was appointed by the court. The committee consisted of various experts from various fields, including the representative of the FSI. And the report which was submitted was not only by the government, it was a report of the experts.
Sir, I'm quoting from your judgment, para 27. The FSI had clearly defined the Aravallis in 2010 as, quote, underslope over 3 degrees, foothill buffer equal 100 meters, interhill distance or valley width equal 500 meter, and for the area enclosed by the above defined hills from all sides. What was the need to revisit this definition in the first place?
There was no question of...
Why did you have to revisit this definition in the first place?
So therefore, I made a submission that the comments are made without reading the judgment. If you go through the earlier parts of the judgment, the necessity was felt because all the 4 different states applied different yardstick insofar as the definition of Aravalli Hills and definition of Aravalli ranges are concerned.
But that can't be a reason, sir. The fact that the old definition...
Please,
sir. The fact is the old definition... The fact is the old definition recognizes slope, buffer, valley, enclosure and continuity, the very elements that make a mountain range a living ecological system, not a collection of isolated bumps. And yet, the court walked away from it. Why?
The court has not walked through it. On the contrary, if you read the operative paragraphs as well as the earlier paragraphs, we have specifically said that on a surrender pattern, the the MSFP has to be prepared wherein the mining which it will provide, which are the areas where the mining will be prohibited and where the sustainable mining would be permitted.
And ladies and gentlemen, a big thank you to all our viewers who've been responding to the Aravalli campaign. In fact, we opened up the pledges. We have a page dedicated where you can take the pledge on Aravalli and tell us your support. And from the moment we started counting those pledges, over 3.5 lakh people, our viewers, our supporters, and those who are following the Aravalli story have been tracking the story. And at latest count, this is the number, 3,52,000 pledges and counting. So thank you. And we will continue to put that barcode out so you can take that pledge on the Save Aravalli campaign. And ladies and gentlemen, as we talk about that, our investigation continues because we are not stopping. We continue to investigate on the truth about Aravalli. And that is why on the show this evening, we have an investigation starting from Gujarat, Rajasthan, Haryana. It's become the #1 talking point even before the boundaries are defined. And even mining barons, by the way, know that after this order, after this definition change, the areas open up. We've been reporting, investigating on the ground, and you will be shocked at the kind of violations that are taking place. We have 3 reporters, Republic reporters, who are getting you reports from different locations. Take a look.
Viewers, Republic is here at Sawalpura, Taranpur in Sikra, Rajasthan, and we are showing you yet another illegal mining which is going on here. We're going to show you, see, that is where you can see where mining is going on, and we'll also show you and we'll also tell you why what they're doing is illegal. Right there in the mining site, you can see there's water here. Water has come up. According to the rules, whenever water appears during mining, that site needs to be abandoned and no mining shall continue in that site. Right next to it, you can see the mining is still going on. And just, we'll also show you the locality, the minimum distance which is required between an active mining site and residences. It is also not fulfilled. You can see there's a home right there on my right side. There's also several homes just within a few meters of that house. You can see this is the mining site which is active. We'll also show you several other reasons. Now, as per the rules, there is this state highway which is going on. So, a minimum distance of 300 meters, and in certain critical areas 150 meters is required between the state highway or road and any mining site. But we'll show you, this is the state highway road which goes from Ajitpura to Asanpur, to Asanpur state highway road. On that end, that is where you can see the car. The car is on that state highway road, and it's not even 50 meters away. There's not one mine, there are 2 mines here. Not even 50 meters away from this. As you can see, that is the road where you can spot that white car. From here, we'll show you just on the other end, merely 50 meters, not even 50 meters away. That is the mine site where we just showed you mining was actively going on. And also, this is a dry state where we are standing here. This is a dry state. And there are 2 water pumps here which continuously pump out the water which comes up in this area. Let us show you that as well. So this is the mining site where even right now mining is continuing, and they have this water tank, and there are 2 water pumps which continuously pumps out the water which is not allowed to be pumped out in a dry state where already the water level is very low. We are also going to show you a little bit around. So you've seen that there are several things which is illegal about this entire illegal mining, and this predates the new accepted definition of Aravalli, and we are showing you live on Republic's camera how this mining, which you can see on the camera right now, this is illegal in not just one or two ways, but in multiple ways. We're also showing you the location. We'll also show you the road that I was talking about, that state highway. On the far end, you can see, we'll show you, it's what, 60 meters, not even 60 meters, where you can see bikes going on, you can see the car going on. That is the state highway. And you can estimate the distance between this mining site and the road. You can still see there's constant coming and going of vehicles. We'll keep bringing you the ground updates of the Aravalli Hills, how the lungs of the Delhi NCR is being exploited, and after this recent decision, things are not looking better.
And in Gudana in Haryana, ladies and gentlemen, my colleague Ishan reported how Supreme Court guidelines were being violated. Blasting continues to take place, and even near forest areas, reserve forest areas being mined. Here is a report sent by Ishan from Haryana.
Behind me is a house that has been severely damaged due to the blasting activities that are being carried out illegally in this area. We can see that a lot of cracks have formed in the walls. The house is now become very dangerous to live in, and we'll also talk with the owner of this house who will tell us more about what has happened.
ये देख लो, मैं यहाँ रहता हूँ, ये मेरा मकान है, मैं एक अनमैरिड हूँ, एक मेरी माँ और एक हम दो रहते हैं, ठीक है। ये मेरा सारा मकान का दरार आ रही है जी। यहाँ मेरा ट्यूबवेल था, ट्यूबवेल भी फेल हो गया जी, इसलिए मैंने एक डिग्गी बनाई है, डिग्गी में उतरी जाएगी, और डिग्गी इसलिए बनाई मेरे बाग में पौधा पानी गल जाए। और ये दोपहर में इतनी हैवी ब्लास्टिंग होती है, इस कारण ये देख लो जी सारी दरार आ गई, ये पड़ गया। मैं तो रात ने सोता, मेरे को रात ने पड़ गया तो मेरे तो मुश्किल हो गई जी। मैं एक गरीब आदमी हूँ, मेरी माँ 80 साल की है, वह भी बीमार रहती है, और मैं अनमैरिड हूँ, और हमारे और कोई साधन नहीं है, कोई नौकरी पेशा नहीं, जमींदार से कमा कर खा रहे हैं। और मैंने बार बार DC का भी दरखास्त दे रखी मैंने, भाई दरार आ रही है और कई कुआं फैला गया, तो कोई इसमें अमल नहीं करे जी। तो इससे हम यह रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं प्रधानमंत्री से और मुख्यमंत्री से, हमारी आवाज़ जाए और इसका मौका देखा जाए। भाई ये मकान ऐसा मकान तो गणाए हैं जी, ये तो गांव में, और ये तो खेत का है, और खेत में हर खेत और हर गांव में भी ऐसे हालत हो रही है, और आपको मौके पर जा कर दिखाएंगे। तो हमें जाए है, DC से भी मैंने बार बार रिक्वेस्ट करा क्या जी, हमारी सुनाई करो, DC सुनाई नहीं करे जी। एप्लीकेशन देता हूँ, वो एप्लीकेशन मार्क करके वहाँ जमा कर देता हूँ, वहाँ नहीं पता। फिर मैं 10 दिन 15 दिन पाछे पूछता हूँ जी वह कहाँ गई, तो एक वो सची है जी गसोले का, वो उनका क्या कर लेगा, दरखास्त तो मेरे पास आएगी तो हम करके लेगा, तो मेरी सुनाई नहीं हो रही जी। हमें खतरा है, कभी भी मकान पड़ सकता है, और इससे खतरा हो गया तो मकान पड़ गया तो उसको जिम्मेदार सरकार होगी या पहाड़ का वायर कंपनी के होंगे।
यहाँ पे क्या गुंडागर्दी और हो रही है, उसके बारे में हमें थोड़ा बताया कि किस हिसाब से
ये रखते हैं जी बॉडीगार्ड। हाँ, वहाँ से खतरा मेरे को, मैं गल धरना दरिया जी, तो ये पैमाश करवाई धरना दरिया जी, मेरे पिलमा दिए थे उनने, और मेरे जूठे फायर जो थाने में कटवा दी थी। फिर मैं वहाँ गया, मौके बताया नौलवा निर्दोष है, तो ये बार बार धमकी देते हैं। मेरे किसी प्रकार का मेरा खतरा भी है जी, मैं आवाज़ उठाता हूँ, मेरे लिए आवाज़ नहीं, पूरे गांव के लिए आवाज़ उठा रहा हूँ।
Ladies and gentlemen, even before this order kicks in and more areas are opened up for mining, and that is the whole point of this order, even the Supreme Court has called it sustainable mining. Sustainable mining. Government has admitted, BJP spokespersons are saying, even on Republic debate when they were with Arnab, they say that this is for mining, and different ministries, the Ministry of Mining, the Environment and Forest Ministry, all of them in an affidavit have said in the Supreme Court that they want restrictions lifted on mining for critical minerals, atomic minerals and other minerals which may help in economic development. But in the name of economic development, in the name of mining for critical minerals, there is already, and they're saying they will not give any new licenses, new mining licenses. But the existing ones are doing damage. They are the ones who are likely to benefit. These are huge mining companies. There are mining mafias as well operating. Here's a report that my colleague Lalit filed.
4 से 5 जिले ऐसे हैं जहां पर ये अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला आती है। आप लोग भी इस कैंपेन का हिस्सा हैं।
बाउल बता रहे हैं कि देश का पेट हम भरते हैं, तो मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा हरियाणा में जो खेती होती है, किसानी होती है, इरिगेशन के लिए मोर देन 65% हम ग्राउंड वाटर का यूज़ करते हैं। क्योंकि कुछ एक ज़िले ऐसे हैं, तकरीबन 14 ज़िले हैं जिनको रेड जोन में हरियाणा सरकार या फिर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने उसको घोषित किया है रेड जोन में भूजल स्तर को लेके। जो हमारी कनाल इरिगेशन है वो पर्याप्त नहीं है। इसके लिए हम भूजल का पानी शक्कर के बोरवेल के द्वारा या वेल्स के द्वारा निकालते हैं और खेती करते हैं। लेकिन जो अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला है, अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला भूजल रिचार्ज करने के लिए प्राकृतिक इकोलॉजिकल सिस्टम के रूप में काम करती है। आप देख रहे हैं अर्बन जंगल की वजह से भूजल रिचार्ज की जो दर है वो काफ़ी कम हो गई है। अब अरावली जैसे यहाँ तो शाम में हम बात करते हैं या फिर हमारे नज़दीक में महेंद्रगढ़ में, वहाँ पर हम चेक डैम्स बनाते हैं। इस पहाड़ के साथ साथ जो बारिश का पानी आता है वो चेक डैम्स के द्वारा आर्टिफिशियल रिचार्ज स्ट्रक्चर में हम एक्यूफर को रिचार्ज करते हैं। लेकिन जब अरावली ही नहीं बचेगी तो हम कैसे हमारे भूजल को रिचार्ज करेंगे। दूसरी बात, जो बारिश है, ये अरावली पर्वत श्रृंखला इकलौती ऐसी पर्वत श्रृंखला है जो पश्चिम से उत्तर की तरफ है। अगर आप हिमालयन रेंज देखेंगे वो पूर्व से उत्तर की तरफ जाती है। ये सेमी एरिड इलाका है हमारा, वेस्टर्न डिस्टर्बेंस की वजह से यहाँ पर बारिश होती है। अगर अरावली को ही हम खत्म कर देंगे तो हम कैसे वेस्टर्न डिस्टर्बेंस के बारिश करवा पाएंगे।
And here on Republic, ladies and gentlemen, our investigation continues, and that trending interview on Aravalli, perhaps the interview of the year, because very rarely you have a former CJI, Justice B.R. Gavay, just demitted office, and he spoke to Arnab on the Aravalli judgment. It's very rare in television when that happens, on popular demand, coming up at 8:30 p.m. Thanks for watching. Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime, रहो बेफिक्र।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा,
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
Horrific scenes from a train that was carrying our athletes. They were going for national championships, 18 of them, and mostly underage, forced to sleep near lavatories because they were without tickets. And all that was happening in freezing conditions. Humiliation for the next-gen athletes, for the upcoming athletes of the country, has raised many questions. There's outrage on social media. We'll get you that big story on Trending with me, Rakshita, at 7:30 p.m.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime, रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
এই মুহূর্তে একজন অসুস্থ হয়ে পড়েছে, পুলিশের লাঠির ঘায়ে এই মুহূর্তে মুখ ফেটে গেছে, এই মুহূর্তে। এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের কাছে গেরুয়া এই মুহূর্তে যে অবস্থা, বেধড়ক লাঠিচার্জ করলো মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের পুলিশ।
Good evening, viewers. From your smartphones to your smart televisions, the trending stories are always breaking the internet. And tonight we have a power-packed lineup for you. We start with the story of a fight that went off behind the boxing ring. Backstage brawl between Indian boxer Neeraj Goyat with Anthony Taylor of United States. This was after a decisive win in Goyat's favor. Next up, and in fact we have Neeraj Goyat himself joining us in a short while from now. And also we'll tell you what's happening as far as India's young wrestlers, Odisha wrestlers. They are made to travel in inhumane conditions, unconfirmed tickets, forced to sleep near toilets of the trains. We'll tell you what happened, and also we'll get you voices from ground. Soon after, we'll show you how BJP councillor Reenu Chaudhary, who has been viral so many times, but right now she's receiving flack for having told off an African coach, threatened him for not knowing Hindi, saying that either he should learn Hindi or leave the park for training. And also, we bring you a story from Rajasthan's Jalore, where a decree was passed banning smartphones and cameras for women. And last but not the least, we have INSV Kondinia, Indian Navy's pioneering stitch sailing vessel that revives India's ancient shipbuilding and seafaring traditions. All that and more on Trending with me, Rakshita Mishra. tempers flared backstage at the Misfits boxing event in Dubai as USA's Anthony Taylor hit India's Neeraj Goyat with a water bottle. The video, which has gone viral on social media, if you see that, we're going to run that for you. This incident took place after Goyat, in fact, emerged victorious against Taylor with an unanimous decision. And after Goyat comprehensively defeated Taylor, the American followed the Indian backstage and offered a handshake. Now, things turned worse as Goyat refused to shake hands with Taylor and said that you don't even know about boxing. Now, clearly Taylor, what we understand, was irked by Goyat's words, and he took a water bottle from the ground and in frustration, he hurled it at Goyat. Now, such a situation, the security had to intervene and escort Taylor out of the area. Even Indian coaching staff also had to intervene and protect him physically. In fact, what we understand is that he was stopped by his team members. So the Neeraj Goyat versus Anthony Taylor, war of words started even before the bout began, is what we know. Taylor seemed to have said something about India to Goyat. And Neeraj gave repeated warnings to Taylor, saying that he should not say anything about his country and that India is the father. India is the dad. India tera baap hai, that's what he said. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be having Neeraj Goyat himself to share his side of the story. He will be opening up on what really happened, because this video is going viral and many netizens are of course so enraged as to what has happened, because what we're getting to know is that somewhere Anthony is alleged to have insulted India. And in fact, while we continue to wait, we will be connecting with Neeraj soon. We have another story that is trending, viewers, on social media. Now, this is a video that is heart-wrenching. If you see, you feel embarrassed, you feel humiliated. At least 18 athletes from Odisha participating in the 69th National School Wrestling Championship that was held in Uttar Pradesh were forced to travel in inhumane conditions in near the train toilets due to negligence of the state school and mass education department. And you may ask, how did this happen? Well, this as students were made to travel with unconfirmed tickets, making them susceptible to traveling in general compartments, no seats for them. And they were forced, they had no option, but they sat near train toilets in biting, freezing cold. Visuals on your screens for the same. And what makes the situation worse is that the return tickets of the students were not confirmed as well. That rendered them in a situation of having to travel back in the same deplorable conditions. And these visuals have gone viral now, and it raises serious questions about the safety and dignity and well-being of the young athletes representing Odisha at the national level. And visuals have received much criticism, outrage, and while questions have been raised about what's happening with our athletes, the mistreatment to the athletes, what we see here is a stark difference between how players of more prominent sports such as cricket aren't subject to such a treatment, such mistreatment. And yes, as in your screens, you can see on your screens, this is a drastic contrast between cricket players whose travel and accommodation are arranged as extravagantly as against the deplorable conditions that the young athletes were made to travel in now. In fact, we have many reactions coming in. Netizens are enraged. They are in fact taking on the authorities. They are questioning the authorities on the pitiable conditions of some young athletes. They've slammed the management for their shoddy travel accommodations for the young wrestlers, especially as they are traveling for representing Odisha at a national level, from calling on the state's chief minister's attention on the matter to slamming the sports department's concern for such deplorable situations. The stream of reactions online have raged against such inhumane treatment. And with that, we take a quick look at the trends that are running hot on social media today. much talked about and long anticipated release of the Epstein file was received with flack on the 19th of December, as the release, contrary to what was promised, was a partial one. Now, former US President Bill Clinton, who was on the receiving end of online questions and anger, having featured prominently in the released files, he has put out a statement saying that all those he demands that there should be a full release. He goes on to claim that he or any of those featured need no such protection, as questions flew around if he or any prominent personality featured had worked to contain the release of the files. And with the release of the Epstein files garnering much traction online, people have long awaited the news on the controversial release of the files collected by convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. And not left too far behind in getting a word on this hot topic was President Donald Trump of the United States. So when asked as to how he feels about the former president's feature, Trump said that he wasn't a fan of Clinton's feature, but he added that Clinton's a big boy, he can handle it. US President Donald Trump recently divulged to the media a conversation he had with French President Emmanuel Macron. Now, per Trump's description, what starts off as a quiet, amicable conversation ended in the US President positioning on himself on Macron a thinly veiled threat of tariffs on French exports if France does not raise its drug prices. This amid Trump striking MFN deals with nations to regulate pharmaceutical prices all around. Now, actor Timothy has been often captivating the media over his many stylized appearances and constantly buzzing media frenzies regarding his personal and work life as well. Now, today is no different, as the star is now viral and trending all over as the first person to appear on top of the Sphere in Las Vegas in a new video to promote his new movie, Marty Supreme. The world of online streaming platforms are facing its new entrant. This is as a Blockbuster officially making a comeback as a streaming service, positioning itself as the new or the next alternative to Netflix. In fact, netizens have been sending in a flurry of reactions from being excited over the change in the online streaming market to welcoming the positive aspects. Now, Vince Zampella, the video game developer known for co-creating the hugely popular Call of Duty franchise, has died at the age of 55. He was killed in a car accident in California. The news was confirmed by Electronic Arts, the parent company of Respawn Entertainment. Studio Zampella helped establish this. In fact, he is said to have lost control of his Ferrari as it exited a tunnel, crashed into a barrier and caught fire. Zampella was driving and died at the spot. The passenger was thrown from the car by the impact and he later died in hospital. Now, the biggest ever Lord of the Rings Lego set has been leaked, priced at reported $650. Made up of 8,278 pieces, the city of Minas Tirith will be the 6th largest Lego set ever in terms of pieces. Media reports have let us in on visuals that have arisen online showing Vice President J.D. Vance training with U.S. Navy SEALs in California. In 90-minute workout, Vice President later said that it left him feeling like he'd been hit by a freight train. He expressed his gratitude as well to all the warriors, he says, who keep America safe and keeps the highest standards. Las Vegas Sphere transforms into pure nightmare fuel as it displays a terrifying mind flayer from Stranger Things. Towering over this strip, the massive LED surface brings the iconic villain to life with glowing eyes, shifting shadows, and an ominous presence that feels almost real. The Sphere's cutting-edge visuals make it seem as if the mind flayer is watching the city, blurring the line between fiction and reality. Fans and onlookers are left both amazed and unsettled, proving once again how immersive technology and pop culture can combine to create unforgettable, spine-chilling moments in the heart of Las Vegas. In Dubai, Misfits Boxing hosted a fight between kickboxer turned influencer Andrew Tate and Misfits heavyweight champion Chase Demore, a former influencer known for his appearance on the reality TV show Too Hot to Handle. Now, the bout marked Tate's boxing debut 5 years after he retired from kickboxing. After 6 rounds in the ring with Demore, Tate showed signs of exhaustion, with Demore earning a decisive victory. All right, So once again, we bring you back the story from Misfits Boxing, the brawl that happened backstage between Neeraj Goyat and Anthony Taylor, as Anthony Taylor said to have hurled a water bottle, throwing a water bottle at Neeraj Goyat. And in fact, joining us now is Neeraj Goyat himself. Mr. Goyat, thank you so much for joining us on Republic TV, sir. Now, what do you have to say? This is a video that is going viral now. There is this altercation that has happened, and we see that in frustration, the American boxer throws a bottle at you.
मैडम आपने जो बोला सब ऊपर से गया, बट आई अंडरस्टैंड है ना, ज्यादा अंग्रेजी
आप बताइए नीरज जी, आप जी क्या हुआ?
नहीं समझ आ गया मुझे, समझ आ गया मुझे। वो कुछ नहीं, वो गेट के जब वो गेट से अंदर मेरा वाड़ा वाले डोप टेस्ट कर रहे थे, तो वाड़ा के डोप टेस्ट के टाइम पे तो वो गेट से अंदर आ रहा था, गेट से अंदर आते आते उसने वहां से बोला, यू बास्टर्ड इंडियंस, यू रोब्ड माय फाइट, फलाना ढिमकाना, आगे मेरे पास आके शेक हैंड करता है, बोलता है कांग्रेचुलेशंस। सो आई सेड व्हाट द फक यू आर सेइंग, है ना, यू डोंट नो अबाउट बॉक्सिंग। तो उसके बाद उसने बोतल फेंक दी, मैंने बोतल मिस कर दी, और उसके बाद का सारा कुछ है जो भी आपको पता है।
अच्छा, इन्होंने कुछ भारत के बारे में बोला था क्या?
हाँ, वही वहां से बोलता रहता ना, यू इंडियंस आर बास्टर्ड, यू रोब्ड माय फाइट, ऐसे करके, यू रोब्ड द फाइट। तो इतनी अंग्रेजी तो अपने को समझ में आती है, रोब्ड बोल रहा है, बास्टर्ड बोल रहे थे, इतनी तो समझ आती है। तो ये हाथ मिलाने लगा, मैंने बोला, मैंने हाथ नहीं मिलाया, मैंने बोला you don't know about boxing and why you are talking this kind of shit। तो ऐसा बस थोड़ी सी बात हुई, ने बोतल खोल ली और मेरे ऊपर पानी ऐसे इसने फेंका, मैंने वो बोतल मिस कर दी, और उसके बाद वो सब कुछ हो गया।
अच्छा, आपने भी ऐसा कुछ कहा था कि इंडिया तेरा बाप है?
वो तो पुरानी बात होगी जी, इंडिया तो बाप है ही है
जी। नहीं, वो तो है ही है, और आपने भी उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे दिया, जो कि वो तो मुंह तोड़ नहीं पाए, उनका खुद मुंह टूट गया।
वो फाइट के बाद की क्लिप है, और जो हम बात कर रहे हैं वो पब्लिक वर्कआउट की बात है, लाइक 4 दिन पहले की बात है। जब वो उसने जब 4 दिन पहले उसने ये चीज शुरू की थी, जब पब्लिक वर्कआउट था, तो जब प्रेस वाले वहां पे आए थे, तो उसने बोला था, इंडियन नेवर प्रोड्यूस वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, वर्ल्ड चैंपियंस, इंडियन बॉक्सर आर शिट, इंडियन डोंट नो अबाउट एनीथिंग, इंडियन बॉक्सर डोंट हैव स्किल्स, डजंट हैव स्किल्स, ऐसी बात बोल रहा था। मैंने बोला था, मां इंडिया तेरा बाप है, इंडिया तेरा बाप है, और आई शो द वर्ल्ड।
जी, वो तो आपने दिखाई दिया है कि वो मतलब भड़काने की पूरी कोशिश की थी उसने।
हाँ जी, वो चल रहा, वो 2-3 ऐसे चलता रहा। मतलब प्रोफेशनल बॉक्सिंग में अलग अलग दिन के इवेंट होते हैं, बट ये जो अभी टीवी पे जो चल रही है, फाइट के बाद की कहानी है
जी। और आपके कुछ जो साथ में थे, जो साथी थे इंडियन टीम के, वो समझ में आ रहा है कि वो बीच में आ गए थे जब ये उसने बोतल फेंकी, और आपको भी लिहाजा गुस्सा तो आया ही लाजमी था।
नहीं, वो अपने विपिन गुलिया भाई हैं, वो मेरे साथ डोप टेस्ट के लिए रुक गए थे, बिकॉज मेरे जो कॉर्नर में था वो कुलदीप किप्पा भाई है, और जो मेरे 2 कोच थे वो थे, और बाकी मेरे टीममेट से जो वीडियो वगैरह, संगम वगैरह जो सब करते हैं, वो लोग सब बाहर थे, बट विपिन भाई उस टाइम पे खाली थे, तो उन्होंने बोला कि मैं तेरे साथ रुकता हूँ डोप टेस्ट के लिए, तब वो अंदर आ गया था उस टाइम पे। तो विपिन भाई हैं जिन्होंने चेयर उठाई थी, विपिन गुलिया भाई है वो, तो उन्होंने अपना, फिर हम इंडिया वाली पोजीशन में आ गए थे जी, याद तेरी, तो उस चीज पे आ गए थे हम। आ जाते
जी। तो अब टीम में कोई कंप्लेंट गई है क्या अमेरिका की तरफ से, उनकी जो टीम थी?
नहीं, वो बोल रहे थे हमें, वो बोल रहे थे कि आप लोगों को अगर इसको सू करना है तो हम लोग कर सकते हैं, यूएस की जो कमीशन है उसमें कर सकते हैं। तो मैंने बोला नहीं, इतना बड़ा मेरे को किसी का करियर खराब नहीं करना है, लाइक हो गया, जो हो गया वो हो गया, खत्म।
आपके सोशल मीडिया पोस्ट देखे हमने, आपने क्लिप्स शेयर करी, आपने बोला ही कुड नॉट फेस मी, वो आपका सामना नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, और महादेव को भी आपने कहीं ना कहीं लिखा है कि महादेव आपके साथ रहे हैं। तो ये आपका
सब कुछ महादेव की कृपा है जी, सब कुछ महादेव की कृपा है जी। मैं महादेव को बहुत ज्यादा मानता हूँ, और महादेव इज एवरीथिंग फॉर मी। और अब अंग्रेजों को क्या समझाएं कि क्या शक्ति है महादेव में।
जी बिल्कुल। और ये स्पिरिट जो है ये हम चाहेंगे कि आप बरकरार रखें। किस तरह से आपने जवाब भी दिया है और आपने बात भी आगे लेके नहीं गए। जब बात इंडिया की आती है लिहाजा मुझे लगता है कि किसी का भी खून खौल जाएगा कोई ऐसे बोलेगा।
नहीं, जब देश की बात करी, मेरे ऊपर बात करी तो उसका जवाब मैंने ही दे दिया था। और वो जो जहाँ पे डॉग टेस्ट चल रहा था तो वहां पे भी उसको बढ़िया प्रसाद दे दिया था। और उसके बाद वो बहुत डर भी गया था जब मुझे, बल्कि मेरे कुछ फैंस आए हुए थे मेरे होटल में, तो नीचे मेरे से मिलने के लिए, मैं नीचे फोटो खिंचाने के लिए गया था। रात के 3-4 बज चुके थे उस टाइम पे। तो लिफ्ट के बाहर था मैं, तो उसने देखा दूर से मेरे को और वो वापस मुड़ के चला गया। फिर उसके बाद, इस इंसिडेंट के बाद की बात है।
अच्छा।
तो फिर उन्होंने बोला कि कमीशन को हम कुछ बोल सकते हैं वहां पे, यूएस में इसको बैन करा सकते हैं। मैंने बोला नहीं, अब जरूरत नहीं है, हो गया। स्पोर्ट्समैन स्पिरिट यही होती है कि जो हो गया, जो रिंग के बाहर था उसमें नहीं थी, लेकिन अपने अंदर रख है वो चीज की किसी का करियर खराब नहीं कर सकते।
जी। तो अगली बार भी जब रिंग में मिलेंगे तो आपका आई थिंक कॉन्फिडेंस पूरा उफान पर रहेगा।
बिल्कुल रहेगा जी। कॉन्फिडेंस के लिए एक चीज मैं सबको बोलता हूँ, कॉन्फिडेंस के लिए सबसे पहले हमें सच्चा होना चाहिए, ईमानदार होना चाहिए, अपनी मेहनत के साथ, अपनी ट्रेनिंग के साथ, अपने दोस्तों के साथ, अपने कोचेस के साथ, अपने खाने के साथ, अपने सोने के साथ। जो तो कॉन्फिडेंस इन सब चीज से ही बिल्ड होता है। जब हम इन सब चीज के साथ पॉजिटिव रहेंगे, अपना 100%, हम सोने का टाइम, हमारा स्लीपिंग साइकिल जो है वो बढ़िया होना चाहिए। मैं रात को 9:30 बजे सो जाता हूँ जी। सुबह उठ के मुझे ट्रेनिंग करनी होती है। और दुबई में था तो मैं, दुबई का मेरा शेड्यूल था, मैं सुबह 4:30 बजे उठता था, क्योंकि जो मेरा स्ट्रेंथ एंड कंडीशनिंग का कोच था उसका टाइम जो था वो 5-5:15 बजे का था। तो उस टाइम पे मैं ट्रेनिंग करता था। तो वो सब चीजें, उन सब के साथ ईमानदार होंगे तो कॉन्फिडेंस पूरा रहेगा, कॉन्फिडेंस कभी जाएगा नहीं।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, आपने हमारे साथ अपना जो मंत्र है वो भी शेयर किया और कॉन्फिडेंस भी आपने बताया कि कहाँ से आता है, देशभक्ति से आता है जो आपके रगों में दौड़ता है। और इसलिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए और अपना पक्ष बताने के लिए।
धन्यवाद जी। राम राम।
राम राम। All right, viewers, now shifting focus to the other trending story. Now, this is a viral video that featured a BJP councillor in Delhi. Now, she landed in controversy after a video surfaced showing her threatening an African football coach, asking him to learn Hindi within a month or face a ban from the public park. Now, a video shared by the councillor Renu Chaudhary herself on social media triggered outrage online. But critics called the remarks discriminatory. The councillor has issued a clarification now, saying her intention was not to threaten but to address the communication issues related to park usage. The coach, who has lived in the area for nearly 15 years, continues to teach football to local children.
नमस्कार साथियों, मैं रेनू चौधरी पटपड़गंज वार्ड से। कल से मेरी जो वीडियो काफ़ी वायरल चल रही है उसमें मेरा इरादा किसी को भी ठेस पहुंचाने का नहीं था। एमसीडी पार्क बच्चों के खेलने के लिए है और उनकी कोचिंग्स वगैरह के लिए। भाषा से, शैली से किसी को भी दिक्कत महसूस हुई, ठेस पहुंची, उसके लिए खेद व्यक्त करती हूं और आशा करती हूं बच्चे ऐसे ही पार्क में हमेशा खेलेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
And now we are going to play out what really landed her in trouble, or what really made what made people criticize her. Now, this is the video that we are going to show you how she threatened the African coach on cam.
हिंदी, अगर इसने 1 महीने में हिंदी नहीं सीखी, सब पार्क छीन लो। हंसने की बात रही है, सीरियस बोल रही हो ये? नहीं, 8 महीने हो गए बताए हुए मुझे। अगर 1 महीने में हिंदी नहीं सीखी, यहाँ का मातृभाषा नहीं सीखी, यहाँ का पैसा खा रहे हो तो मुंह में भी हिंदी बोलना सीखो। मैंने 8 महीने पहले की हिंदी, अगर इसने 1 महीने में हिंदी नहीं सीखी, सब पार्क छीन लो। हंसने की बात रही है, सीरियस बोल रही हो ये? नहीं, 8 महीने हो गए बताए हुए मुझे। अगर 1 महीने में हिंदी नहीं सीखी, यहाँ का मातृभाषा नहीं सीखी, यहाँ का पैसा खा रहे हो तो मुंह में भी हिंदी बोलना सीखो।
And viewers, with that, we take a quick look at the trends that are going really, really fast, and they're climbing the charts on social media today. Now, working abroad is a dream for many, but the real milestone is seeing parents bask in the success. Now, a video of Mayur proudly showing his parents the life he built overseas has struck an emotional chord online. Quiet, confident smiles and ease with which his parents interacted said it all. And internet is back with the same confusion, AI or not. An extravagant mid-air wedding reel shared by luxury photographer Robert Amascua has left the internet divided. Video along with claims of an 85-year-old millionaire marrying a 25-year-old bride went viral. But fact-checkers found no marriage records and possible AI manipulation. With Amascua confirmed, the shoot details remain sketchy, fueling debates on authenticity, hypergamy, and whether love or AI is truly in the air. South Korea's birth rate has finally ticked upward after the government began offering nearly $29,000 in incentives to couples who date and marry. While officials call it a demographic breakthrough, netizens are divided, some sarcastically questioning the taxpayer spending and others joking about moving to Korea for love. Still, the numbers suggest incentives may be nudging social behavior. All right, viewers, now we are going to bring you the exciting piece of news. INSV Condinia, Indian Navy's pioneering stitch sailing vessel that revives India's ancient shipbuilding and seafaring traditions, is all set to undertake her maiden overseas voyage on the 29th of December 2025. The vessel will be flagged off from Porbandar in Gujarat for Muscat, Oman, symbolically retracing the historic maritime routes that connected India with the wider Indian Ocean world for millennia. Inspired by depictions of ancient Indian ships and constructed entirely using traditional stitched plank techniques, Condinia represents a rare convergence of history. We'll leave you with the visuals. Thanks for watching.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च. मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो.
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता. टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला.
We just now felt this entire mountain shiver because there are blasts.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा.
मुस्कुराए लड़का
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
অসুস্থ হয়ে পড়েছে, পুলিশের লাঠির ঘায়ে এই মুহূর্তে মুখ ফেটে গেছে, মুখ ফেটে গেছে এই মুহূর্তে। এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের কাছে গেরুয়া এই মুহূর্তে যে অবস্থা, বেধড়ক লাঠিচার্জ করলো মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের পুলিশ।
The judgment was delivered on 20th November and you retired on 23rd November. What was the tearing hurry?
If you go through the judgment entirely, the difficulty is that the persons speak about the judgment without even reading them in the entirety.
Justice Gavay, may I ask you, how can you pass that comment on me on my program that I have made my judgments on the issue without having gone through the judgment? In fact, no, I don't think you can pass a judgment like that, pass a comment like that on my observations, sir. I take offense to that. Very explicitly, Justice Gavay, in paragraph 30 of your judgment, it notes that the amicus curiae had stated in his submission, quote, if the definition as recommended by the committee is accepted, all the hills below the height of 100 meters would be opened up for mining, and as a result, the Aravalli hills and the ranges would lose their continuity and integrity. It would totally endanger the environment and ecology of the mountains.
অসুস্থ হয়ে পড়েছে, পুলিশের লাঠির ঘায়ে এই মুহূর্তে মুখ ফেটে গেছে, মুখ ফেটে গেছে এই মুহূর্তে। এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের কাছে গেরুয়া এই মুহূর্তে যে অবস্থা, বেধড়ক লাঠিচার্জ করলো মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের পুলিশ।
So what stops anyone from redefining? Sir, tomorrow somebody will define the Ganges. Tomorrow somebody will redefine the Himalayas. I said the other day with respect that the Supreme Court of India did not create the Himalayas or the Aravallis.
I have already told you it was necessary in order to protect illegal mining activities which are going on. We are not here to convince each other. We are not here to convince each other.
No, I'm not trying to convince you.
অসুস্থ হয়ে পড়েছে, পুলিশের লাঠির ঘায়ে এই মুহূর্তে
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
So tonight, the very controversial Sengar order by the Delhi High Court, the Delhi High Court has suspended a ex-BJP leader's sentence pending appeal. This is a classic example of the system shielding a rapist. At 8:30 p.m. tonight on popular demand, the most read and viral interview of the former Chief Justice of India, Justice B.R. Gavay, where I believe he was unable to answer my questions on his own very controversial Aravalli verdict. And at 9 o'clock tonight, we join the nationwide campaign for a Hindu mobilization against the atrocities on Hindus in Bangladesh, which are continuing and continuing. Ladies and gentlemen, today's day is extremely telling about where the scale of justice tilts in India. For justice in a democracy must not just be done, it must also be seen to be done. And I have no doubt in saying that what the Delhi High Court has done today in the Sengar case is not just a travesty of justice, in my view, but it would also give extremely wrong impression to people who would want to believe in the judiciary. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a day when a convicted rapist, a very powerful rapist, a very influential rapist, a very connected rapist called Kuldeep Singh Sengar, ex-BJP MLA, extremely well-connected, notorious, powerful man's life sentence has surprisingly been suspended by the Delhi High Court. I want to repeat, this man is convicted, not accused. And the Delhi High Court suspends his life sentence. What a mockery of justice. What a mockery of justice. What message is the judiciary, the higher judiciary, the appellate courts, what message are they sending to the people of India? And why is the rest of the media quiet about these things? Surprisingly, today is also a day when the Supreme Court of India has disposed of the Sandesara matter, the matter of corruption against the Sandesara brothers, who paid a total sum, ladies and gentlemen, of 5,000 crore rupees plus as a deposit, as a measure of abundant caution, and the criminal charges against them are gone. So if you're rich, you get away. If you're powerful, you get away. You have way and leeway in this country if you're rich and if you're powerful. I'd like to go back to the visuals of the Sengar case. And let me tell you, in this case, where there is a rape that has occurred, where this man has carried out an act of rape on June 4th, 2017. This case gains attention after the victim attempts self-immolation on April 8, 2018, because she's tired of knocking on every possible door. On April 3rd, 2018, this man, Sengar's aides, including his brother, beat the victim's father with sticks and lathis. So he carries out an act of rape. He's arrested. After that, the father is arrested. And the father of the victim dies in judicial custody on April 9, 2018. Ladies and gentlemen, what is worse, on July 28, 2019, the victim, her lawyer and two aunts suffer severe injuries when a truck rams their car 11 times. In a murderous attempt, two of her aunts die. The rape survivor's mother, grandmother and survivor herself wrote letters to the Chief Justice of India and the governor asking for justice. All of these things have happened. It is not a case of injustice. It is of aggravated injustice. And in this country, you would believe that the courts would come to the defense of the victim. But in our country, a division bench comprising Justice Subramaniam Prasad and Justice Harish Vaidyanathan Shankar said that in this case, they suspend the life sentence of Kuldeep Singh Sengar with a warning not to come within 5 kilometers of the residence of the victim and not threaten the mother of the victim, which means the court is almost entirely trusting the moral compass of a politician called Kuldeep Singh Sengar, who is convicted of rape and murder, and is advising the person, don't hurt the victim any further. I want to ask the honorable courts, we respect the fact that you've given a verdict, but we completely disagree with it. We believe that in cases like that of Kuldeep Singh Sengar, the toughest of examples should be set. We must not forget, honorable judges, the promises that were made to the people of India following the Nirbhaya case. And today, Nirbhaya's mother herself came and said she was appalled by this. The problem in our country is we believe that public memory is short. But here on Republic, we are here to remind both the politicians as well as the judiciary of their responsibility to the people of India. Republic is with the people. Republic is with the public. I hope this decision of the Delhi High Court today gets overturned by a higher court. I wish courage to the victims and her families to fight this long battle. We are with those who have been targeted by the politicians. We are against this verdict, both in its letter and in its spirit. Does not mean it won't be followed. It will be followed. But this is not right. Just not right. Let's debate.
2017, Republic TV broke the silence on the Unao rape case. It was your channel's relentless reporting from Unao, Uttar Pradesh.
एक शब्द बोल दीजिए सर 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 एक शब्द बोल दीजिए सर 1 मिनट सर
We confronted then BJP MLA Kuldeep Sengar.
घटना 2016 की है और 9वें महीने से जब पुलिस ने विवेचना में उन 2 महिलाओं का नाम निकाल दिया तो ये कुलदीप सिंह कहां से पैदा हो गए। कुलदीप सिंह के खिलाफ वो 1 साल से झूठा प्रचार कर रहा है। कोर्ट की कोई व्यक्ति कहेगा कि आपका नाम हो और आप अरेस्ट हो तो क्या आप अरेस्ट हो जाएंगे।
And when we chased accountability, there was intimidation and resistance. So much that there was an alleged attempt to silence the victim.
हरिपाल सिंह, नवीन सिंह और पुन्नू और पप्पी धमकी देने जाते हैं।
क्या घर पे आके धमकी देते हैं?
हाँ, घर पे आते हैं, कहते हैं मुकदमा वापस ले लो, तुम लोगों को मार देंगे।
The case of a 17-year-old gang raped in Unao. The accused was then a sitting MLA. Politically powerful, Sengar was almost untouchable. The survivor knocked on every door: politicians, police stations, local administrations. Instead, her father was arrested on what the court later called false charges.
मैं कुलदीप सेंगर को अरेस्ट किया जाए, उन्होंने हमारे साथ रेप किया है। शशि सिंह हमको उनके घर लेके गई थी नौकरी का झांसा देकर। जब वो हमारे साथ रेप कर रहा था तो हमने इसका विरोध किया तो हमको धमकी देने लगे कि तुम्हारे पूरे परिवार वालों को मरवा के फेंकवा दूंगा।
Days later, the victim's father was killed in judicial custody. April 2018, left with no options, the survivor walked to Lucknow. She attempted self-immolation, a moment that shook the country, and Republic's relentless coverage forced action. December 2019, Kuldeep Sengar was sentenced to life imprisonment. He was also held guilty for the custodial death of the survivor's father.
यहाँ मुख्यमंत्री
मंत्री अपना काम अच्छे से करने लगी है। अब मुझे थोड़ा थोड़ा भरोसा होने लगा है। इन अत्याचारियों को ये साजिश रचतों को जड़ से उखाड़ के फेंकेंगे।
But tonight, there is a controversial order and more questions. Sengar's conviction stands. The guilt remains, but the sentence has been suspended. How does a convicted rapist get off the hook with a bail bond? And what message does it send to survivors in India?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm told I should not be too critical of the judiciary, but I would like to say that I will be extremely critical of the judiciary because my expectations of the judiciary are much higher than what they have served in the last few days. So many instances out here. And today, Sandesara brothers' case was closed. They pay 5,000 crores and they get away. And Kuldeep Singh Sengar is connected and he is powerful and he is raped and murdered and convicted. Lalita Kumaramangalam convicted. Yogita Bhayana is with us. She's one of the leading anti-rape activists. She heads the People Against Rape in India, PARI. And she has been crusading on behalf of the victim as well. Major Ashish Chaturvedi of the Samajwadi Party, Susi Ben Shah of the Shiv Sena, and Jayanand Dehadrai, welcome. Yogita, this is appalling. Yogita, can you hear me? I think the victim is with us tonight. Yogita, can you hear me? I can't hear you. I can get your audio. Can you unmute yourself?
I can hear you. The girl is with me. I want her to speak.
Yes,
We
please.
are going for a protest and we have no other option left. But I want her
That's
to
okay,
speak
no
first
problem.
because it's... Bolo.
You are going for a protest.
We have no choice. मेरा सबसे यही कहना है कि आज मैं हाई कोर्ट गई थी। आज रेप के आरोपी विधायक कुलदीप सिंह सेंगर का जजमेंट था, क्योंकि मैं उस जजमेंट को सुनते मुझे अंदर से दुख हुआ कि अपने आप को मैं सुसाइड कर लूं। मैंने इतनी न्याय की लड़ाई लड़ी, इतना मैं लड़ रही हूँ, मेरा परिवार सारा खो गया, मेरा एक्सीडेंट करवा दिया, मेरे परिवार की सुरक्षा हटा दी गई, मेरे चाचा की बेल खारिज हो गई, उसके पैरोकार और सारे जवंतियों की सुरक्षा हटा दी गई। उसके बाद में जजमेंट करना ही था, तो बहस पूरी होने के बाद 2-1 दिन बाद जजमेंट होता तो सब कोई जानता, लेकिन ये जजमेंट रोक के 3 महीने बाद जजमेंट हुआ है। सारा कुछ ये सत्ता शासन से सेटलमेंट करके तब ये जजमेंट हुआ है। हमें न्याय चाहिए। आप सबसे यही मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है कि मेरी आवाज आगे तक पहुंचाएं, ताकि हर बहन बेटी को न्याय मिल सके। एक हम ही नहीं, हमारे से बहुत विक्टिम है, बहुत रेप विक्टिम है, जो ऐसे तो रेप के आरोपियों को साहस बढ़ जाएगा कि रेप करो, 5 साल बाद 6 साल बाद बाहर आ जाना है। तो देश की बेटियां सुरक्षित नहीं, असुरक्षित है। इसको देखते हुए, इस जजमेंट को देखते हुए मेरा यही रिक्वेस्ट है, मेरी खबर आगे पहुंचाई जाए। I know we really want, there is no other option left. We want people to support, come
Where
on
are you
streets
protesting?
because this is...
Where is
We are heading towards central Delhi. We don't know. We were discussing. She wants to sit outside, PM's office house. She says, "Meri to Prime Minister se guhar hai." We don't know where to go. Whom to blame? First of all, I mean, let me be very honest. Courts जिम्मेदार हैं या नेता जिम्मेदार हैं? मुझे तो लगता है everybody hands in gloves. तो कहाँ जाएं? किसके आगे धरना दें? Nobody listens to us in जंतर मंतर. कहाँ जाएंगे? हमें खुद ही नहीं पता अभी कहाँ बैठेंगे. But we really want people to support us. We will let you know where we are going to sit. We don't know. She has not eaten anything. She's been out. She's been crying. I've been with her. This is crazy. I mean, where do we seek justice in this country? What is the message going to other victims? Where do we reassure them that we will get you justice? Everybody seems to be in connivance. Judiciary, I mean, the administration, the powerful people, elections are down the corner. अभी हम वकील से मिलके आ रहे हैं, वो बोल रहे हैं भाई इलेक्शन आ रहे हैं तो उसको बाहर निकालना ही था. You should have been prepared for it. मतलब what the hell is it going on in this country? हम बाहर की एप्स्टाइन फाइल्स की बात करें, हमारी जो खुद की एप्स्टाइन फाइल्स है पहले वो तो खोल लीजिए. हम तो यहाँ पीडोफाइल्स के बीच में जी रहे हैं. Where are we living? This is not the place we should have.
Thoda Yogita, I want to give a context to the viewers. पहले तो मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि बहुत हिम्मत है इनकी, मैं उनको भी कहना चाहूँगा बहुत दात है, बहुत हिम्मत है इनकी। एंड मैं थोड़ा बैकग्राउंड देना चाहूँगा, बिकॉज द केस इज ऑफ 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, at that point of time, the victim, I'm obviously not referring to her by name, was only 17 years old. Am I right, Yogita? She was only 17 years old.
Yes, she was 16 and a half.
16 और 17 साल की थी उस समय। कुलदीप सिंह सेंगर ने इनको किडनैप किया and raped her.
Gang raped also.
And then she was gang raped. She was then sold for 60,000 rupees. She was threatened against speaking out. And she has lost so much in this period. Ladies and gentlemen, she tried to commit suicide in April 2018. And then her father was beaten up and he died in judicial custody. She lost her father. One day when she was going in her car, a truck comes and hits her car 11 times. Lalita Kumaramangalam, I have not heard a bigger horror story than this. 11 times her car was hit. 2 of her aunts died, she survived. These are pictures.
And the lawyer
उस समय
also
एक्सीडेंट
died.
के विजुअल्स मैं दिखा रहा हूँ। प्रॉब्लम हमारे देश में ये है Lalita कि हम that we think we'll forget everything. Lalita, anything you'd like to say? Lalita Kumaramangalam, please.
Yeah, I'm saying that, you know, the common man, so to speak, is always told that the courts are here to dispense justice, that we have no right to question them. But I'm afraid this sort of justice that's dispensed almost seems more like a kangaroo court. I may be held up for contempt of court or whatever it is, but it's not just the message that goes to the trafficked girls, to the raped girls, but also to the perpetrators of such horrible, inhuman crimes. If you have money, you pay your way out of a life sentence. How can that be justice? And I mean, this is the reason why increasingly it's not just in India that women are losing hope, but also around the world, people keep calling India the rape capital. Aren't we ashamed of ourselves as a nation?
Imagine.
I mean, I know I'll get into trouble for being so politically incorrect, but this is
no, we should not be politically correct. You see, the point is there is a spirit in our country.
Justice can be bought.
No. Susi Ben.
Really, if justice can be bought, then everything else is also on sale.
Susi Ben Shah wants to come in.
A very good evening to all, and I'm glad that there is a question mark just after off the hook. Let me assure you and your esteemed viewers that this is a mere procedure. There is no political patronage in this. There is no protection, but bail given to a person is a matter of his right. It is a rule.
Okay, so you are convicted of rape and you have a right for bail.
No, hold on.
No, this is a new definition.
The conviction is not ruled out. He is convicted.
No, he is convicted of a life. He is convicted for life. No, he is convicted for life.
Exactly.
One minute. He is convicted for life, and the conviction, allow me, Sushi Ben. If the conviction is for rape of a minor under POSCO and murder of the victim's father in connivance with police officers, whole country is watching today. A politician can rape a minor, kill the minor's father, and get away. I think it's a terrible precedent being set. Major Ashish Chaturvedi of the Samajwadi Party.
Allow me to complete. Mr. Goswami, with the highest of respect to you, I always watch your show and you have the most highest rated viewership. Let me tell you this. Let us not spread misinformation. He is not been acquitted. He is a convicted prisoner.
Precisely my point. He is not an under trial. He is already found guilty. He is a convicted rapist sentenced to life imprisonment.
There is a legal procedure.
No, legal.
doubting
Miss Shah, Miss Shah, Miss
if we
Shah,
start doubting the integrity of the judges
Lalita,
of High Court, it is doomsday
you
for
are
India.
using those words, not me.
No.
What choice have you left common people like us? What choice have you left people like us?
You are questioning the integrity, not me. I am questioning the logic of this verdict in terms of precedent. Let me clarify. No, sir, Susiben Shah, please allow me. I have made a point today. You may be oversensitive about it, but today is a day. Today is a day when the Sandesara brothers got away. Today is a day when Kuldeep Sengar got away. It's not a day which is going to be a great day in our legal history. Let me tell you.
Mr. Goswami, and this show, there should not be aspersion cast on the highest judiciary.
Don't try to put me on the defensive. I am not casting aspersion. I am passing commentary.
It gives a very wrong
I am
signal.
passing commentary. Please, Miss Shah, do not, Miss Shah, I am too experienced a journalist. Miss Shah, with respect to you, Miss Shah, I am, no, Miss Shah, now this appears to be.
When we feel justice is not being done, we have the right to question it.
Judges of the High Court. I mean, they are the higher judiciary.
1 minute, Ms. Susiben Shah. I have yesterday night, for your information, you may have seen, I have grilled the man who till a few days back was Chief Justice of India. And may I say this without extra humility, that I feel, it's my view, that the former Chief Justice of India was not able to effectively answer the questions I raised of him legally. So we are not uninformed journalists, we are very well-informed journalists. We are the pinpricks in a democracy which keep questioning parts of the system when we feel they are not serving the interests of the people.
You also should be gracious enough to say that Mr. Honorable Gavay came on your show and he did his best.
I don't have to say it. He is visible on the show. If you feel it's very graceful, I also told him it was good of him to come on my show. Yeah, but now that is for later. This case, now Jay, let me get Jay in and Mesha
1 minute, Arnav, can I just come in here?
Ma'am, can I just get Jay in and Ashish Chaturvedi, because I have limited time. We have the big interview also playing up in some time.
Sure.
Ashish and then Jay. In this case, the whole case exists because of threats to the life of the victim. Father is dead. There is an attempt to kill her. She loses her aunts. She almost loses her life. The survivor writes to the Chief Justice of India fearing for her life. Her father has died in police custody. If threats could not be prevented when this man was inside jail, what makes a court believe that a direction on paper that stay away from the victim will work? It's a practical question. Major Chaturvedi first.
In our country, every few minutes, there is a rape happening in India. And this is precisely the reason why this happens in India. Now, here is a situation where a man, after a long trial, and it was so difficult to get him behind the bars because the ruling party was there to defend him. It was the people of India and the media of India which were, trying to get justice for her. And it's so difficult, and it was attained after such a long, difficult fight. And here are these two judges who are giving bail to him. It's a tight slap on the face, of the women who fight for this. What are you doing? I can't believe this. I really can't believe this. How can you grant bail to a man who's convicted of not only raping, gang raping, selling, and then even murder? And you're granting him bail. What are you doing? What have you studied? मेरी तो समझ में ही नहीं आ रहा है ये. No wonder India is becoming the rape capital in the world, thanks to judges like them. And it is not the first incident. There were members of the IT cell of BJP who gang raped a woman in BHU on gunpoint, released its video, and they also got bail. So where are we heading?
Now, tonight we have a situation tonight.
Where are we heading?
The situation tonight is this, that the Unao rape survivor says to me, I am going to go and protest. On a cold December night, she is looking for a place to protest. An entire family is rallying behind a teenage rape survivor. A politician rapes a teenager in 2017 and then kills her father, convicted. And today comes out, is on the verge, I would say, of coming out smiling. There is another case, of course, but I don't understand. What merit is the court seeing in suspending the life sentence of this politician? Jay, what precedent are we setting?
Arnab, at the outset, I'd like to say firstly that nobody can question your right to ask questions of the judiciary. And I must also compliment you for your very excellent interview with the Honorable former Chief Justice of India. I think it is in fact your duty as a journalist, as a leading journalist, to ask difficult questions from the powers that be, and of course including the judiciary. Having said that, this judgment of the Honorable High Court, which I have gone through, points out multiple discrepancies, Arnab, in the version of the prosecutrix. And there is a statutory provision in terms of Section 389 of the erstwhile CRPC, which permits a sentence, even where a person has been convicted, for a sentence to be suspended. And to call it bail in that sense, strictly speaking, it is not bail, but it is a suspension of sentence.
But this was
now,
rejected in 24. In 2024, the High Court,
yes,
you are aware of this case, rejected the same application that it is clearing today. Material facts of the case